What's going on, people? I hope you guys are well. I hope you guys are saying salute, Brendan. What's going on? What's going on to everyone in the chat? Official news? No, it's not official news. We're going off. We're going off what Teddy Atlas is saying. They saw slippage in his work. They saw slippage in Beterbiev, hence why they think that that's going to be the next fight, guys. I've hit the. I've left that as favorite. Yeah. So Teddy Atlas, did you guys see his interview? Did you guys see Teddy Atlas's interview where he said that there's a great chance that Canelo will fight Arthur Beterbiev next? The great chance that he'll fight Arthur Beterbiev next. What's going on with my camera? I don't know what's gone off with my camera. Why is it not working? But yeah, apparently Arthur Beterbiev will fight him next because he feels that Canelo's team saw slippage in Beterbiev. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that they'll fight Beterbiev next because they saw slippage? Was there slippage? Was there slippage in that fight from Beterbiev? What do you guys think? I don't think so, personally. I don't think there was much slippage there, but apparently, according to Teddy Atlas, that don't be surprised if Canelo takes that fight. I don't like that fact because it's like it's taking credit away from Canelo almost, because you're almost saying because the guy is not the same. A question: don't you think Khan has higher IQ? Don't you think Brook has higher IQ than Khan? I don't know. It's a tough one, really. I'm not sure about that. No, KP. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. No, Bob Arum said before the fight they Canelo was interested in Beterbiev. No, Bob Arum said before the fight they said Canelo was interested in Beterbiev. Well, I hope. Listen, I hope that's right. I hope they are interested. I hope they are interested. You know, they are interested because Canelo's been talking about Beterbiev for a very long time. So the ability to I don't know, because whenever I've seen Brook in a bit of adversity, bar the Porter fight, he's ended up losing. So it's hard for me to say, like, to be honest. So Jaro Ramirez says, how is there slippage when he fought with a nasty cut, blood all up in his eyes, and yet he stopped Brown in the ninth? Yeah, I don't get it myself. So Attractive Champlain says Khan-Brook will fail to sell in terms of pay-per-view. Possibly. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? We'll find out. We'll find out. What do you guys think in terms of anyone that wants to jump on? I'll send you the link so then you can jump on and we can talk some boxing. Anyone that wants to jump on, you're more than welcome to jump on. Okay, there you go. If you want to jump on, you're more than welcome to jump on and let's talk some boxing. Let's talk some boxing. I want to talk some boxing today with you guys. Anyone that wants to jump on, you be my guest, jump on, and we can get some. Well, personally, I saw Beterbiev that looked much better than before. I didn't see any slippage. Yeah, I didn't see any slippage either, to be fair. I saw a monster going in there and taking Brown out. Like, he was dangerous. So how Khan was falling short and Crawford was countering him, I think Brook will do the same. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. I think it's a different style. I think Khan was old and past his best. I do think Brook might land a jab, but I think Khan will land more shots on Brook than he was with Crawford. I think Crawford's a lot more defensively cute than he's defensively more sound than Brook. Brook gets hit a lot with a lot of shots. He's quite open defensively, not the strongest. That's my take on that. Eric says Beterbiev is slipping. So what's this? Beterbiev is slipping. Personally, I saw Beterbiev that looked much better than before. I didn't see slippage. You know what? Beterbiev is a killer in my opinion. He's a monster. So how Khan was okay? Well, no, what's it? Would you be shocked if Brook outboxed? Yeah, I would be. I would be. Yeah, I don't see that happening. At this point, actually, I won't be shocked at this point because I don't think Khan's got those legs and the hand speed. There's no way Brook would have been able to outbox Khan in his prime. But now, I still don't see it. I'll be shocked. Outbox him, I can't see it. I can't see it. I think Khan throws too many punches to be outboxed. And I think Brook gets hit a lot. Like Crawford, different because Crawford's very fast on his feet. Brook's flat footed compared to Crawford. So it's a difficult fight for Brook in terms of outboxing him because Brook is quite flat footed, whereas Crawford's very fast on his feet. So it's a completely different kind of scenario, you know? But yeah, that's my take on that. But yeah, anyone that wants to jump on, let's jump on. We can talk some boxing. I want to talk some boxing with you guys today. Anyone that wants to jump on, jump on. Let's get talking. Okay, if Brook was to win, how do you think a KO would come? Well, I think Brook would probably stop Amir late if that's if I think Amir early or Brook late. So I think it's probably gonna come by him just landing a shot. I don't think it's gonna come by Amir throwing punches and he's gonna throw. I just think he'll just land a punch while throwing. I don't think it'll come through countering. Countering is like you're making him miss and then making it and then you land your own. I don't think Amir will be throwing. I think Brook will just hit him with a shot, maybe an uppercut or maybe a right hand. But again, we have to see. It's hard. It's hard to kind of predict a fight, especially when you've got two fighters that are so far gone. It's hard to predict, man. Ash, what's going on?
Can you hear
Ash,
me,
you there,
man?
bro? What are you saying, Ash? You good?
How are you, brother? You good?
How's it going?
I'm all good, you know. You tell me. How are you,
Yeah,
man?
all good, man. All good, man.
You
All
had a
good.
good
It's all
stream, man.
great
I
having
missed your
you on it.
stream. I missed your
Hey?
stream the day before yesterday.
Yeah. Wednesday. We had a
Yeah.
good
I got
one,
caught a
man. We
bit
had
of
a
it,
good
man. Yeah,
one.
it's quite a good few good idea, good what you call it, ideas. What people are saying.
Yeah, man. It was good. It was good, man. There was a lot of people. I don't know. I think you tried to come on, but there was some issue.
I think it was. Yeah, I think maybe this one, or the one before. I think I tried coming on, but it wasn't letting me on. You were saying so. So I just watched. I just stayed in the back of just watching.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. I don't know. There was some kind of issue with your network or something, man. But it's
Not
great
sure, man.
having you on today, man. It's always good talking to you, man.
Always, brother. Always,
You know,
man.
I got a few questions for you. I got a few questions for you. You know what?
Okay.
Teddy Atlas in his in
Yeah.
his podcast
Mm.
said that Canelo Alvarez will probably look for a Beterbiev fight because they see slippage in Beterbiev.
Okay.
They say
Um.
that they'll probably fight Beterbiev next. Do you think that's taking credit away from Canelo? Is that basically trying to say like he's cherry picking Beterbiev because Beterbiev looks like he's kind of getting past his best a little?
um for me, yeah, you know what it is. Everyone, you know what, you know yourself. In all these fighters, they don't
Yeah.
they don't go up to a weight thinking that that guy's really good, so I want to fight him. There's always
Mm.
something they see that when they see a fight, I think, oh yeah, I can beat him. So
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
after struggling to make weight, and you know
Yeah. Yeah.
even though Marcus Brown didn't really impose himself because maybe he couldn't because Beterbiev wouldn't let you do that. So
Yeah. Yeah.
and Marcus Brown got a beating of his life. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. He did. He
so
did.
so if Canelo wants to come, you know what, it's not taking anything away. I tell the Atlas is trying to water it down by saying, oh, they've seen weaknesses, but like I said, every fighter that fights someone is gonna see a weakness in some way to want to make them a fight. Otherwise, no one really wants to make fights unless it's a very slim chance where someone just wants to make the fight, like Brook, Amir Khan, for example. Amir
Yeah.
Khan in his time didn't want the Brook fight really because it was
Yeah. Yeah.
dangerous
Yeah.
because Brook could have beat him and
Mm.
then he could change his type of his career. So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
now that they've got nothing to lose, he's happily taking the fight with Brook. But in that situation, it's Brook's fault because Brook should have went out there and done his own thing and had his own
Yeah. Yeah.
big
Yeah.
fights. But
Yeah. I
back to you,
agree,
what
man.
you're asking me, I think yeah, he's trying to water it down. He is kind of because he's saying, oh, he sees weaknesses in him and now he wants to fight him, and otherwise he wouldn't have fought him.
I
But
don't think it's an easy fight though, Ash. I think it's a difficult fight. That guy, but Terbiev's a monster.
yeah, that guy is a good operator, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
He
one
is.
thing
He
I
is.
like about him is that his punches are not flashy, man. You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
his
yeah.
short punches, he'll knock you out with a short punch. And when you're watching the fight, when he's throwing them punches, you think they're not hard, but what you watch the Marcus Brand fight, he didn't really swing a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
in that fight. They were all short punches,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
you see what happened to Marcus Brand. But obviously, we're not comparing Marcus Brand to Canelo. Canelo's a different beast as well.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I can't really say, man. If you ask me now who's gonna win, I can't really say because it's a tough fight. That is. That's something I gotta really
Yeah,
think
that's a
about
tough
before I
one.
kind of, you know what I mean?
I know previously you were saying Canelo, but I think Beterbiev is starting to grow on people, man. He's starting to like, and not just that, Ash. He's big and he's
You know what?
strong, and he's not just a wild banger. Like this is a guy that's very skilled fighter, you know.
Yeah, you know what? To be honest, with you, now that you said that, I kind of, because I rate Canelo really highly. You know what I mean? Because I like
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
got a lot of tools in his, in his artillery that I like. So
yeah, yeah,
he's one of my best fighters. Top fighter. But
yeah, yeah, yeah,
now
yeah.
that I watched a bit about Beterbiev, this guy is a problem.
He's a problem, mate. He's a problem.
Yeah, and you know what it is? I don't rate any of the guys up there. Like Bivol and all them guys. I've said that to you before. I don't
Yeah,
rate them guys. I can see Canelo going up there and maybe beating them. Because you got to remember, man, when you're going up weight, it's a challenge in itself.
yeah,
Because what
yeah,
you
yeah,
got to
yeah,
remember is it's not just going up to the weight and saying, oh, I can go on 147. It's about optimizing yourself. It's about fighting at that weight. It's like fighting 12 rounds at that weight. Then the challenge is to fighting the best guy at that weight.
yeah.
So, people don't realize that. People just think, oh, he's going up a weight. Okay, yeah, but you got to fight at that weight.
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's not easy just moving weights. So Canelo, you got to give him your credit for that, for just moving up and,
Would you say Canelo would be cherry picking if he goes and fights Makabu instead of Beterbiev now? Or do you
no,
think look
if we fight,
or,
are they the same weight, aren't they, man?
who?
Makabu and are
No,
they
no,
the same weight?
Makabu's
Makabu one
cruiserweight.
higher.
He's a heavier weight.
Okay, okay. Now I think what he should do is just go up and fight Beterbiev.
Yeah. So but the thing is he's already been a champion at light heavyweight. He might want
Yeah,
to be a champion at cruiserweight.
but remember this is look. I hear what you're saying,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
becoming a champion at cruiserweight, you gotta fight a quality opposition guy. Because, for example, Canelo's top quality. That
Yeah.
Makabu guy, no offense to him, but he's not top quality. So
No,
when
he's not.
when it's all said and done, and when you do rip back the pages, you're gonna look at it and say, okay, how did he become that champion? And you're gonna look at, oh, Makabu, who the f is he? So you won't get credit for that, and I wouldn't really give him credit for that because Makabu is it's not a top fighter, is he? But if he back up to once went to 175, if he wants to and fought Beterbiev and
Mm.
give a really good account of time, beats Beterbiev, then you know what you can kind of say he's up there with Mayweather and that.
Yeah, I hear you, Ash. But what about what's his name? Who was I gonna ask? I was gonna ask you about that guy. What's his name? What's his name? So, So, what about Lawrence Okoli and that at cruiserweight, like Lawrence Okoli and those guys?
I think Lawrence Okoli and that they're not on his level,
They're
money
too
man. To
big,
be
do you
honest,
reckon?
they're not on his level. Lawrence
Yeah,
Okoli,
because
these type of guys,
Lawrence Okoli is massive, man. He's six foot
he's a big guy.
six.
Oh yeah, I know. Then again, okay, taking size and taking that, but what you got to remember, man, is when you're fighting someone like Canelo, he's got a lot of mental pressure he brings with him as well. And you know what it is when a lot of these fighters they can't handle that. As you know yourself, when you're under pressure, you're not calm. You lose a lot of energy yourself. So these guys that Canelo's been fighting, and the guys are bigger, but you see that it doesn't make a difference because when Canelo's fighting them, he's got the mental pressure, the come forward pressure, and then all the crowd pressure, and then the fight pressure, and these fighters are just they can't handle it. So and then on
Mm-hmm.
top of that is all his skills, and then these guys are not on his level, and then one of them barriers overwhelms them, and that's it, and then that's what happens, and then obviously Canelo's skills take over, and that's it.
So, do you think the only big fight out there for Canelo right now is Arthur Beterbiev fight?
Realistically, yeah, because no one's he's not. I don't see Canelo coming back down to one. He's the type of guy I think that's gonna stay where he is or go higher, and I don't think he can go higher than 175 in my opinion. I really know better, but in my opinion, I don't think he can go any higher than that because he realized that when he fought Kovalev, that guy's big, and that guy Kovalev was kind of giving him a good fight. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
obviously, he's finished, isn't he, Kovalev? And obviously,
yeah.
someone led trans, he got knocked out. But what I'm saying is, size-wise, maybe Canelo got a gauge that, this is maybe my limit. I'm not sure. Maybe he isn't because he's gone and shouted at Makabu. But then it comes back to the quality of opposition, doesn't it, man? You can shout out,
Mm.
you can go shout out another. You can go shout out, any heavyweight. But if you're gonna go shout out, say, I don't know, Dylan White or AJ or someone like that, then it's a different story, isn't it?
So basically, there's a comment in the comment section, Ash.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you see it. The Brotherhood is saying
What's he saying?
When Tank fights
Okay.
a champion, they call it a cherry pick. But when Queen Canelo fights a cherry picker, nobody calls it a cherry picker. Why don't we keep the same energy?
Look, I've never called. I don't really use that word. I mean, I've been chatting to you for a
Yeah,
long time, and I don't
yeah,
never
yeah,
use cherry picker really. I've never used that as my kind of thing
yeah,
to
yeah,
use.
yeah, yeah,
But what I'm gonna say to that is, what it is. Remember, what you got to remember is Canelo's in his 60th fight or something. Is it?
yeah,
Is
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
He is.
And he's fought a lot of champions. And if you go through his resume, and every fighter, if you look through the resume, there's always going to be a cherry pick because under there they're putting their life on the line.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
if
yeah.
they go back and fight champions after champion after champion, that's never happened really, unless he has.
Mm.
And Mr. What's his name? The Brotherhood Sports can tell us who's done that, where
Yeah, yeah,
someone's never fought a easier position. Let's not call it cherry pick. Someone that's
yeah.
easier, and you can. Well, everyone knows that you can beat. Because normally fighters have a feeling I can beat that guy and they take a fight, but then the fans have their opinion. Oh, can he or can he not? You with me? But
Mm.
in the whole world, and the uncle and the auntie knows that you would beat this guy.
Yeah,
So that's what you call it, a lesser opposition where Tank should have been doing that right now because he's in his prime. He's only had 20 odd fights, and
yeah, yeah,
he's saying he's doing all these big things that I'm stepping up weight, this and that, but he's fought nobody.
yeah, 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 yeah. He
You
has
go look
fought
at his
nobody.
record. I don't know, maybe for one guy, he has to fight. Man, you got to remember when you've had 20 odd fights in the champion, you got to fight somebody, innit?
Yeah, yeah,
What
yeah,
we're
yeah,
saying is you got to fight good level of opposition, like boom, 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 going off, one more, okay, drop one, a bit less, then go back up again. Look, prime example. Look at Errol Spence.
yeah.
The guy is what you call a champion. He doesn't come back and keep Thurman and fight guys like Barrios and these guys. He fought
Mm.
Danny Garcia after a massive injury, come back, been off for 2 years, got it. Now he's come back and fighting Ugas.
Mm.
Then that's what we want. That's what we want. Now Canelo is similar to that. Maybe not. Well, Canelo's done that, but because he moves up and down weights, it's not easy for someone to move up a weight and fight the best guy straight away. So sometimes you move up a weight, you
Yeah,
fight a guy that's top 10 or top 10, top 7, 8, and you get an idea of how you are at that weight before you fight the best guy. So, you
yeah.
know,
So I
if that
totally
makes
agree
sense.
with you. I think these guys, I think these guys, what they're doing is they're trying to, it's business before. See, Canelo's
Yes.
already had a great legacy. Canelo's already fought a lot of top names. You know what I
100%.
mean? Whereas a lot of these guys are kind of like trying to
They
look
just
at
want to,
business before they even become before they even become a legitimate top
yeah.
fighter. You know what I mean?
It's like, I'll give you an example like Canelo. He's fighting for a long time. Yes, in his early days, you might not know who he fought. I can't recall who he's fought in his early days. And then he started stepping it up. You had your Matthew Hattons and you had, I can't remember that level of top position. And then now as he started stepping up, he's always stepped it up. I know he's what maybe that guy's referring to his Yildirim, but
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you got to
yeah,
remember is if I sit back and think about it, Manny Pacquiao's had loads of good few guys that he's fought like that. You think, who's that guy? But we still want to watch it. Mayweather's fought loads of guys like that. Like, you think, what are you fighting him for? You can fight the A, B, and C, but you're fighting D. You know, so every top fighter that's elite at that level, you got to remember, once you're at that level, everyone down there is looking up at you. So now, all these sharks that are in your division are all aiming at you, not just one guy. Because that's what it is when you become a champion. So when you don't fight this guy, but you fight this guy, oh, you're rocking him. It's like you're saying, like,
yeah, man.
I'll give an example. Like,
To be honest, Ash, I totally agree, man. I totally agree. It's like
I'll give it.
people,
I'll give it a quick
people.
example. Like, for example, there's like a guy and his son, right? Maybe if you haven't heard it, they're on a camel and they're going through a few cities, and the camel and the son says to his dad, "Oh, can I sit on there?" And dad says, "All right, go on, you sit on there. You're tired. You're little one, so you sit on there. I'll walk along with the donkey." So they've gone through one city, and the people are thinking, "Oh, look at that kid. Look how old his dad is, and he's sitting on the donkey, and his dad's poor man. He's pulling it." So then
Hmm.
they stopped. They said, "What's going on?" Yes, all right then. So they swapped it around. They go, "All right." The kid said, "Dad, you know what? You sit on there. I'll hold the donkey." So now, as they go into the next city, he's on the donkey, and then the people watching. What they're doing? Who are these guys? And they say, "Oh, look at that kid. His dad's sitting there, and look at that guy. He's letting his little kid walk on the and push the donkey, and he's older than himself, and he's sitting on there. That's very not nice, is it? Letting the kid do that, and he's sitting on there. The next one, okay, we'll both sit on there then. So make everyone happy. We'll both sit on it. So now they're going through another city, and they see him and say, oh, look at that poor donkey. Both of them sitting on it now. That must be really tired. The point I'm making is, the guy always got something to say, Imran. Like the example I just give you. They tried to make people happy, but they still couldn't. They took turns to get on the donkey. They even both went on the donkey, and the people still weren't happy.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Hmm.
the point is,
But
when it comes to fighters, he can fight everyone and his uncle. But the people out there will say, "Oh, well, he wasn't at the right weight, or he wasn't old enough, or he was too young, and he didn't have this." So it's when you're at the top, like Canelo is, you're gonna get people saying these things.
so the Brotherhood says Tank has done more than any of those dudes Canelo beat at 168.
Tank's done more than what anyone's done at one. Tank's done more than what anyone's beat. Canelo's beat at 168.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I don't know if you want to reply to that, Imran, but I don't. That don't make sense to me because
Yeah,
Canelo's
that
how many
don't make
weights has Canelo fought at?
basically what he's saying is Javante Davis has done more
Yeah.
than Billy Joe Saunders, Caleb Plant, and Callum Smith.
Okay. Well, the answer to that is they're champions in it, and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Canelo's aim right now is to win every belt in whichever division he's in. So if they're champions, that doesn't mean they're cherry picks. Like,
Hmm.
really and truly, I want to know who's better than Billy Joe Saunders. I know Billy Joe Saunders didn't show up good. Not a lot of people know about him in America. But Billy Joe
Hmm.
Saunders is a good fighter. He's not a shit fighter.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I want to know who's better than him. Then forget the rest. Like who's Tank fought that's better than Billy Joe. Billy Joe's
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
decorated amateur career as well.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
But
Hmm.
yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, neither do I. Neither do I, to be honest. Neither do I. I think you made some good points about, that he's never gonna win. You know what I mean? Everyone's
No,
gonna
no.
say that he's cherry picking this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, look at his Canelo's resume is one of the best in boxing. Like if we think about it.
You know what, man? I was thinking. You know what? I seen your video earlier about Amir Khan and Khan-Brook. I watched
Hmm.
that earlier, and I wanted to say something about that. Was that
Yeah, yeah. Go on, go on, go
Amir
on, go on.
Khan, right? His career. You know, if you look at it on paper, see, because wasn't elite,
Hmm.
his resume is really good. It is
Yeah,
really good,
yeah,
but
yeah,
it's not
yeah,
that. It could have been much better,
yeah, yeah,
is what
yeah,
I'm trying to say. Because you know what? If you look at it, if I ask you a question, I say, Imran, what's his best win? And you would say to me, it's Maidana, isn't it?
yeah.
And as an Amir Khan fan, if someone asks me that, I want to reel off 3, 4 fights, but I can't
Hmm.
because the other fights, who did he fight? Really, I'm trying to say to you, not taking
Hmm.
nothing away from him, but that shows how hard it is to have a good resume, even to have 5 good names on your resume.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
The
yeah.
point I'm trying to
I
make,
hear
because
you.
Amir Khan's got a brilliant resume,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
I'm struggling to find 3 top names. Say, oh, that was a good win, that was a good win, and that was a good win. So
Hmm.
Kyle Brooks on none because the
Yeah,
example I'm trying to make, Kyle Brooks at 0. That Sean
yeah, yeah,
Porter
yeah.
fight was a hug fest.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So
I get what you're
resume, just
saying.
to let people know in the comments, resume, it's tough to have 5 top fighters on your resume. Just to have 5 on your resume.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I agree with you, man. I totally agree. That's why when you look at like Javante's resume and reason why these guys get stick is because they're highly rated. Do you know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
like if you're not highly rated, you're not gonna get stick. So like that's why if you're very highly rated in boxing, that's why people criticize your resume because people are talking like you're a king, right? So if you're that good, then we need to see you in there with the best guys like Javante Davis, for example. He's fought nobody, man. Like in terms of Pedraza, the only guy. Apart from that, I don't know like the names that he's been fighting. Leo Santa Cruz was a small guy, you know. Apart from that, who's he really fought at top level? Not nobody really. Think about it, Ash. Little Penny, my man's in the house. What's going on, Little Penny?
Hi Imran. Hi Ash. How are you? Merry Christmas, by the way.
Merry Christmas to you as well. I don't know where Ash has gone. I think Ash has disappeared. I hope he's still here. But Little Penny, I'm pretty sure you heard what we were saying. So
Oh shit.
basically, Teddy Atlas, I saw a podcast from Teddy Atlas yesterday, and Teddy Atlas said that Canelo will probably fight Beterbiev next because they saw slippage in Beterbiev. Do you agree with that notion? And do you think that's taking a little bit of credit away from Canelo if he fights Beterbiev?
I did. You know what, Imran? I didn't see any slippage. I
I
thought he
didn't
did pretty
either.
well. But I don't think those guys, Canelo and Reynoso's, I don't think those guys, would say that they would fight Makabu and then fight someone else. I think that because that was announced and
Yeah.
Makabu was there at the convention and he didn't have to be there. No one even knows who he is, right? So
Yeah.
obviously that was premeditated. So I think who knows? They probably have already signed the contract. But
Yeah.
that team Reynoso team, I don't think that they would do something like that and then turn around and do something else. So I think he will fight Makabu next, and probably in May, and then in September they'll probably fight Beterbiev.
What? So you don't think you don't think that they'll fight Beterbiev next?
No, I don't. I think they'll fight Makabu next, and then Beterbiev in September 2022.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, but kind of next anyway, like in terms of next year. So but do you think they'd be doing that because they see slippage in Beterbiev, or do you think? Because I think Beterbiev looked like a monster. I don't know what you thought, but I thought Beterbiev looked like a killer in there.
Yeah, I don't think they're fighting Beterbiev because there's some slippage. I think they want to fight Beterbiev because Canelo wants to clean out the light heavyweight division. I think after Beterbiev, he'll fight Bivol and is it Joe Smith?
Yeah,
The
Joe
other
Smith.
guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Smith. Yeah, I think he'll clean them out, and also he'll probably fight because everyone is clamoring to see this fight against Jose Benavidez. I think even if it's an untitled fight, and look, let's face it, I don't think Benavidez will make the 175 division anymore. Sorry, the 168 division anymore. He keeps missing weight, so he'll probably fight at the light heavyweight division himself.
Yeah, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you, man. Can hear
Oh,
you.
my connection, man. Sorry about that.
No worries, man. No worries. Basically, the Brotherhood's going in today. A Little
Okay.
Penny Ash. He's basically they'll just give Canelo the franchise belt for Bridgerweight next. What? So there's honestly a lot of people think Canelo's ducking. I don't understand, like Brotherhood, and I don't get it. I don't get where they're ducking and stuff. I generally don't understand. I don't understand. Like a Little Penny, Ashmesh made a point before he went off. Is that, you know what, to have a really good resume is very hard. Like he was saying, Amir Khan has a very good resume, right? But even if you look at his resume and you're trying to find good wins, it's not easy. Yet his resume is probably better than most, current fighters' resume. But it's really hard to have a good resume because, like, some of the fighters around your time are generally elite and they're just on another level, some of them. And then some of them might be slightly past their best. It's very hard to find great fighters in around your time where you can beat and make your resume look good. Like a lot of the fighters today don't have great resumes. They're just not fighting each other because they're protecting their own. What do you think, Little Penny?
Yeah, I agree with that. It's hard to have like all-time greats in your prime, in your resume. Like from memory, with Canelo, I could only find two. Like the guys that he fought in their prime, who's an all-time great, and or held lineal belts, which is two. Well, for me, it was Triple G and Miguel Cotto. Now compare that to Manny. Manny's probably got, from memory, he had 7, because I analyzed this before, and Floyd Mayweather's got 6. So it's quite hard to fight someone who's an all-time great, who's in your prime at your same division. Like for Canelo, I don't count Kovalev because he was washed already. Even though Kovalev is an all-time great.
Mm-hmm.
Hey JP, how are you, man?
JP, you
Hey guys,
there?
how you doing? I'm here. Can you hear me?
All good, man. All good. We're all good. All good. It's great having you on, man.
Thanks so much, fella. I'm excited about this topic.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
So, like, slightly. It's a bit dim. Can you hear him, guys?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
him.
yeah. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Nice.
So,
Um,
what do you make? What do
I
you think?
completely agree. I completely agree with Little Penny. I think that the biggest tragedy here in this case is that we have collectively not um, we haven't identified some of his opponents as all-time greats. Keep in mind right now he's 31 years old, but the only place that I would disagree with Little Penny would be in the Kovalev argument. I know he's washed up, but the majority, well, not the majority, but there were a number of people that Manny Pacquiao fought were washed up as well, that were battle tested and pretty worn out as well. So we don't know. We don't know if Caleb Plant's going to be an all-time great. Can't say Billy Joe Saunders won't. But the other day somebody said that Canelo fought people that weren't, top 10 pound for pound people. I know he was talking about current pound for pound people. Well, that may be true. He might have had Triple G in there, the only one, him and Mayweather, but Miguel Cotto was there. Kovalev was a pound for pound at one point,
Nah, but
you know,
you gotta remember, there's not many pound per pound fighters, are there?
and objective as well. I would put Daniel Jacobs, in the argument of pound for pound. I mean, he would be in
No,
the
no.
argument. If Lil Charlo's in the argument for pound,
So
I can't say Daniel
pound,
Jacobs wouldn't have made it.
pound, pound per pound is, I think, is just a made up thing because put it this way, pound for pound is basically. Well, what about if Tyson Fury was 10 stone 7 then, which could never happen. So how could you not involve him in it? So you can't involve pound for pound and now use heavyweights. So that's a bit
Yeah,
of a.
Ash. I have Fury in my top 10 pound per pound list at the moment. Same with Usyk.
You know what it is? You know when you talk about Hall of Famers and that, you don't know until someone's a Hall of Fame until the careers have ended. But what we're asking for is fighters to fight the 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 obvious choice. For example, Canelo. Now a lot of fans are saying fight Beterbiev is the obvious choice, and we know he's a good fighter. So we don't know if he's gonna be Hall of Fame until
Yeah.
careers.
But Ash, in that same argument, like when Pacquiao fought Barrera, Morales, and Marquez,
Yeah.
the first time, for example, the first time Pacquiao fought Morales was already like a Hall of Famer because he had the resume already. And when
No, he
Pacquiao
wasn't a
fought Barrera,
Hall
same
of.
thing.
No. What
Barrera
you can
was
say, he was a world class top fighter. Like at that division, he was maybe the guy. You can say that, but you can't say he's Hall of Famer. Hall of Fame is someone that's nearly, in my opinion anyway, is someone that has had most of his career done and is nearly at the end of his career, and now and now they're looking at thinking, okay, how did he do? Is he worth Hall of Fame? Is his career worth the Hall of Fame? But if you're telling me by the time the first fought Marquez is the Hall of Fame, maybe that's your opinion, but I don't agree with that. Him being in the Hall of Fame that early.
no, no, and Ash. What I'm saying is, when Pacquiao fought Barrera already beat Morales and Prince Nassim Hamed and a few other people. So I already thought that he was in the number 2 pound fighter at the time behind Floyd Mayweather when Pacquiao fought him in San Antonio. So you can actually tell already.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
for example,
yeah,
also
yeah. I
when
agree
Manny
with
fought
that.
Miguel Cotto the
Yeah.
first time,
What I'm
both of them were already Hall of Famers.
I understand what you're saying because maybe by that time Marcos Pereira would have fought at least 5, 6 top guys, and everyone knew he's a really good champion. So the point is, then you get the idea of, okay, he could be in the Hall of Fame, and then you make that position. Oh, this guy's in the Hall of Fame. He's going to beat so many champions. But in regards to what you're saying, in regards to he said about Charlo and these guys, and I don't see them being in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Charlo
I don't
might.
either. Well, no,
Charlo,
I
he
see.
might.
I see. As of yet, Little Penny, I think that he's right. As of yet, Charlo, um, Charlo hasn't really made his mark on his division, and that's not entirely their fault. I do believe there's a good amount of roadblocks when it comes down to crossing the street.
Put it this way. Let me say.
Yeah, go for it.
I was gonna say, but in these times, someone that I would think, people like Errol Spence, people like Terence Crawford, even though Terence Crawford maybe not have the best resume, but he's done a lot in the sport. So, he's been unified, he's been undisputed, he's coming up and potentially could be undisputed at 147, and what he's done in the career as undefeated as well. And maybe, he hasn't fought the top opposition, but he's fought guys, around him, and he's beat everyone. And, you can give him a shot and say, he could be Hall of Fame. And I could say, yeah, fair enough, Terence Crawford or Errol Spence, because what they've done in their career. But when you go in guys like Charlo, well, I can't even think of who he's fought, because, which champion, top guys he's fought. And then someone saying, that he could be potentially in there, or like Billy Joe even. I don't see Billy Joe being in there, or no Charlo, these type of level fighters, because they've not done anything in their career to be even mentioned in that breath of Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame.
Ash, I reckon Charlo, the one at 160, I think he has the potential to be a Hall of Famer. Billy Joe, I don't know, he's got his eye.
Look, what I'm trying to say is, if he went and beat Triple G, then beat the other champion, then beat the other champion, went up to whatever 168 and beat a couple of champions there, and kind of done something like that, then you can say, then okay, he's Hall of Fame maybe. Look what he's done. Right now, he's lost a few fights, won them back, and he's got one belt or two, a little penny.
Sorry,
is he unified or is he just champion?
Well, no, his brother. See, the one at the
little
154, Jamel, he's the unified champion. Jamal is undefeated. The one that's in Triple G division, he's undefeated, but he's got one belt. He's not fighting anybody, man.
This is what I'm saying. Is he at 168, man, at 160?
I want to throw something out.
Not fighting no one.
So, do they play with their food? When there's somebody they should beat, do they get them out of there? Is it something that is? Are we experiencing difficulty in fighting lower tier opposition? Do we rise to the level? Now, I do want to make that argument. Little Charlo, from time to time, he fought for a undisputed fight recently. Castano wasn't easy work, right? So I can't really say that. But did Big Charlo look like he was playing with this food? It looked like he had a hard time on TL for me. Now, does Canelo play with this food? People made the argument that Kovalev may have been winning that fight. It didn't feel like he was winning that fight. Some people said that Caleb Plant was winning that fight. Now, I was at the fight. You know what I'm saying? It was about the most expensive fight I ever attended. I do remember that it didn't feel like he was playing with this food at all. He was busting him up bad. And you could hear it. You could hear the audio. In stark contrast, I was at we'll just talk about Amir Khan. I know he's up there. I was at the Amir Khan versus Molina fight. This is years ago. Deontay Wilder fought an undercard. Molina was food for Amir Khan. It didn't look like it was going to be. It was even close. However, when I watched it on TV, it was closer than it was. Right at that point, Amir Khan was making noise. At that point, Canelo has had almost every single fight that I've attended, or every single fight that I actually was at. Canelo never ever looked like he was playing with his food. It always looked like it was straight business. He was giving it to him, and he never looked like he was at a disadvantage. A little yellow bird just landed right next door to me. Right here.
Hey JP, I've also attended a Canelo fight live, which was Canelo Mayweather fight. Were you at that fight in 2015?
No. I wish I would have been at that fight, but no, actually, I saw that it was the last fight I watched with my godfather. He actually passed away 2 years later. Yeah, no, that fight he got schooled in that fight. There's no doubt about it.
You think he lost that? JP, you thought he lost that
against Mayweather?
No, against which fight did you go to, Little Penny?
Mayweather Canelo.
What do you think of the Lara fight, JP? Lara v Canelo.
I watched that fight on DAZN 4 times since I got DAZN, so I watched it 4 times. The closest I can give it, I give it a swing round or 2, but I always edged Canelo in that fight. So again, what we're looking at is something that's pleasing to the eye for a Mexican boxing fan. We're looking for someone to move forward. I will give Lara this. He got more headshots on Canelo that looked clean, and the rounds that I gave him, he landed the most clean headshots. But the movement, you're allowed to move a little bit to evade punches here once, maybe twice. When you move a 3rd time, go back and look at that fight. He didn't accomplish his game plan, because if it's an offensive game plan that he's trying to implement and he has to move 3 to 4 times without actually delivering any punches, I actually dock him for that. I dock you if you're not going to have anything effective, and your ring generalship has to include some offense with that too. I think Laura's biggest issue was that he underestimated what the crowd wanted and what the judge wanted. Because I love watching people that can evade punches. I love watching someone dictate where they're thrown and where they're landed. But Laura did not do that. There was a lane for him to win. All he would have to do, again, was maybe sit on his punches and actually engage with Canelo a little bit more so. It didn't happen. So I haven't even on one occasion given the fight to Laura, and I've watched it every which way. I've gone back and I've listened to YouTube channels tell me to go back and watch round 8, watch round 11, go back and watch round 12, and my opinion hasn't weighed more than one swing round.
Hey JP, can you share with us your experience at that fight with Canelo Plant? Because I'm going to after you, I'm going to tell my experience also on the Canelo versus Floyd fights. So just to compare the stark contrast on what boxing was like back in 2013 compared to boxing is like now in 2011. 2021.
It was it was the most expensive
2011,
ticket I've ever purchased.
Yeah, sorry.
It was most. We got $700 was the price for the room. It was like crazy expensive. We paid $600 per seat, and I expected to have a pretty good seat. Oh my God, it was terrible. This was so terrible. It was all the way. There was only I think 6 rows above us. We were in nosebleeds. The acoustics were decent. We could make out, noise from time to time whenever it would happen. I did not once on one occasion hear a connection from Caleb Plant to Canelo. That's how weak his punches were. That's how ineffective his offense was. Canelo, you would see how hard it was, and you would see Caleb Plant reacting to it. When I watched it, again, the acoustics were not as good as they would be on TV screen. So we gave 2 rounds Caleb Plant when I was watching it live. My wife gave 2 rounds. My neighbor gave him 2 rounds, and the guy above me, who I like to make friends with the people around so we could score together, gave him only 1 round, and that we didn't do it. When I went back and watched it, my little brother recorded it from my home. My mom and dad were watching my daughter at home, and my little brother. I gave Caleb Plant 3 rounds, but at the arena, it didn't feel like he had any decisive rounds. Even on one occasion, I think it was round 7, I can't remember which it was, those punches that you were watching on TV, you could not hear them in the arena. They were not hard, and they just wasn't decisive. So every round that he won was a swing round. Canelo was very different. Caleb Plant talked about how Canelo wasn't hitting him very hard at the beginning. He was giving him an opportunity to get into this fight. Well, that's not what he was doing. Per se, what he was doing was giving himself an opportunity to find those ins, to set traps. He was setting traps, and it was very, very obvious from where we were that he was setting traps. He was allowing Caleb to feel comfortable. In the last round, that body shot that he landed, nobody talks about body shot, but go back and look at the last round, round 11. Within the first few seconds of the round, he was hit with a hook to the body. That instantly changed the fight. Everybody knew. The moment that happened, everybody stood up. And that's not something that was visible from TV. It was visible because Caleb Plant was actually facing me at the time. He cracked him and everything from body. Your mechanic.
Where's he gone?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh my God, he's gone, man. I was enjoying that as well. I was enjoying I was enjoying him giving his take. But I want to ask. Hopefully JP will be back. Hopefully JP will be back. I think his connection. I think he'll be back. Burning Desire asked a question. Do you guys feel Canelo ducked GGG for years and waited for him to be at the end of his prime? Good question. Good question. What do you guys think, Lil Penny?
Ash, you go first.
Ash, go on.
Don't be shy, Lil Penny.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll start. Yeah, I think Canelo did duck him like maybe for 12 months, because I remember when that fight was supposed to happen, it's supposed to be a year before. But when Canelo finally got Triple G, I don't think he was shot. I think he was still in his prime. I think people are just nitpicking, like, a lot of these Canelo haters, they like to nitpick his resume. I don't know. I'm not saying Burning Desire hates Canelo. I'm sure Burning Desire, because Burning Desire knows his boxing. I'm sure he respects Canelo quite a lot. But he has a point though. I do
Burning
remember
Desire is
him.
my dude, man. He's my dude. I've
Yeah,
known him
yeah,
for years. We
yeah.
go
He
back
knows
and
his
forth
boxing.
about Khan-Brook and stuff. He's my dude.
Yeah, but I do remember people wanting that fight with Canelo 12 months before, not 12 months after. But once Canelo got him, I don't think GG was shot. In fact, he probably won that first fight, right, Ash?
Yeah, I agree with that. For me, I think you know what it is. I said before when we started the stream, I was speaking to him, man. Every fighter is gonna have a lesser fight. Like I know, I'm not comparing it to the Triple G because it was a lesser fight. What I'm saying is, at the time when Triple G was wanting the fight and he gave up the belt, didn't he? He wasn't ready for Triple G, and which is a fact. And but we got to remember, like you said, he didn't fight him when he was over the hill, so we got to give him the credit. He still fought him, and yeah, Triple G won the first fight for me anyway. But I would say he avoided him for a bit because he wasn't ready for him. And because you got to remember, people don't know these things. Every different fighter has his own challenge, and Triple G is his own challenge, and what he brings to the table, not many fighters do. So you got to be ready for that. And the Canelo find out in the first fight that whoa, this guy is a bit of an animal. I gotta change my ways a bit to kind of beat him. I can't just go through the fight and slowly pick my way through. So it's because Triple G is a guy who's going to be who will be in the Hall of Fame. Talking about Hall of Fame, so it's
Oh yeah,
difficult to
without
beat it.
question. That's not even he should
Yeah,
definitely be in the Hall of Fame.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, them going back to that, when we talk about Hall of Fame. See, straight away, no one can argue that Triple G should be in the Hall of Fame.
But the thing is, Ash, if we're
Look
talking
at his
about
record.
resume, then
Yeah, but
Triple
look,
G don't have a great
yeah,
resume.
but Imran, what you got to remember is he had middleweight division on lockdown. He was
Yeah, he
knocking
did. He did
everyone
have
out.
it
It
on
wasn't that
lockdown. He
he
did.
was avoiding. It wasn't that he was avoiding A, B, and fighting D and C and E. He was fighting everyone. No one wanted to fight him. So this is why we have to rate him. When you
Yeah,
got guys that are in the divisions and like Tank and they're avoiding guys and fighting guys, Tank should, if he was that good, he should have fought Lomachenko 2 years ago when he was avoiding him.
yeah, yeah,
And you saying
yeah,
Mayweather saying, "Oh, we're not ready, and we're going to fight. It's got a long time to go yet." But what he's saying is that we're not ready for him. The same thing as Canelo. Canelo didn't say them words, but in them he just waited 6 to whatever it was because he wasn't ready, and
Mm.
he did duck him. But we can't call it a duck because within the year he still fought him, so you can't call that a duck, in my opinion.
Yeah, Ash, Triple G's resume is pretty good. It's got Canelo there and
No, but there you go. Go on then. Name me
Danny
5 guys
Jacobs,
three guys that you would say that's a good win, that's a brilliant win, that's a brilliant win.
Lemieux.
Nah, come on, little Penny. Lemieux, he's not been seen since after what Triple G did to him, beat the shit out of him. He's lost every fight after that. I think who's Lemieux beat?
Yeah.
You know what I
He's
mean?
finished. He's got a fight coming up though against David Benavidez.
Lemieux,
Yeah,
he's a gatekeeper now, isn't he, Imran?
Yeah,
he is.
yes.
Yeah, he is.
Like Linares at 135.
So this is going back to
I would
Canelo.
say Linares was better than Lemieux though.
Yeah,
Like
I
when
agree with that.
Linares was in his prime,
Yeah,
Linares
100%.
was a good fighter. I never rated Lemieux. He was quite one-dimensional, just a big banger.
Yeah,
But he couldn't really box. Really, he was very slow. Look, Billy Joe schooled Lemieux.
yeah.
Yeah.
He schooled Lemieux. So I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Lemieux, to be honest with you. I think he did all right.
What
But
it is, you
go
got
on.
to take in kind of resume, yes, because if you go in there with taxi drivers and bus drivers, you're gonna most likely knock them out. So the point, people take too much. What people is, you got to balance it. What it is, you got to look at, like for example, Canelo's got a really good resume. You can name 3, 4 top fighters, but when you go to Triple G, you can't do that. But
Yeah,
everyone agrees that Triple G is a Hall of Famer. So what you got to remember in Triple G's case is that where did he fight? 160. Okay, who did he fight? He fought everyone. Who did he be everyone? You know what I mean? So, and then you got to take into the political game because look, that loss that he had to Canelo, if if politics are not in there, maybe that's not even a loss. So his resume looks better. So it's a lot of things go into the boxing game. It's not just the guy's fighting, he beat him. He's got to look at a lot of things, a lot of moving objects, and then at the end of that, you got the politics to top it off. So if you're from Kazakhstan or you're from here or you're from there, you're not going to get the rub of the green a lot of the times if you're not the cash cow. So
yeah.
you got to take that into consideration as well. like Canelo and Mayweather, maybe even Pacquiao in some places, arguably have lost fights, but they've been given the fight because they're the main guys. They got, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of politics as well. You got to think of it as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Brotherhood
Ash.
makes another point. This is for you, little Penny.
Yep.
You need to answer. The Brotherhood's on fire today. He goes, why Canelo willing to move down to fight Spence, but not Charlo?
I think that was because at that time, I do remember this. It's because at that time Spence was on fire himself. I think that would have done a better buys on pay-per-view rather than fighting Charlo. But look, I don't think Canelo is not wanting to fight Charlo. I think if Charlo goes to 175 or 168, I think Canelo will fight him. And I don't think once again that's and the Brotherhood I do respect him as well, but that's a little bit of a nitpicking there. I don't think people wouldn't mind if at that time if Canelo fought Spence say at 162 and didn't fight Charlo, because that's a big fight at that time. Canelo Spence, my God, that would do over 1 million pay-per-view buys.
Yeah. So do you think Canelo would be Canelo? Like I don't know about that Charlo fight. I'm not really interested in that fight. I'd rather see the Andrade fight if I want to. I don't think Charlo deserves that fight. I think Andrade deserves that more than him, to be honest. I think Charlo's ducking Andrade as well.
Yeah.
Don't you think? Ash, little Penny?
But what is you got to think, these guys at this division are not doing anything. Like, you got to pull up some threes as well. So then people are going to get behind you and say, well, hold on, you need to fight this guy. You need to fight this guy. Forget that guy. You need to fight this guy. But these guys are just standing around, just shouting it from the window. Canelo, fight me! Canelo, fight me! Canelo's not fighting me. Well, same as Khan-Brook. Khan-Brook was calling me a corner for so many years, but if he went and did what we spoke about and become a, unified champion, and then everyone started saying, "Hold on, Amir, you need to fight this guy now. This guy is calling you out from your ends. He's a double champion. You need to fight him." But he kept giving Amir Khan excuses, find little level guys, and and then that's why that fight got pushed on till it is now. So what it is these guys that are talking Canelo this year coming now, they need to take the finger out of the arse here and need to fight guys and make their resume bigger and get people behind them to even say, hold on, you need to fight him now. And then
Yeah.
that way the pressure will come. And then Canelo will, if he doesn't take the fight, then you can say, right now they're not doing anything. They're just holding bags captive. Andrade, it's your opinion, man, but I don't rate him. I don't like his style, the way he fights, and I find him a bit boring. And that's that. And he's trying to say, Canelo, fight me. And what have you done? Look, Canelo's done a lot, man. He went and fought the pound for pound king at the time, and he was the kid, and he stepped up and fought him, and and took a loss, and then he's gone and fought guys and Cottos and these guys that are very Hall of Fame guys are known to the fan base. That's how he got his name. That's how people know who Canelo is. He wasn't just come from Mexico and started fighting taxi drivers and got the backing of the whole Mexico and everyone's watching him. He still is fighting top opposition. And you guys are not doing that. I can't remember Andrade or forget even Charlo. Who these guys fighting? Who they're beating? You know what I mean? These guys you're talking in the comments saying, "Oh, he's ducking this and he's ducking this." All you guys that you're naming, the Tank Davis, you guys, they're not fighting anybody. They're fighting and getting money. That's what they're doing. They're not fighting a challenge. Now, Tank Davis is fighting little guys. You should have fought Lomachenko, like I said a couple of years back. Go fight the other guy, that black guy at that weight. What's his name? The one that Lomachenko beat. What's his name, Imran?
Comey.
No, not Comey. Not the guy that Lomachenko beat ages ago.
Gary Russell.
That's it. Go fight Gary Russell. Go fight someone like that and say, look, this is what I beat. Then people are gonna think, okay, hold on, he's pound for pound. We say Errol Spence is not about pound. Maybe he's not pound for pound because he's not moved weights. But look at his opposition. He's doing what Triple G was doing, fighting everyone in his division. Doesn't matter if he's had 2 years off or he's had an accident or his eyes been busted up. He's come back and fought. He's fighting you guys. So you can't say nothing about him. That's the point I'm making.
True.
So look at
Ash.
Yeah.
Ash, I reckon Tank will eventually fight Loma, but he'll fight Loma when Loma is completely shot. I think
that's no point. No good, isn't it? That's not good. Even now, you fought Loma. A bit of the cherry's already gone off the cake. If he beat Loma tomorrow, I wouldn't say, "Oh wow," because it's already been done. Teofimo's already beat him. That was the time to fight Lomachenko and beat him and then become the star and say, at least now we could sit here and say, Tanks beat Loma. And I could say, oh, hold on, okay, fair enough. But he hasn't fought no one on that level, no near that level.
Yeah, I think like the mentality of say Errol Spence and Manny Pacquiao is completely different to mentality of Floyd, who's now running Tank's career, where they're like managing Tank's career, same as what Floyd Mayweather used to do in his career at 140 to 154. And I think because a lot of boxing fans are quite knowledgeable, like in boxing that we don't have a lot of casual fans, but we've got a lot of knowledgeable fans that know boxing history, and because of that they kind of have deciphered like Mayweather's strategy, even though everyone knows Mayweather's a great fighter, most talented fighter in our generation.
What is there, Penny? Mayweather now, you're right. He wants to put people in boxing seats and build Tank as a star. Which you know what that's what his plan is. It's not to build Tank as a really top fighter in the fighting world. If you get what I mean, if that makes sense. But to the casual fans, he's a superstar. But if you break it down, he's fought no one. You with me? Not saying no one, but literally the way he's saying, the way people are bigging him up at Tank this, Tank that, he's this and that, the way they're talking about him, he's literally fought no one though. They're talking like he's 10 out of 10, but there's only 4 guys like level 5. He's not even got to that level, and he's not, what's the word? Willing to be great. He's not done that. If he was willing to be great, he said to me, hold on, I'm willing to be great. I know you hear that, but I want to fight Lomachenko now. That's when you can say, hold on, this guy was willing to be great. He's a great fighter. He's got to be Hall of Fame. No one beat Lomachenko. Look what Lomachenko's doing. And Tank Davies come up and look where he knocked him out or whatever. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to be great. It's all about the money. So don't talk about Canelo. Don't talk about Canelo and say, oh, Canelo's doing this and if Canelo's ducking this. Don't do that unless your man's there are doing the same thing as Canelo, if that makes sense. If your man's are fighting champions back to back and they're moving weights, fighting guys that are notable guys that people know about, and then people are avoiding your man, then we can say, okay, hold on, you can say what you want to say about Canelo. But no fighter, in my opinion, in the boxing game can say anything about him because what he's doing in boxing, none of them are doing.
Yeah, I agree.
Desire says that Josh Taylor would beat Tank. Would you agree?
Good fight. At 140, good fight.
140. What do you think, Little Penny, Ash?
Go on, let Penny go.
Yeah, that's a great fight, that one. Man, Josh Josh will be really big in that fight. Big as in when he rehydrates too. Yeah, that's a good fight, that one. That's because Tank is really a lightweight. He's not a super lightweight.
You like Tank, don't you, Little Penny? I think you like Tank. You're a fan of his.
I like Tank as well.
You go, Ash.
What I was going to say was I like Tank as well, but I think Tank beats Josh Taylor because I don't really rate Josh Taylor that highly, in my opinion anyway. I just think he's a basic fighter, and the way Tank fights, he's got a bit more skill than him, and he sets his things up. So that's the way he sets up stuff. I think if he can make that weight, if that fight would get made, I fancy Tank to beat him.
Yeah, Ash, I think what I agree with you. I'm actually slightly favoring Tank Davis, but I think what Josh Taylor needs to do, because this is probably, if that fight happens, it will be the biggest fight of his career, and it will set up his legacy in the long term. He'd have to bring it in that fight. Like, he has to put everything in that fight. Like, forget about the future. Kind of like fight the Margarito Miguel Cotto 1 fight, where Margarito brought everything but the kitchen sink in that fight. Like, fight like that where he's just mauling him, and you know what I mean? Ash, did you remember that fight, that Margarito Cotto fight?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but Josh Taylor can't fight like that. I don't think anyway, unless you think he can. I can't. If you're saying you want him to fight like the guy that fought last, Tank fought last, who gave him a bit of trouble when he's closing down, I can't see Josh Taylor fighting like that. Josh Taylor, the type of guy who throws straight punches, and he's high activity, and he just straight punches and a lot of punches at you, and but he's not much head movement. And Tank Davis, I think he's got enough power, and we'll find him if that fight was made, and we'll stop him. That's my opinion.
You know what, guys? I think, and this might sound ridiculous, and some people might give me stick for this. I personally think that Tank could be as big. If Tank starts fighting legit opposition, he could be as big as Canelo. Literally, he's got a really exciting style. He's likable. He's got a big fan base. Tank is big, on social media.
I
Like
agree.
he's
I, I agree.
he could probably be big as Canelo, but he's fighting stiffs. I won't want to call Cruz a stiff because Cruz was actually a good fighter, but he's
Yeah,
not fighting the guys we want to see him fight. He's not. Imagine Gervonta v Ryan Garcia, the pay-per-view buys on that.
Yeah, Imran, I don't know if he can be as big as Canelo. Like, for example, he doesn't, even though Tank has got a lot of fan base, and he's got one at Baltimore and Atlanta, and his client base, his fan base is more in the African American community, and he's respected amongst the boxing community as well. But Canelo, man, you can't beat that Mexican fan base, man. That's like that. He has a whole country behind him. Whereas,
no, but think about it. Here's the thing, little Penny. Mayweather was bigger than Canelo. Was he not?
yeah, but the thing is, he had Pacquiao there. Like, whereas Canelo doesn't. Whereas Tank Davis or even Canelo, he doesn't have that.
Yeah, but
You don't think Ryan Garcia is big? Ryan Garcia is massive, little Penny. He's huge.
But not in the pay-per-view numbers, though. Those are like some of the half of those of his followers are women.
Wait, I was going to say.
I get what you're saying, but didn't we say the same about Jake Paul? Isn't he doing like millions of pay-per-view buys?
But that's an eventing, man. It's not a boxing fight, isn't it?
No, but what I mean is Gervonta and Ryan are proper fighters, man. Obviously, Jake Paul's like, I get that.
I hear what you're saying. The only thing,
proper fighter, and Gervonta, these are proper fighters.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, what Elite Penny's trying to say is that when to be a big fight, a lot of Mayweather and when Pacquiao fought, there were casual fans involved because that took it to be where it was massive, went to extraordinary. But what I'm saying is, it got massive because of all the boxing fans, and then it got extraordinarily massive because of all the casuals got involved. What he's saying is, no, I don't think a lot of boxing fans are gonna run to watch that Ryan Garcia guy against Tank.
Yeah.
If you compare that to Lomachenko. Now, if you
Ray's in the house. He's in the side chat. Ray, Ryan Garcia v Gervonta Davis. How big a fight is that? If that was to happen, how big a fight is that? I think that's a monster fight. Personally, I don't know. I might be wrong.
But yeah, but what we're trying to say is that I agree with you as a big fight, but it's a meaningless fight because Ryan Garcia is a nobody. What I'm trying to say is if it got to a big fight and pay-per-views to go with it, because normally a big fight will always have big pay-per-views. So for it to be a big fight in the boxing world, it would be something like Lewis, Tyson, Manny Pacquiao, Mayweather. And in these days, like we're talking, if he stepped up now and fought Lomachenko next, that's a massive fight. And then you would say, yes, the pay-per-views will be big, but not as big as, say, Ryan Garcia, for example, because he's got Mexico. But what you got to remember is how much is he known in Mexico? Because how many fights he's had? He's just newly known, isn't it? Yeah, he'll bring the YouTube stars, YouTube people that watch him, but it's not the same thing then, Imran. It's not the same crowd. You know what I'm trying to say?
Ash, I reckon Ryan Garcia potentially can be a bigger star than Tank because
I was just gonna ask you that, Little Penny. I was just gonna ask you that.
Yeah, because
that Ryan Garcia is American Mexican, isn't he?
I don't know about that because he can't even speak Espanol.
Isn't he not got isn't he Mexican?
I don't know. Because he can't speak.
I'm sure he's Mexican.
He lives in California, doesn't he?
No, I'm saying American Mexican, like De La Hoya.
I'm not sure, man. To be honest, I don't know much about him.
Sure, man.
Because Ryan Garcia has a more wider appeal, if he fights better opposition and he beats them, I think he has the potential to even bigger star than Tank Davis because of his wider audience base.
Yeah, but he won't. I don't see how he's a good fighter. I don't see him. When you see Tank fight, you see Canelo, you see some of the guys like that. Then you can tell this guy is something special. Look, I may be wrong, but I can't see nothing special in Ryan Garcia. Yeah, he's got the following, but you got to have that in the ring as well. It's like Manny Pacquiao. He did it in the ring. That's why he had the following. So that's why you have a following. Canelo does it in the ring. This guy was talking up Tank, and next to me now, I don't know if it's true or if he wasn't. Something will happen to him, and he disappeared for so many months when it started to become real. So we don't know, what's going on with him.
A fight with he was supposed to have a fight, Ryan Garcia, and then he just disappeared.
Yeah, this is what I'm
Ryan
saying.
Garcia was supposed to, not with Tank, it was somebody else. It was
Javier Fortuna.
yeah, Javier Fortuna, and then he just
That's
did.
after.
I remember that, but that was very disappointing. And now they're talking about him coming back. I don't know what's going on, Little Penny, with Ryan Garcia's career. I don't know what's going on. He beat Luke Campbell and he just disappeared.
Yeah, but just to follow up on what Ash is saying,
Yeah,
I do see something in Ryan because he's got the speed, he's got the arm length as well. The only thing I don't like about Ryan is he puts his chin up all the time. He exposes it a little bit. That's probably something that he probably needs to improve on.
What?
But you guys,
What I was trying to say was, when Amir Khan first came on the scene when he was young, and that when you talk about speed, Amir Khan is all about speed. But when he used to fight, we should kind of see, this guy looks fucking like he's special, man. He's gonna do something. Like, you can just tell when you just look at a fighter just from the eye test. But me looking at Ryan Garcia, I don't know, man.
I
You know what I'm saying?
I do hear that.
If that makes sense.
Little Penny, do you think Ryan Garcia is as good as Amir Khan?
No way.
No, I don't. Because the thing is, yeah,
I
don't.
Can he develop? Like, listen, he's got Canelo, right? He's got Canelo in his camp. He's got Eddie Reynoso. But they're saying that he doesn't put in the work. They're saying he's not dedicated.
Yeah.
Just want to add one thing, Imran. Amir Khan could have been undisputed at 140 if Tim Bradley grew some balls. I seen a video, right? It's an old video years ago. I've never seen it. And he's at a weigh-in, and Tim Bradley's at a weigh-in, and Amir Khan says to his face, "Grow some fucking balls. Grow some balls and let's fight."
I remember that.
Have you remember watching that one? So you guys remember Amir Khan was a killer at 140. He battered everyone at 140. So just put a bit of respect on his name. Just saying at 140, he was the man.
Yeah, I think Garcia's thing. I think a lot of people said no way. Amir Khan was better, really good. Garcia's a bigger fraud than Khan.
Amir Khan had the biggest balls. He had the biggest balls at 140 to go to Washington DC when no one's fought.
Yeah. That was
a unified champion. Yeah, into there and to fight my man in his own backyard when he to shows what kind of fighter he is.
But you know what? Victor Torres is right though. Victor Torres, you're talking about Amir Khan. That's been around for way longer than Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia's career is just starting. Yeah, we got to give Ryan Garcia some time.
Yeah. Also, guys, Ryan Garcia beat Devin Haney in the amateurs, so he's got talent.
Yeah. That's a good win. That is. If he
can beat
Devin Haney as a pro.
I'm not being funny, but when you talk about Ryan Garcia, I always compare him to like guys like Jake Paul. Jake Paul's got talent. Jake Paul can fight. It's not that he hasn't. But would you say he would go and be a proper fighter?
No, but here's the thing, Ash. Ryan Garcia's got a deep amateur background.
Okay.
Like, he's been boxing for a long time since he was a young kid. Like, Ryan Garcia is good. He just beat Luke Campbell, Ash. And Luke Campbell can fight. We know in the UK that Luke Campbell's not a bad fighter.
Yeah,
it's not a bad fighter, no.
Didn't Luke Campbell win a gold medal for Britain?
Yeah, he did. But he was more of an amateur fighter. He was an amateur fighter, like he didn't quite. I feel like he had something missing in the pro ranks,
What I'm trying to point out is that you said he's got a big following. What I'm saying is he's got the same platform as Canelo, right? He's got everything, the team, the background, and all the support. Just say but he'll never be as good as him because I can see with the eye test, regardless of the backing he's got, he's not that good. That's what I'm trying to say. In my opinion, he's not that good. When he comes against,
So what are you saying then?
The point is
that Ryan Garcia is going to be like Broner.
No. What I'm saying is, if he were, and he can have a couple of fights, but when he went for say Tank Davis now, maybe his fan base is not as big as Ryan Garcia's, because that's what you're saying would be a massive fight. But he would lose to Tank Garcia. Tank would beat him, and then what I'm saying is he won't be a star like Oscar. Oscar was a star because he used to beat these guys.
He's a great fighter.
Yeah, he's a great fighter. He used to beat these guys, and then all that backing come with it, and that's why he was a big star. That's why he was a superstar. He's got all that, but he's not as good, in my opinion. That you can have all the backing, but you can have the car and everything, but if you can't drive it, then you're not good, are you?
Yeah, good.
One little penny here. This is one for you. the Brotherhood said Gamboa is a gold medalist too. Is that a knock on Gamboa? Because Gamboa was a monster. Gamboa
He
was a
was.
great fighter. Little Penny.
Yeah. And
Gamboa
also,
was Gamboa was
and,
a great fighter. What do you think, Little Penny?
and also Gamboa moved up in weight to fight
Yeah.
Bud Crawford at 135. Man,
Yeah.
that's balls, man. That's like Amir Khan fighting Canelo at 155. So, yeah, man, I like Gamboa because he was an offensive fighter, and as a Cuban, usually that's unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
What
yeah,
it is, you
he
gotta look at.
he got Bud really in trouble there.
Yeah, he did. He did. He hurt him
rocked him
badly.
hard. And
Yeah,
I
he
think
hurt him, man, badly.
if that fight was at 130, I reckon Gamboa would have finished him.
Yeah,
I'll give an
possibly.
example here, man. I'll give an example. Like Amir Khan, right? I know we were talking about Khan. Just say Amir Khan is a really good fighter. I wouldn't say elite, but I would say world class fighter, right?
Yeah.
But if no one knew, if people didn't know what his prime is and where he was and what's going on, and started watching him say from last year or from say a few years back when he fought Sam Vargas and that, you think the guy's shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because what you got to remember is now going back to what you're saying, like Gamboa, you got to go watch him in his prime at
Yeah,
his optimum
exactly.
weight, and then say, okay, you guys are looking at him fighting not his weight. Oh, when he's older, not the same guy after whatever, and then saying, oh, he's crap, but he was gold medalist. But yes, he's a gold medalist. But go look at him when he was fighting in his prime and fighting at his weight, and then try say if he isn't. You know what I'm trying to say?
Gamboa was a monster, Ash. He was
There's
a
a lot of
great
these fighters
fighter.
they stay around too long in it. Or some of them
Yeah,
what
yeah,
it is,
yeah.
or some of them what it is they don't get enough money, so they have to
Yeah.
take these big challenges and be the B side and then whatever just to get that money because they ain't got long left. So
You know what? I almost felt sad for Gamboa. You know, when I saw him against Davis and I saw him against Haney,
yeah, they
that
just
was a
beat him up.
horrible sight, Little Penny.
Yeah,
That's never great to watch, man.
Yeah, he's a gatekeeper now, really.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
not good. I wouldn't want good fighters to go out like that. It's just upsetting. You know, it's just upsetting. I wanna put this question to Ash. Burning Desire's got a question, which I want to put to you. Burning Desire says, oh, where's it gone? He said, how would have Amir Khan done if he fought Porter, Spence, Thurman, Brook in his prime at 30 when he
How would
moved
he have
into
done
the
at
welterweight
30
division?
with Brook? Who did he say?
He said, how would he have done against Porter, Spence, Thurman, and Brook if he had moved into his prime?
Okay, so that's about 4 fighters. So let me.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
Porter, Spence, Thurman, and Brook.
yeah.
Okay, so when he was in his 30s, where was them guys? Can someone tell
So
me?
just say if he was in his prime, just say Amir Khan at 26 or 27, right?
And they were fighting at the same weight, all of them at the same time.
Yeah. And
Okay,
they were in their prime.
hypothetically, you're telling me, yeah, Imran?
Yeah, hypothetically, yeah.
I think okay. So hypothetically, I think these guys are tough. All problems for him
Yeah.
because and all differently because Porter is a guy that Amir doesn't like pressure, so he would have given him problems. So I think that was a very tough fight. Spence, same kind of thing, but he's more educated. He's got power, big guy, good jab, good left hand. So that's a problem. Thurman in his prime, a problem. Power, can box, can move a bit as well. I would fancy out of all of them. I think Thurman would be I would give Amir Khan the most. Thurman and Brook. I would give Amir Khan most chance of winning because I don't think he would have been able to keep Porter and Spence off him.
Ash. I would actually say that I think Thurman and Spence beat him, but I think Brook and Porter are fights that he could have won.
Yeah,
okay, hold on. You know what it was, man? I was thinking of Porter as he fights now. If you're gonna go back to when he fought Brook, then Amir Khan would beat that Porter.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point as well. Because Porter really developed after he fought Brook. He got better.
Much better. The way the Porter that fought Crawford and fought Spence, that Porter I think beats Amir Khan because in my opinion, because we can go into deep end, but just to keep it short, I think he would have beat him. But Spence, as we agree, Thurman, I think Amir Khan, I think it's a 50-50. I think because Amir Khan, I think could have maybe avoided Thurman. Thurman is not really that skillful, is he? Like, you know what I mean?
I don't know what you think, Little Penny, but I just think Thurman's power might have been like Thurman's a good boxer as well. and his power
Yeah.
was devastating, man.
Yeah, man,
I
I
don't
agree.
know how Amir would have taken his power.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with you.
Madonna,
I think
but hey,
I
man,
think
Madonna, he took Madonna's licks that at the same time.
Yeah,
So
I know that. Yeah, fair point, fair point. And Thurman does have a weakness to the body, but I don't know. I
mm.
just don't like that style matchup, man. I think Thurman's very dangerous.
yeah,
in
but
them
Khan
four,
doesn't go to the body that often though.
in them
Yeah,
four,
exactly. Yeah. I don't know, Little Penny. What do you think?
Yeah, Imran, I agree with you. Like when you said that he might beat Brook and Porter, but not Spence and Thurman. I agree with that. I was just about to say that, and you beat me to the punch. But also, in Thurman's prime, dude, that guy was knocking everyone out. That's why
Yeah,
his
that guy
nickname
was a
was
monster,
Knife.
man. He was a monster.
Yeah.
He was a monster.
Spence, I don't know. I don't know if Amir Khan can handle Spence's
yeah, but
pressure.
what you gotta remember
I
is
think
though,
he would outbox Spence, but I think Spence would get to him in that
Yeah,
fight. Spence,
eventually.
like
Yeah,
as you say, he's too educated, he's
yeah,
too big, and he's too strong. Whereas Spence wouldn't give Amir Khan any space, and he'd bully him. And Spence ain't Porter. Spence is a lot more educated, as you say. So that's
you
a
know,
horrible fight.
with you know what? Put it this way: all them four guys on the night could be Amir Khan because they got stuff.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
they bring to the table, what they
Yeah,
bring to the table is everything Amir Khan doesn't look for.
exactly. Yeah.
So like even Brook didn't fight the best opposition, but he always had that
He's
good timing,
dangerous.
that jab.
Yeah.
And I rated Brook, man. In my opinion, I always rated Brook. I just was just very, very disappointed in the way he went about his career, man. Because his style is amazing, man. I love the way he fought. But it's just that he didn't step up his game. He should have, and he's just doing stupid stuff. He beat Sean Porter, and then he goes and gets himself stabbed, and then comes back and fights low opposition, which you expect because obviously he just come back from injury. Then he's not, you know what I mean? Just his career wasn't the best, but his timing, his power, he's a decent head movement, all right footwork. You know what I mean? He's a good fighter, and
Yeah.
in his prime, I think the 50-50 he could have knocked Amir Khan out as well.
I think the
Yeah.
elephant in the room is that Amir Khan Kell Brook fight in 2015 or even 2014. That would have been huge, especially in Britain, right? I mean, that would have done
that would
like
have been massive.
more than 1 million pay-per-view buys. That would probably be the best
Imran,
welterweight fight in British history, right?
Yeah,
At that
easy.
do you see the press conference? I'm sure you have, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see that? There were like 2 points I was going to say to you. Do you see when Dom was handing the phone over to Khan-Brook and saying, "Look at this, look at this"? Do you see that bit?
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
why did he do that?
He was saying to him, on there saying, "Don't let him get in your head. Don't let him say what he wants." But he didn't want to say it, so he showed him the phone, and then Khan-Brook kind of went like,
Yeah,
and what?
I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, and
because Dominic Ingle was covering the microphone,
yeah, and
and
did you realize, man, that Dominic Ingle wasn't really saying much? That normally he'd be really like on it and that, and like you see him in press
Yeah,
conference.
Dominic Ingle's a bit of a sly guy, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know
What I was going to
about
say was,
Dominic
Amir
Ingle.
Khan said in there, that was very interesting, was that he said, I want to give, Khan-Brook said, I want to give the fights to the fans. It's been a long time. Why did it took this long? And then Amir Khan said, oh, but they're getting it now, aren't they? I wanted to give you didn't want to fight at 147 or something like that. And then now they're getting it at 149. And then Khan-Brook's like, it's all you though, all these stipulations. The point I'm making was, Amir Khan, I find it a bit patronizing to the fans because he's saying, oh, they're getting it now. But we wanted it 5 years ago when you were much better.
Yeah.
Much better. And you're saying it like, oh, we're getting it, like, but you're getting paid as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I find it a bit patronizing, man. I didn't like that. I just wanted to make a point about that. What you thought of that, man? What you take from that? That we're getting in that.
To be honest, like there's a lot of fights in boxing that never happened. Like, to be honest with you, there's certain fights like Mayweather-Pacquiao. I wanted that 5 years way before. And to be honest, let's be honest, we got ripped off with that fight. Little Penny, I know you like Manny Pacquiao. We got ripped off with that fight because that fight they
100%.
conned us on that. That was a joke. That was a joke. And that
That
fight, and then Manny was injured as well, made it even worse.
Imran, not only that Pacquiao got injured in that fight, boxing also got injured in that fight.
Yeah, it did. Because Little Penny, I remember telling you this. When Mayweather fought Pacquiao, do you know how many casual fans were watching that? I'm saying there was girls, like I'm talking that don't even watch. Like I'm talking, those girly girls like that are not really into boxing at all. They don't really watch sport, right? They were
Yeah, I remember.
watching that fight. They were saying, I literally spoke to a few, and they were saying, we're getting up to watch that fight at 4 a.m. in the morning. Because at UK time, we're waking up 4 a.m., right?
Yeah.
And they were getting up for that.
Also, people don't probably forget how big that fight was. Las Vegas has an international airport called McCarran International Airport. There was so many by Friday afternoon and Friday night. There were so many private jets at McCarran International Airport that they had to close that airport for commercial flights. So all flights had to be redirected to Reno, Nevada. And then you have to catch a bus from Reno to get to Las Vegas because there were so many private jets parked on the tarmac, right? That's how big, that's never happened before in Las Vegas. You know what I mean? That's how big that fight was.
Yeah, man. I think I think that should have when do you think that should have happened, Little Penny, that fight?
Look, I think just to defend Pacquiao a little bit with the injections, I've been getting flu shots since I was probably since I was working, since I was 22 years old, because you get it for free at work. But I'm scared, even though I get it every year, I'm still scared of needles. Like I have to mentally prepare myself to get the needle. I can't I can't just say, all right, like randomly, like if someone just comes into my house randomly and say, okay, we're going to give you an injection. I can't do that because I have to be prepared like a day before just to get my head prepared. That's why I don't think that would have happened in 2010, but in 2009 from memory, but in 2011, Manny Pacquiao already agreed to all of Mayweather's demands, right? But the reason why that fight didn't happen in 2011 is because Mayweather changed the contract from being 50-50 to now he wants to give Manny Pacquiao a flat fee of 40 million and not get the benefit of the upside on the pay-per-view. So of course Pacquiao is going to decline now. Who wouldn't? But yeah, to be fair, that fight should have happened in 2010, 2011. But I still think till today, because I respect Mayweather that much, even though I'm a Manny Pacquiao fan, I still think at that time, in their prime, I still think Floyd would have won. I think it would have been a lot closer. Like it would have been like the Pacquiao Mayweather fight in 2015. I scored that that was more of a 9-3 in Mayweather's favor. Whereas if they fought in 2010 or 2011, it would have been more like 7-5, 8-4 fight. You know what I mean? In Mayweather's favor.
Do you honestly think Mayweather would have beaten that Pacquiao?
Yes, because also Floyd was also special in his own right. Like I think he would have been too quick for Manny. Even though Manny was fast, see, quick and fast are two different things. I still think that Floyd's quickness and evasion of punches, I still think that Floyd would have beaten that prime Manny still.
I don't know, man. I need to get Ray's in the house. Ray, you came at a good time. Ray's a Mayweather fan as well. Ray, does Mayweather beat the 2010 Manny Pacquiao? I don't know, man, because that Manny Pacquiao, as we know, he was a monster. I would have had to see it to believe it, because Manny Pacquiao was wrecking dudes at that point. I'm talking.
Which Mayweather?
The one in 2010, the one that Manny Pacquiao, when he fought Hatton, when he fought Cotto, Margarito, that Manny Pacquiao.
Mayweather would have beat any version of Pacquiao.
Really?
Yeah. I think I've said it before on here. It's the style Mayweather had. Mayweather had the best lead right hand going, and that's one of the best punches against the southpaw. And I just think that Pacquiao would have made that mistake time and time again. And I think the guys that he was knocking out weren't Mayweather's. They were fighters that were coming forward. Mayweather was the best defensive fighter, and a quicker version of Mayweather wouldn't have stopped Pacquiao, of course, but would have done more offensive damage. He would have won wide.
Right. I reckon Pacquiao had a better chance of beating Mayweather at 130 because at that time Floyd was more offensive. Like he really used his shoulder roll defense at that time. and because he was opening up more, and Pacquiao was like a huge punch at 130 because, yeah, at that weight, Pacquiao's power, like, I don't know if you saw that Pacquiao Morales 3 fight. I couldn't believe how he annihilated the great Eric Morales. I think at 130, Manny probably has a better chance of winning against Floyd. What do you think?
Is that because Floyd was a lot more aggressive then, wasn't he?
Yeah, true.
That was when he was pretty boy. He was a lot more. It could go either. Probably if he had the chance, that would have been his better chance. That's still what he would have had Floyd winning because Floyd was defensively better.
Yeah.
I just see Pacquiao being quite. I think Pacquiao's problem was once you figured him out, he became one-dimensional, and it became quite easy for people to pick him off.
Ash, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, you know what? As you know, I'm a massive Manny Pacquiao fan.
Yeah.
But I've always said, I've always fancied Manny. But after watching fights and sitting back and thinking about it, I agree with what Ray is saying. If you go look back at 2009 when he came back out of retirement and he wiped the floor with Marquez, it shows how good Mayweather was. Manny Pacquiao is a great fighter, fast and but he was always there to get picked on. And one thing people don't remember is that Manny Pacquiao is a smaller guy, and Mayweather was a big guy that way. His arms are, I don't know how long his arms are. And it's the same thing as people realize when they get in the ring with Crawford, and they realize, well, we can't get inside because the guy's so long. Same with Mayweather. When Manny Pacquiao got in there with him, you find out, well, when he started getting caught with him straight right hand straight away because he couldn't gauge the distance because Mayweather's got supreme footwork and his arms are long as well, and and he can know that to use them perfectly. And that's why.
Yeah, Ash,
that's why. Let me just say, that's why he would always beat him, because he's always going to be bigger than him, and he's always going to have them a bit more IQ than him, and that's why he would always beat him.
Yeah, Ash, I think that's the reason why Floyd has always been jealous of Manny Pacquiao, because he knows talent-wise and skill-wise, he's better than Pacquiao. But the thing is, because Manny's resume is better than Floyd's, he's kind of like, and he was fighter of the decade in the 2010s when both of them were really in their primes.
What is it, Penny? He's not.
Off a little bit?
I wouldn't say he's better in Manny Pacquiao in that way. He's better skilled. He's, if not same skilled, but he's a bigger guy. So when a guy that's same skilled as you, slightly better than you, and he's bigger than you, he's gonna beat you. Doesn't mean that he's, what I'm trying to say, if that makes sense. He's not way more better. If you wouldn't say, 10 times out of, if you put Mayweather in with Manny Pacquiao 10 times out of 10, I don't think 10 times out of 10 he'll beat him, because Manny Pacquiao is that good as well. But if you put him in like once or twice, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, Mayweather will come out the winner, because the skill levels there, but he's the bigger guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know what? We're making a lot of good points earlier on, Ray. Like, we were talking about a load of things. Like, we were talking about Canelo. Then we went on to Khan-Brook. And what do you want to talk about? I'll get you think of a topic.
Probably. I don't know whether you mentioned about Fury and the Fury White situation.
Oh yeah, we haven't. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. That's a disgrace, by the way. Ray, we've got to stop giving Fury this credit, man, because he's a good fighter. Don't get me wrong. His resume is terrible. Let's put it out there. He's fought 2 guys, Klitschko and Wilder, and now I always feel like Fury's never fighting the top guys. But like Joshua's doing all the legwork, and then he gets beaten, and everyone says he's crap, overrated, and a bodybuilder, and then Fury fights Wilder, one guy 3 times, and then fights he's not fighting anybody, man. Let's be honest. Fury his resume is not great. He's a great fighter. For me, the best heavyweight in the world, but let's be real, his resume is terrible.
Yeah, it is. And saying that though, I don't think Dillian White would have done much to add to that, because I think Dillian he would beat Dillian White in the same fashion that he beat Derek Chisora in the second fight. I just think that Tyson Fury, if he can worm his way out of a rematch or a title defense, he would, and that's what he does.
But Ray, why though? Why?
It's something you can go back to the Wilder fights. He tried to get himself out the Klitschko rematch. He tried to get himself out the Wilder rematch. He always does this, Tyson. He always does this.
Hey Ray, do you think Wilder now regrets him not taking that offer from Eddie Hearn when they offered him 120 million for 3 fights for the zone? So the first fight would have been any fight he wanted, which was a tune-up fight if he wanted that, and then the last 2 fights would have been against AJ, which would have been a very winnable fight for Wilder at that time.
And no, because the Tyson Fury fight would have been a very winnable fight in his eyes, because Tyson Fury was coming back from drug abuse and alcohol abuse.
Yeah, but 120 million, Ray?
But what you got to think of with Deontay Wilder is he's a warrior and he's about ego.
Yeah.
If he really wanted money, he would have took step aside money to not allow the rematch with Tyson Fury.
Yeah,
but
because Ray at that time, AJ was bigger than Fury, and AJ had all of the belts.
Yeah, AJ still had all the belts.
Yeah, but
LP,
he
thought Fury would be easier for him because of coming back from all the alcohol problems that he had. That's why he wanted that.
Leah Penny. He was cherry picking.
Exactly.
Yeah. Here's the other thing, Ray. Here's the other thing. Fury's not an all-time great. I'm sorry, he's not an all-time. With this resume, he's not. You can't beat 2 guys. One guy. I know people say Klitschko was a 10-year reigning champion, but Klitschko was old, man. He was past his prime. And Wilder, everybody says Wilder's useless. Everybody rips Wilder. So on those 2 wins, right?
Everyone rips him. No one fights him though, Imran.
Hey?
Everyone rips Wilder, but no one seemed to fight him until Fury came back.
I know. I rate Wilder very highly, but what I'm saying
Not
is
saying
majority
you do,
of the boxing public always ripping him. So the point I'm making is that who when we look at Fury's resume, he's got 2 guys. One was an old man, 39-year-old, 40-year-old, who Joshua beat in better fashion a year after, who probably was more motivated.
Hey man, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't
you do agree with that. You don't.
I don't agree with that. What you said that Joshua beat Klitschko better. No.
In the sense that in better fashion, don't you think he stopped?
No. If you go look at, in my opinion, anyway, my opinion is that Fury is resume. Okay, to a certain extent, I agree with you, but you gotta give him the credit because if you're ripping his resume that bad, but then he's come up and 10 levels and done that to Klitschko, who's the man. And he's beat him up, and in Germany, made him look like an idiot. Wouldn't even throw punches. Made him stop throwing punches. Yeah. And then you're saying that AJ done a better job. That's what I don't agree with.
Klitschko, I think the best way to say it, Imran, is that AJ went life and death with Klitschko, and Fury just played with him.
But the point I'm making is look at the other fighters that AJ's fought: Povetkin, Takam, Parker.
Doesn't matter.
He's fought Ruiz.
Doesn't matter.
He's fought.
No. It does matter because
Usyk.
Right. What I'm saying, why it doesn't matter is because Fury, I'm sure we all agree, will beat all them guys.
No, but
that's. But what I'm saying is, would AJ would have done that to Klitschko in Germany?
No.
And at that time,
I think he could have stopped him. Yeah, I think he could have stopped Klitschko.
Look, in my opinion, everyone has their own opinion. I think what Fury has done, he is a special heavyweight, regardless of his resume, because it goes back to he's only in heavyweight. He can't do what Canelo does and go down here and go up there. So he can only fight guys there. And to fight a guy that Deontay Wilder, who was avoided by everyone, Anthony Joshua's coming out with A, B, C, do this, and he's coming out back and forwards for I don't know how long that went on for. And the rest of the guys did not want to have anything to do with Deontay Wilder. Your man comes back after how many years? 20 stone, comes back and says, you know what? You guys don't want to fight him? I'll fight him. Fights him, and everyone's seen what he did to him. Then he's fought him. He didn't want to fight him for a third time, but Deontay Wilder wanted to put that in. He had to do it, so he had to. Now, Dillian Whyte, yes, I wanted to get educated on this. What's happening with Dillian Whyte? Because I was hearing a bit, but I don't know what's going on with that. But so back to what Imran's saying, I kind of don't agree. I do normally agree with a lot of what Imran says, but this point that he made here about Fury saying that with Klitschko, I don't agree with that. I think Fury, you got to give him some credit. Come on, Imran.
No, I give him credit, but I just don't. At this minute, I can't look at him as an all-time great. Like I
Okay,
can't.
I'm
He
just
hasn't
gonna
No,
got
put
the
it
yeah,
this way.
but
resume.
All I'm
no
gonna
one's
say is
calling
this.
Lennox
him that. No
Lewis.
one's calling him an all-time great.
No, no, we're not saying that. All I'm saying is this. Ray, do you agree with this? Fury's win in Germany is better than any winner they just had.
Well, yeah, I would. I would find it. I would find it very hard to argue against that because
Unless you
he
man
beat
can
the
give me a
man
fight.
who
Yeah,
beat the man. You
and
know, at the
easily,
time, Klitschko was unbeat. It was untouchable. No one was getting close to
easily.
Klitschko.
What Fury did to him
And
was embarrassed him in Germany.
yeah, he went to his back. Well, almost his backyard. That's where he was having all his
Yeah,
fights in Germany
yeah.
and did a number on him.
Done a proper number on him, made him look stupid. But I don't know, by the seventh or eighth or ninth round, I'm sure I was watching the fight. The guy wasn't even throwing any punches, Ray or Imran. He wasn't even throwing no punches.
Mm.
But
And
I do. But here's the thing, though. Ash. The rematch would have been different. Klitschko would have thrown more punches in the rematch. I
yeah,
just
look,
think.
Yeah,
I
but
reckon the
and this
Klitschko
is the
rematch.
point I was making.
mm,
Fury he did everything he could to worm himself out that rematch.
yeah.
Ray, do you think that rematch would have been more difficult for Fury?
Yeah, but he still would have won.
Yeah. I would have favored him to win, but I think it would have been more difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if Fury had to get off the canvas in that fight.
Thing is though, like going back to resumes, yeah, if you look at resume, we spoke about this earlier. Like, look, when we talk about Khan's resume, and you could talk about loads of guys. Look at one of the greatest fighters in the sport, Mayweather. Like Little Penny was saying, he's 5 or 6 guys he had. Like, you could say that were the proper top fighters. And look how many fights he's had. So resumes, you can't really look too much into them. You got to look at the people they fight, if they're at a good level, and how they dispose of them. And in the situation and how they were coming into that fight, what was happening in their life, because casual fans don't know these things. Sometimes a fighter's lost his parent or something, or someone lost this and he's coming to a fight, it's not the same, and you think, oh, he's not that good, he got beat, but you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. So you got to look at over the line,
No,
over the career.
I think you see that's where I see things differently, Ash. Because if you look at somebody who's got a great resume like Amir Khan, I wouldn't turn around and say he lost that fight or he lost that fight. For me, a resume is what they've achieved and who they've fought.
No, I didn't say that. What point I'm trying to make is that even the greatest fighters can only have a handful of real great names in the record. Like if you go to Mayweather, he's fought 50 and 0, isn't he? In 50 fights, you're telling me all them guys are great fighters?
No, I think it was
No,
almost
no,
six.
no.
So
But
what I'm saying is resume.
I mean, he fought. I mean, what is it like?
Yeah, but
14 or
how many
something
all-time
consecutive
greats did he
champions.
fight, Ash?
Who do you mean Mayweather?
Yeah, he fought so many
You asked me on the
all-time
top,
greats.
put me on the spot now, man. But okay. So Marquez is a one of the
Yeah,
all
I
the
think he's an all-time great. Yeah,
Okay, Manny Pacquiao.
yeah.
No, but Ash, but
Cotto.
that's
Okay,
yeah,
hold
but
on.
Ash, but some of those fights like the Pacquiao, that was 5 years too late. So I know Manny is an all-time great, but it also depends on when you fought him. Like you
Yeah,
can't,
but
like for example, when Canelo fought Kovalev, I can't count that. Even though
But then
Kovalev's an
you're dismissing, but then you're diminishing the greatness of the fighter, because you're saying now, if I fight Cotto when he's in his prime and he's so great, but then now he's 5 years over, he's not great anymore. He shouldn't be allowed in there. That it doesn't work like that, little Penny. You gotta remember, it's all from the start till the end of the career. That's what we say. We should always wait till they're finished, then talk about the career. Because people talk about Canelo saying, "Oh, he's this, is that," but he hasn't finished. So
But
if you're talking, yeah,
Ash, can I give you an example? There
go
was
on.
a show in the early 80s that HBO did with a very young Larry Merchant, and they were rating the best heavyweights of all time, and Rocky Marciano, even though he was 50-0 or 49-0, whatever his record was, they didn't include him on their list because Rocky Marciano fought like Joe Louis and Ezra Charles when they were all washed up, even though all of those guys that he fought, they were
Okay.
all-time greats beforehand. And that's the reason why they didn't include him on that list.
Yeah, but listen, but your point to that was it doesn't make sense in a way, because Manny Pacquiao still fought on and he beat Keith Thurman and he become a champion after that. So in that case, you can still count Manny Pacquiao
I
because
still think when Mayweather fought Pacquiao, he was still great.
yeah,
He was
but
still a
he
great
wasn't,
fighter.
because goes
I'm
back
not
to
in his prime.
Ray was saying. Mayweather would all what it was. A lot, even myself, I didn't realize this till the fight happened, and when I looked at it a bit more, looked at it a bit more harder, that Mayweather would have always beat Manny Pacquiao, and like I said before, because he was always
Yeah.
bigger than him, he was always longer, and he's the IQ and all that, and everything that goes into it.
He's more skilled than him as well, Ash.
Yeah.
He was skilled than him.
Well,
But Ash, I think it matters when you fought him too. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's
but then
why.
if you say that, if you're saying that, then you can say that how many fighters have fought prime fighters in the prime? Then I'll have to think hard about it.
You got to
You
be
maybe have
really
one
lucky.
or two then, or even one
Yeah,
or
you
one.
gotta be Yeah, Ash, that's why I think Manny Pacquiao was very fortunate to have fought Barrera, Morales, and Marquez, and guys like Bradley, because they were in their prime when he fought him. It's very hard for someone like Ali was another one who was very fortunate to have fought guys in their primes. You know what I mean, with Frazier and Foreman and Sonny Liston and those guys. It's like with Canelo, unfortunately, he doesn't have those all-time greats per se that we perceive to be in his prime. You know what I mean? He only really has Triple G, really, if you think about
Penny,
it.
I've got a question for Ray. I've got this question for Ray. Ray, I wanted to ask you, Lennox Lewis and Fury, who wins that fight?
Lewis.
Who's great? Listen, Lennox is greater than Fury. There's no, I don't think that. So as of right now, Fury hasn't done enough. If Fury beats Dillian White, Anthony Joshua, and Usyk, I might change my mind, right? But at this minute, I may change my mind. What do you think, Ray?
Lewis is the better fighter of the two.
Why would you say that? What do you think Lewis is better?
I mean, it goes without saying. I mean, Lewis was the last undisputed heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
Lewis was the better fighter. Lewis had the advantage of having dance partners, and Lewis beat them. He avenged losses. Fury, okay, he's unbeaten. His biggest test has been, apart from Klitschko, he's had Wilder. And I've said it before, if either AJ or Fury became undisputed, and then he may have an argument to Lewis. But if the two of them were to meet in a fantasy fight, I would be surprised if Lewis lost that fight.
Ray, he has to make it an ugly fight, like what he did to Klitschko. Like Fury has to make it a really boring and ugly fight for him to win against.
Yeah,
Lewis.
He can't do that to Lewis.
He's got to hit. He's got to hit and be on his toes against Lewis. But Lewis would always be dangerous. And don't forget, Fury's been on the floor from people that don't even hit as hard as what Lewis would hit.
Yeah, but you know one thing though with the Fury though, his mental game. Around that time, no one really had that kind of game to put people out of the game. So a lot of the time, Fury's mental game is one of the best, if not the best. So what he did to Klitschko, and imagine you don't know how would Lennox deal with that.
Well, I think Lennox has proven in his career that people have tried to get under his skin and people have failed.
Okay.
Lennox Lewis was also very, very, very psychologically and mentally strong. Lennox Lewis had a great ring IQ. He knew the ring inside out.
Right. Also, Fury has a better chin than Lennox Lewis.
No.
I think I would disagree with you strongly.
No, I would not.
Tyson Fury got put on the floor by a cruiserweight. He got put on the floor by John McDermott.
Cunningham put him down.
Cunningham as well.
That's what I said. A cruiserweight Cunningham, and then John McDermott, who's the English heavyweight.
He got up against Wilder knocked him down like, I don't know, God knows how many times, 4 or 5 times, and he got up. And Wilder is probably one of the greatest hitters in the
Hashim got floored from a cruiserweight. He got floored from John McDermott.
Yeah, but John
McDermott doesn't put people down.
That can happen. I don't know about that. But anyway, Fury's not a big puncher. How's he going to clean Lewis out?
I don't know how Fury's got a better chin than Lennox Lewis.
No, I don't think so either. You know what? He just got cleaned out by 2 big punches, man. Like that can happen to any heavyweight.
But do you think Hashim Rahman hits harder than Fury?
Yeah,
Yeah,
look, go
yeah.
watch that. Go watch that fight and go watch that punch that he landed on Lewis. You tell me Fury can throw a punch like that. This man
But,
threw
but
this
okay.
man. Look, man, those guys hit crazy.
But listen,
Rahman
though,
is a
man.
massive
But
guy.
one thing we do know, Deontay Wilder, they do say he's the heaviest hitting puncher, and one thing we do know is that Fury's been getting up from them his punches.
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm saying.
No, but
I'm
here's the
just, I'm
thing.
not.
Here's the thing. With Rahman and those guys and the Oliver
Mm,
McCall, he got hit with one big bomb that could have flattened anyone. And it was a miss. It was Lewis had a concentration issue. He got hit with a punch and he got flattened. But if you look at Lewis's career, Lewis fought a killer like David Tua. The
Mm.
David Tua was a killer. Look,
yeah, he was
go
a tough
watch
boy.
David Tua.
Yeah, I
Little
know
Penny,
about
you're
David
from
too.
that end. David Tua was a killer.
Mm.
And look, he
But
totally dominated him. Tua, like Little Penny, am I wrong? Was David Tua not a killer?
He was a killer, and I
And Lewis
convinced you.
dominated that guy. I'm
yeah,
saying
but
he
it was
beat the
Imran,
crap
but
out of
wasn't he
him.
much smaller than Lewis though? Lewis is a big guy, man.
No, but the point I'm making is that he was a big puncher, man. He was a big puncher. Let's not
Hmm.
forget he knocked out Mike Tyson as well, the biggest puncher of them all.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
was
but
years
Tyson
after his finish there.
You know, Mike Tyson was still dangerous.
Yeah,
And he beat
Yeah.
Evander
But
Holyfield.
But
Evander Holyfield
Imran Tyson was super washed by the time Lewis got him, like super washed. Like,
yeah, he was
I
gone.
get what you're saying, but there's the same thing with about Klitschko. He was
No, but
washed as
no.
well.
Klitschko wasn't that far gone, man. He was still
yeah,
beating everyone.
No, but here's the thing, Ash, and I don't know if you guys know this.
Go
You
on.
know when Klitschko fought Fury, right? You do know that Vitaly Klitschko 2 fights before told his brother to retire, right? After the Bryant Jennings fight. You do know that, right?
I'm sure Vitaly told him a few times before to retire as well.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So if his brother is telling him he needs to retire, right? He's
Yeah,
obviously seen slippage in him. That means Klitschko wasn't the same fight. Look at the Klitschko that fought David Haye. I know David Haye's a smaller guy, but look how
yeah.
sharp Klitschko was. Look at the jab, the movement, everything. Klitschko
But
was so
okay,
sharp in that
I'll
fight.
give example. Look, yeah. After Fury wiped the floor with him, yeah, he still went life and AJ went life and death with him. So
yeah,
Klitschko wasn't done. It's just what Fury made him. What
Yeah,
Fury did
yeah,
made him act like that in the ring.
yeah.
Because
The thing,
when he came to fight AJ, that was like, whoa, AJ was on the floor, he's about to lose, and
yeah.
he's surviving and whatnot. But everyone thought that's Klitschko in his prime again. But when he fought Fury just made him look like average guy. Like what I mean, what's special with this guy? So that shows how good Fury is.
Hmm.
Go on,
Hey,
Ray.
is
What
that
were you
Mackay
gonna
I
or
say?
is
was
that
just
Mike?
about to say exactly what Ash had said, that Klitschko in that fight against AJ, if he hadn't had that wrong tactic when he floored AJ, he would have won that fight.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, he looked flawless. He was moving like a middleweight.
If he stepped it up, if he jumped on him, Ray, at that time, the referee had to have stopped
Oh
it.
yeah. I
But
agree. Yeah, definitely.
he started using his experience, thinking, you know what, look, I'll use my experience, jab, and straight, I'll knock him out something later on. But what happened was, because AJ's young lad, and he got the second win, and obviously come back, fair play to him.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't come. He's not on. These guys are not on AJ's Fury's level. These guys aren't in here. Even Usyk. Usyk's a smaller guy. So like we compare Mayweather to Manny Pacquiao, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
Maybe okay. Fury's a bit sloppy. He's a bit, he's not as clean cut as Usyk when he's boxing, but he's a bigger guy. So
Hey,
Usyk
Ray.
can
Yeah.
Ray, if Fury beats AJ, Usyk, Dillian White, and puts that on his resume, is he better than Lennox Lewis in the British all-time heavyweight history?
Well, because he would have been unbeaten, and I think that would be the only difference. He'd be undisputed, he'd be undefeated. So probably resume-wise, yeah.
Yeah, I think so
Yeah.
too.
It'd be
But
hard
here's
to
the
argue
thing,
against that.
Ray. I don't see how Fury would beat Lennox, man. Lennox is a big puncher. He's a good boxer. I don't agree about him having.
Hang on, are you on about if they fought each other?
Yeah. No. I don't know about what Little Penny's saying, but I'm saying about if they fought each other, Lennox wins that fight all day for me. He's a
Yeah,
better, for me, as
yeah,
good a boxer as Fury.
I
He's got
said
a
that.
great jab. He's got a laser-like
I
right
said that
hand. He's a
earlier.
bigger puncher than Fury.
That if they fought each other, Lewis would win. But what Little Penny's saying is, if he beats AJ, right, and he beats Usyk, and then he beats Dillian White, does he have a better resume than Lewis? And I'm saying, he probably would do. In fact, he definitely would do.
I think it's questionable, Ray. I think it's questionable because Lewis fought better competition, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's not Tyson Fury's fault, is it?
No, it's not his fault.
If Tyson Fury becomes undisputed in the four belt era, hang on, man. If he comes undisputed in the four belt era, and he's beating everybody who's in front of him, what else can he do? He's cleaning up the heavyweight division. I'm not
saying he can't do any more, but it's a bit like saying well, then we could say, well, Muhammad Ali wasn't undefeated, but we could put Fury ahead of Muhammad Ali. What I mean is your competition that you fight that makes you great. So if the competition you're fighting isn't as great, then that doesn't mean he automatically goes ahead of Lewis, who was also the number one heavyweight in his time. Let's not forget, the undisputed heavyweight in his time, and he fought better men.
Yeah, but Imran, Lewis's competition when he fought him. Now the emphasis here is when. It wasn't like it stands out that much because Tyson was washed by the time he got him, and when Lewis fought Holyfield, he was washed too because Lewis's prime, Holyfield's prime was late 80s, early 90s or mid 90s.
Okay. Here's the thing though. Little Penny. Okay, was Klitschko at his best when Tyson Fury fought him? What do you think?
No, but as what Ash was saying, he wasn't completely washed because he wasn't.
No, he wasn't washed. But was he in his prime? That's what you're saying. Was he in his prime?
No.
Klitschko was beating everyone though.
He was beating lower.
Yeah, never
Ash,
lost.
he was beating lower level guys. He was beating guys.
No,
like
man, you can't say no. Hold on. Let me say something. You said Klitschko. You're saying that when Fury fought him, Klitschko was not the same guy. Yeah, but if you go back and look, every around there, he's beating everyone he's fighting. So that's all he can do.
Okay,
the thing is, he's beat a prime Deontay Wilder, right? Arguably 3 times. If he beats Joshua, he's beat a prime Joshua, and if he beats Usyk, he's beat a prime Usyk, who's been undisputed champion at cruiserweight. And if he beats Dillian White, he's beat a prime Dillian White. So what's your problem?
Ray, if again we're going on if that he's not doing it.
No, but that's not the question. No, the question was if he beats those characters, then is his resume better than Lewis?
But is Anthony Joshua in his prime right now?
Yeah, of course he is.
So if
you can't say Anthony Joshua's
weak, Usyk
beats Joshua again, would you say that's Joshua gone then, or would you say that he's still in his prime?
So you're telling me Joshua
will still be good. He just lost to a better guy and use it.
You're telling me Deontay Wilder is no longer in his prime?
No, but Deontay Wilder's lost to one guy. Now we know Joshua's not the same guy that fought Klitschko. He's not fighting the same way.
I wouldn't say Joshua's not in his prime.
But he's not mentally the same fighter. He's been affected by those losses, Ray. So is he this is what I'm saying. So Joshua's not the fighter he was. So Fury would be fighting a mentally weaker Joshua. Then what if Fury had fought Joshua after he fought Klitschko, then fair enough. Because Joshua was on a high at that point. But now, I reckon there's many guys that might beat Joshua at this point. We don't know where he is mentally.
Yeah, that's
we don't know where he
is,
Ray. Honestly, where is he at?
Right.
Like, look at his fights with Pulev.
Okay, I'll let you have that one. Fights. So if he beats Usyk, you can't say Usyk's not in his prime.
No, but this is what I mean. It's a big if, though, Ray. It's a big if at this point. Like Kiko Martinez beat Kid Galahad. He wasn't in his prime. Kiko's not in his prime, is he?
Kiko, no, he's not.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. And he flattened Galahad. So that's my point. Sometimes you can beat somebody even when you're not in it. What I'm saying is when people say, the point I'm trying to make is we're saying that he's not in his prime. Lewis fought Holyfield when he's not in his prime. What does determine prime? Do you know what I mean? Because
so in that case, what's the point of the question then?
No, because the point is that we were saying Lennox was, Lennox fought Holyfield when he was past his prime. Lennox fought Mike Tyson when he was past his prime. Lennox fought so and so part. But the point I'm trying to make is what determines when someone's in his prime. So why are we so for me, Holyfield is a better win than anything Tyson Fury's done, even if he beats all those guys.
Holyfield, the cruiserweight
Would you
guy, man.
agree? So is Fury got a better win than Holyfield?
Yeah.
On his resume.
Holyfield, the cruiserweight.
Oh,
If you look up when
actually one of the
Holyfield was in his
greatest
prime.
heavyweights of all time as well.
Yeah, but listen,
Holyfield's
when he was in his prime,
heavyweights of all
right?
time.
I don't know, but Imran, when he was in his prime, he was a cruiserweight. When he was the man, and then he came up and he done some all that bits at heavyweight.
Okay, what about
He was
Usyk
still
then?
in his
Isn't
prime
he a
when he went to
cruiserweight?
heavyweight.
Yeah, but who did he beat heavyweight that was say that he's so good that he's,
I think
He beat
Holyfield
Mike
was a bit
Tyson.
overrated at heavyweight.
What was that, Mackay?
I think Holyfield was a little bit overrated at heavyweight.
But Mackay, don't
That's
you
what I
think
mean.
Fury's overrated?
He was mainly
Oh yeah,
that
Imran, I think Fury's a bit overrated as well. You know, people overrated him a lot over his wins against Wilder, who he himself called a hype job. You know, Wilder, yes, it's a good win. It's just it's not as good as people think.
Mackay,
Fury,
isn't
he
that
needs to
just
be
part of the mind games? I mean, Brotherhood just put a comment saying Wilder was not in his prime when he fought Fury. I think that's absolute nonsense.
No.
Well, that's just the Brotherhood saying nonsense.
You know how
He
it
always
goes.
does.
Everyone's saying that Deontay Wilder is no good now. But if you go back 3 years, not many people were saying that was bad.
Everyone wanted to fight Wilder. But, Wilder, I thought he was a little bit protected.
Was at his pomp when he fought.
Was he? Okay.
Tyson
Fury. Fury fought the best Wilder, and I mean he fought him 3 times and he beat him 3 times.
Exactly.
I'm not taking anything away from Wilder. It's just I think they overrate it a little bit too much. Because Wilder he hasn't really done anything impressive.
The only thing it makes it even more impressive is because no one was fighting him. Like AJ was making excuses after excuses.
I'm pretty sure AJ tried fighting him. I'm pretty sure Wilder turned AJ
down.
Man.
Now, if you want to make a fight, it gets made within a couple of months or 6 months. It doesn't take back and forth and videos and this and that. And everyone's seen what they were doing. It's going back and forth.
It's because AJ, Wilder didn't want to go to the UK.
Yeah, but look at
AJ didn't want to go to America. It was just stuff like that. But AJ wanted to fight, but he wanted it in the UK. But Fury, being the man he is, at least he went to America and fought.
Hey, Mackay, it would have been to me from an entertainment point of view and from a legacy point of view. It would have been better if we had the 3 fights with AJ and Wilder, rather than the 3 fights with Fury and Wilder, because the AJ and Wilder fights would have been a lot bigger. It would have been more exciting because both fighters are like offensive fighters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it would have been our Frazier Ali of our generation.
Absolutely. It would have been. Yeah, it would have been.
About that with Fury and the trilogy with Fury and Wilder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would have been a lot more exciting. I mean, the only fun fight was the last one between Fury and Wilder. I mean, the second one, Fury was just beating him up. Then the first, it was it wasn't really entertaining. And I mean, the first fight with Fury and Wilder, it wasn't actually that big. It done. I think it only done like 300k buys. It wasn't big at all. And then obviously in the second and the third, it was big, and it was regarded as one of the biggest heavyweight fights. But AJ and Wilder, all the hype around it, it would have been that the first fight would have been huge, and the second would have been even bigger. I mean, we don't really know that just because they haven't fought. We don't know how it would have ended. But
Mackay, for the zone to offer Deontay Wilder 120 million for 3 fights, and 2 of those fights was for AJ, that tells you how big that fight would have been.
Yeah, and I don't know why Wilder turned it down. It was that's a great offer. He had to fight his mandatory Brazil. And then
do you not think that he saw Fury coming and thought Fury's an easier option?
He tried to cherry pick Fury because Wilder, that's what he does. He tries, he cherry picks fights, and he thought Fury wasn't as good because obviously, he was coming off the 2-year layoff, etc.
This is the point I was trying to make a little penny. I don't think you understood where I was coming from. If you're fighting people like Ortiz, who's 146 years old, and fighting people like Brazil twice, then if somebody says, look, Tyson Fury's coming off of a 2-year layoff, He's been corked off his face. He's been drinking all the time. He's overweight. He thinks Joshua's a tough opponent. I'm getting a lot of money, but Joshua's a tough opponent. Joshua had the potential at that time to do a number on him. He thinks Tyson Fury can't punch. He's not going to be as quick as he was. So I'll go with Tyson Fury. And
right. The first time that Wilder fought Ortiz, I wouldn't call that as a cherry pick because Ortiz was undefeated at that time and everyone was avoiding him because he was such a great boxer, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't call that a cherry pick the first time we fought him.
I don't know. I mean, I think the point I'm going with is, I mean, he fought McGann. He's fought. If you look at Wilder's resume, surely the last few fights before he fought Fury, they were questionable. And for me, that's why he was in that mind frame, not to pick the Anthony Joshua fight, where he knew he was going to have it would have been a greater challenge for him physically than the Tyson Fury. I genuinely think he underestimated Tyson Fury.
Yeah, because both AJ and Wilder were on fire at that time. You know what I mean? And 120 million is next generation wealth. Whereas when he chose this other route, where I think he said he wanted to bet on himself. I bet you those 3 fights with Fury didn't generate 120 million. No way, not even close.
I think he would have made close though. I think he would have made near amounts.
I think it would have made. I think it would have definitely made close.
So you think that those 3 fights with Fury made over $100 million? Those 3 fights?
No, well, but 80 million's close, isn't it?
I think he could have beaten Joshua. I think that's the only difference. I think he probably could have beaten Joshua, whereas Fury was more difficult for him to win. I think the Joshua fight would have been more competitive, and he probably could have stood him more. I think if he fought Joshua 3 times, he could beat him, definitely. Yeah,
but then there's also the risk that Joshua could do a number on him. But he generally thought Fury could knock him out.
I think he's got more chance of beating Joshua than he has Fury, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. But at the time, this is what I'm saying, Imran. At the time, right, with all that's going on with Fury, are you going to sit there and tell me that he genuinely thought that he was more confident of beating Joshua than Fury? No,
I think you're right.
He underestimated Tyson Fury. Let's get that right. The 5 of us on here know that. The people in the chat know that. He underestimated Fury.
Yeah. And also, Fury had the lineal belt at the time too, the Ring magazine. So I think that's what Wilder wanted as well.
No, Fury didn't have any belt.
No, he didn't. No,
one had the ring belt. Obviously, AJ and Wilder would have to have fought each other to get that.
No, Mackay. I think Fury at the time was still the lineal champ, right? Even though he was away.
Lineal. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
still,
but
the thing with that lineal stuff, like that's like, obviously there's no belt for lineal, is there? It's just a lineage that we talk about.
It's a mythical thing, but I can see where Little Penny's coming from, because this is what me and Ash was saying. Fury beat the man who beat the man, and even though he had been away, that couldn't be stripped from him. The fact that he beat Klitschko and he had Klitschko's belts, even though you took the belts from him, the fact that he still beat Klitschko, you can't take that away from him.
Because of Fury, all these guys have become champions. You think that guy, what's his name? The one that AJ beat the IBF, Martin, whatever. You think he'd ever be a champion?
Absolutely not.
So
he was terrible, man.
I hear what Imran's saying though, comparing Fury to Lennox Lewis. But I think that for me, you can't really compare different eras, because in different eras, different things were going on in different routes. You know what I mean? So
I mean, it would have been very interesting to see after Fury beat Klitschko. Let's just say he didn't have that 2-year layoff. He was still there mentally, and he fought AJ, who was up and coming, who had all the confidence in the world, who fought like a wrecking machine. I would have wondered how that fight would have went.
Look, I'll give an example. I don't know if you guys agree, right? I like AJ. I think I said it before to him, and that I've never rated him in that way, as a fighter. You know, when you look at your Tysons and your Lewises, and you know, as a boxing fan, because AJ was a guy who brought a lot of casual fans to the boxing, especially in England, because the way he looked, and you know, he's really big and good-looking guy, not homo. You know what I mean? And like um, and you know, yes, he's had an Olympic. You know, he's had a bit of a background, bit of amateur, but you know, he's. What I'm trying to say, my point I'm making is Fury is more of a fighter than AJ, if you know what I mean, if that makes sense in that kind of way. Because
Yeah.
if AJ was up for so long and did all what Fury did, I can't see him doing what Fury's done in the game. After being at
but
so long,
that's like that. But the thing is, that's like you're saying. Well, AJ lives the life. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't go off
okay,
like that. He wouldn't
yeah,
go
but
off the
the point
rails
I'm
like
making
that.
is that yeah, what I'm saying, yes, he lives the life, right, and yeah, he's still not good as Fury. So if Fury lived the life and did that, how great can he be? That's the point I'm trying to make. He's never lived the life. Fury has never lived the life, and he's still
But
come
here's
back.
the thing, though, Ash. This is what I'm trying to point out. Is
Okay.
that I think here's the thing. Because of what Fury's done, I think you're underestimating that a Joshua Fury fight might not be as far fetched as you think. So what I mean by that is, yeah, I favor Fury to beat Joshua, but I wouldn't be shocked if Joshua beats Fury. Joshua's very dangerous. And let's not forget, Wilder put Fury down 4 times, right? We all agree that Joshua's a better boxer than Wilder. Why can't Joshua do that? There's no like what I'm saying is
Because
the
he doesn't hit
Fury
as
isn't
hard.
this monster. He isn't this guy that is indestructible. We've seen him on the deck many times.
Yes.
There's gonna be a time eventually someone nails him.
Yeah,
If
but
you
look,
keep going down, you're gonna
mm,
eventually look right. When Amir Khan, I know he got knocked out by Brady's Prescott, right? But we knew that Amir Khan can be put down. But at one point, when he fought Maidana, I was thinking, this guy's unbeatable. There's no one going to beat this guy. Even though he was chinny and we knew about it, I thought, yo, this guy's phenomenal. Like, he's just like, even when he gets hurt, he comes back. But if you're getting put down, eventually someone's going to get you. And I think Fury's been put down quite a few times now, right? He was even against Wallin. He was very close to being stopped in that fight, right?
Yes, he was.
How close was he to being stopped against Wallin? He could have
Yes.
lost that fight, right?
Yes.
So let's not make out like Joshua's got no chance against Fury or Usyk's got no chance against Fury. They've got a chance, trust me. Wilder had a chance in 2 fights out of the 3. He almost beat Fury. Wilder was seconds away from beating Fury. Yes, Fury's great
Wilder
and he
had a
got
better
up and he
chance than
won.
Usyk, though.
Hey?
Wilder's got a better chance than Usyk.
But Wilder's naturally bigger. He's powerful. But
Exactly.
I don't think Fury stops Usyk, you know, Ray. I don't
Neither
think
do
he
I.
stops Usyk.
I just think he beats him wide on points.
you know what it is,
But
Imran? You need to say. Sorry, what I was going to say was when you say that he's a better boxer than Wilder, Wilder doesn't portray to be a boxer, and AJ he boxes uncomfortably. If you know what I mean, if that makes sense. When you're a boxer, it comes naturally to you. You don't need to the way. If you go look at his Ruiz fight, he boxed, yeah, but look the way he boxed. If I look at the fight, he's uncomfortable. Everything he's doing is not second nature to him. So when you get in with someone that can box and it's second nature to them, your boxing ain't gonna matter. And then you ain't got the power as well.
Yeah,
And
true.
Deontay Wilder's got a 1 punch knockout power. You ain't got that either. So then
No.
know.
Here's the thing. I mean, he sets up his punches better. So
Yeah,
Wilder's looking for one bomb, whereas AJ sets up AJ's got more punches. He's got the uppercut, right hand, left hook. Wilder's got one punch, really. That's his
Okay,
punch.
I agree with that. But he's not as you know what? Many fighters in the heavyweight division have got better boxing skills maybe than Deontay Wilder, you know, footwork and whatnot. But you gotta compare. Forget Don Wilder. You gotta compare the fighter you're talking in question compared to Fury, not comparing his footwork to say, oh, because his footwork's not as good as he's better than Wilder's, he'll beat him or he'll do better. You gotta compare the guy to the guy, and comparing.
Do you think that Fury would just batter Joshua? Do you think it's not a good fight?
To be honest with you, if I'm not like I said, if Ruiz can batter Joshua, come on, and he's a 6'1" guy, what do you think Fury's gonna do to him? That's all I'm gonna say. You think?
No, but here's the thing. Otto Wallin was putting it on Fury as well.
Yeah, but he was dirty, man. His elbow, he cut he headbutt him, man. He stretched his own eye open.
It was a punch. It was a punch, Ash.
Oh, was
It
it?
was a punch
Okay.
that cut him.
Oh,
It
was it?
was a
Okay.
punch. That's
Fury
why
was
if the
getting
fight
hit a
had been
lot
stopped,
in that
he
fight.
would
A
have
lot.
lost. It was a punch.
Yeah, but there you go.
Wait,
Now
is
you're
it a
going back
punch
to
that?
it's.
I
You're
just
going back.
think Fury wasn't motivated for that fight.
Yeah, it wasn't motivated for that. It was a low level fight, and
Exactly.
if you're going, if this happened, if that happened, that didn't happen. What the fact of the
Ash,
matter is,
I was
yeah.
saying,
It's because
when was your
Otto
last
mixes combos
live
up.
streaming, man? Was it yesterday or the day before?
Wednesday.
Wednesday, I was saying to them, right, Ash, I said,
Mm.
Fury's one of them. The better the opponent, the better he performs.
100%.
If you put him in with some low level kid, just a warm up, he's not interested.
No.
You know who
But
was
he
the
was
same?
on.
You know who was
Yeah.
the same? Billy Joe Saunders.
Hey
Yeah.
Ray, if AJ loses to Usyk again in the rematch, does he retire or does he keep on going?
That's a very good question. I think he'll probably keep on going, but if I were him, I would retire because he's got so much money. He's become a 2-time heavyweight champion. He had 3 out of 4 belts. If he lost, there's no shame in it really as such. But knowing AJ, you probably want to keep going.
Yeah, because Ray, the
Is
reason
that
why
because
I
you
asked that
think
is
it's only
because
gonna get worse, Ray?
What if he lost?
No, so like if he loses, do you think the reason why you want him to retire? Do you think it's only gonna get worse from there? Is that why you're saying he should
The
retire?
thing is, no, it's because he's not going to win a belt, is he? He's not going to. If Usyk's got the 3 belts, he's not going to beat Fury.
Yeah.
So what's the point? Because then you're looking at people like fighting Andy Ruiz again, Deontay Wilder again. Putting in with Deontay Wilder. You don't want to slip and fight people like Joseph Parker again. So why put yourself through it?
Wouldn't
Ray,
you want to see him fight Deontay Wilder?
Yeah, but would he take that fight though? Neither of them got a belt. It's a big risk to take. So if he loses to Deontay Wilder, that's 3 defeats on the spin.
it's a big money
And
fight.
then effectively he becomes a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
You should fight.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, is it worth having a
fight.
loss on your record when you've already got money in the bank?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Because you've got to remember,
I
these
just
boxers have
think
got a
he's
lot
too
of
young, Ray. I think he's too young.
But how old
Would he
was
wanna-
Naz when he retired?
Yeah, he was young as well. To be
Exactly. There you go.
If
There
AJ
you
loses to Usyk again,
Oh,
he
so
has to
important.
fair. But
retire.
AJ ain't Naz though. AJ is more disciplined than that. He's more motivated. Naz was what he was. You know what I mean?
Naz is like Fury.
It's the ego for me, and that's where they're similar. I think Naz showed it a lot more in terms of he was an extrovert, but look how many people is in AJ's camp. If AJ had a small ego, he would have a camp like Katie Taylor, nice tight knit camp. AJ's got about 50 people in his camp. Look how many people are in his corner. He's got about 4 different people telling him what they're doing between rounds. AJ knows this fight is make or break for his career. If he loses this fight against Usyk, where does he go?
Hey, Ray, AJ versus Wilder late next year. How many pay-per-view buys that will do in England, do you think?
Well, I don't know because it would depend on the outcome of the Usyk fight, doesn't it? I mean, if he won
say he loses, Ray. Say he loses the AJ Wilder fight. How much would that do pay-per-view in England?
I don't know
Massive.
because Little Penny, I've been on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm
with
saying.
before.
Yeah.
No, hang on. This is a serious point. I've been on there with Imran before, and we were saying about the British people are starting to turn on AJ, yeah, because of different things outside of boxing. So I think that might affect the pay-per-view sales if he was to lose to Usyk.
Still a big
I don't
fight,
know.
Ray,
I don't know though, Ray. Like, I think sometimes we look. I know what you're saying because obviously I spoke to you about it, but I don't know whether I don't think a lot of people. I think there's a few that we see on social media that are turn against you, but they turn against everybody from that kind of background. You know what I mean? Anyone that speaks out and says anything. So
you're I don't know. I think it's very difficult to see it. It definitely wouldn't sell as well as what it would have done 2, 3, 4 years ago. because AJ's coming off the back of 2 defeats by then. So I don't know what he done, but I don't think he'll do anywhere in here as well as what I would have done 2-3
I
years
think
ago.
it sells
Penny.
at Wembley.
Yeah, I agree, Imran.
Really?
I agree.
You're telling
I
me
think it
you
sells at
think
Wembley.
it sells at Wembley?
Yeah, because Ray, in comparison, if Khan and Brook, which is 7 years or 8 years too late, sells out in 10 minutes, right? I'm quite sure that the
20,000.
Wilder. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
quite
but
sure
that's different. They're both that's different. They're both from the same country, and they've both got an inner city rivalry.
Yeah, but Ray,
That's
don't
like
you
a
think
derby.
AJ and Wilder have a rivalry? All that
It's nowhere
stuff that
near
went
as
back
deep as
and forth.
Khans and Brooks been going on for years.
No, I'm not talking. I'm saying the rivalry that they had, the fact that, you know, with all the contract and all that shenanigans and all of that they had. Don't you think that could cause, like, I don't know, man. I think that's a massive fight, Ray.
Yeah, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's not a massive fight. I mean, the question Little Penny says is how well it does on a pay-per-view, but it's not as good as what it would have been 2-3 years ago.
I'd go, Ray. I'd say 1 million pay-per-views.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
So is that better?
Right?
Is that better or worse than 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah, it's worse. It's worse.
Yeah,
but
that's my
I'd still
point.
say over
That's my
1 million.
point.
So I reckon Wilder and Joshua 2-3 years ago probably would have done 2 million plus pay-per-views, maybe 3 million.
I think it would have done about 4.
Yeah, whatever, but it would have done massive. But even, Ray, when you think about it, even 1 million plus pay-per-views is crazy. You know,
Yeah. Because that's like over in the UK, you talk about 24, 25 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ray, that's what I'm saying, Ray. 1 million pay-per-view buys is still successful. You know what I mean?
And you know the difference between the Khan-Brook fight? The Khan-Brook fight isn't a pay-per-view in America. I reckon Joshua Wilder would be a pay-per-view in America as well. Hey?
Is Khan-Brook not pay-per-view in America?
I don't think so. I think it's on ESPN. I think it's free. I think it's I don't know any Americans.
Yeah. Okay.
Whereas Fury Wilder.
Is ESPN Plus not pay-per-view?
Is that pay-per-view?
No, it's not. It's not.
Is it not?
You do have to pay an extra fee, but ESPN also has a ESPN pay-per-view. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, right, okay.
Like that Khan versus Crawford fight, that was on pay-per-view. It wasn't on ESPN Plus. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, so I still think, Ray, I think so. Like, this fight's not on pay-per-view in America because it doesn't really have that appeal in America like it does in the UK. I reckon Wilder Joshua would still be that big that it'd be pay-per-view in the States as well.
Yeah, I agree.
So I don't know, man. I don't know, Ray. Like, I still think that there'll be fights out there, but I get what you're saying because Joshua effectively at that point is going to be very difficult for him to get back to the top. Very difficult.
You know, to be at the top.
Who's the best trainer? One minute. Let me ask Ray this one question. Ray, who should train him? Like, what has he got enough time? Can he resurrect it? What does he have to do to beat Usyk? Can he beat Usyk?
Can he beat him? Yes. He needs to completely change his game plan. He needs to completely change his tactics. He needs to be more confident in his offensive work. Who trains him? I don't know. He hasn't got much time left if the rematch is going to be in March.
Talking April, Eddie N said.
Well, March, April, yeah.
Yeah.
Who trains him? I don't know. Probably not Reynoso, because Reynoso, like, his counter punches. And we want Joshua to be forward and aggressive. So I don't know really. I know Sugar Hill's put his hat into training him. You don't know. There's a few good names out there in America.
Did you say you didn't want him to train with McCracken, or you were against McCracken or something? You what was it? You who said that? I can't remember.
No. I mean, he's got a really good bond with McCracken.
Yeah.
What I was saying is, if he wants to stay with McCracken, he's got to listen to him. The problem is when you get these fighters now, They have a head coach, and then they bring somebody else into camp. And a bit like what Eubank used to do with Ronnie Shields and whoever else he would have. You're undermining the coach and the camp, and then you listen to all these different fighters. It's not a good look. It spoils the concentration of the fighter, and they get mixed messages in a fight, and that's the last place you want mixed messages in.
Ray, Eubank, he schools Canelo, right?
It's a good job. It's December 24th, not April 1st.
No, but Eubank, I reckon I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a Canelo fight in the UK. Eddie N said he wants him to fight. I know you're not a massive fan of Eubank. You know what, Ray? I like Eubank. I'll be honest with you. I know you think that he's not that great. I actually think Eubank can fight. I actually think he can fight. I think there's ingredients there. I think he can, but I just find him a bit weird and a bit disjointed at times. But he can fight. He has got something there. There is something there, Ray. Don't you think?
There's heart there. He's definitely got heart. He's definitely strong. He's definitely fit, but there's not much talent.
What about fast hands? You don't think he's got quick hands?
Yeah, he's got quick hands. He's athletic.
Yeah,
but that's about it.
Good chin.
He's got a decent chin. He's He's strong. But that's about it. He's got no skill. He hasn't got a jab. He's got no footwork. His head movement's poor. He's got no ring IQ.
So Canelo say Canelo flattens him then.
Yeah, Canelo beats him. Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Canelo
has always said that he wants to fight overseas.
Eubank beat Zach Parker.
Oh, Zach Parker's even worse, man. like Eubank's at least 2 levels above Zach Parker.
They're rating Zach Parker very highly.
Who?
Frank Warren and that. They're saying this kid is a problem for Canelo.
Yeah, because he's with Frank. Frank's going to say that.
Frank, he thinks that who's that Asian lad wrote on about him, man? When I rang
Hamza. Yeah.
He thinks he's going to be the next big thing.
But you know what, with that Hamza, that Bradley Skeet stuff, what did you make of all of that, man?
No, I just got to be in fact, that should be a no contest and an immediate rematch.
I was very disappointed in Hamza Shiraz there. He's so, like, you know what? I hear the stuff about you got to get behind your own and stuff, and I don't know what Ash thinks about it. That guy is slow as molasses. I'm sorry to say. He is so slow.
Is it the guy that you said the guy hit the guy when he's down or something?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
That's not. That guy. I agree with what the man said. Yeah, like you said, you gotta get behind your own. Like everyone, that's what everyone should do. But he's a bit crap, isn't he? I mean, not saying I'm professional, but if you're saying you're gonna be a professional, come on, man.
Yeah, that was. You know what? He was.
That was a bad version of Bradley Skeet as well, isn't he?
Yeah. Bradley Skeet's been washed for a long time now, and that was
the thing is though. Bradley Skeet's a welterweight, and he was getting.
Yeah, he's a welterweight.
He was struggling with Bradley Skeet at super welterweight. So that tells me that this kid isn't going to go very far.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say. I just.
You can't. The eye test tells you that he's not going to be really good, is he? You never know, though.
No.
Yeah. I wish him the best and stuff, but that what I saw there, and you know what? I've been telling Ray for a long time. Forget that fight against Skeet. I remember I told him that because they were saying that he was going to be the next Amir Khan and stuff, and I was like, nah, man, I don't get that same feel that I got with Khan. You know what I mean? I don't get that feel that this. I don't get it. And then I seen that fight, and he was so slow. It's unbelievable. It's like watching him in what he was like. I was watching him in slow motion.
Now that you brought that up, man, I think it was a while back. Another Asian guy, he fought heavyweight, I think it is. I don't know his name, and he bit the guy.
Oh yeah, Cash Ali.
He bit the guy in his chest.
What is going on?
Cash Ali, I think, Ray.
Sorry,
Cash Ali.
Cash Ali, yeah. He bit
Why
him
would
on
you do
the
that?
chest.
He fell on top of him, didn't he? He bit him, didn't he? Something like
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I didn't. Did he
It was
get disqualified, Ray?
him,
that.
man.
Yeah.
That was terrible. That was. Yeah. Okay, Ray, Conor Benn,
Hmm.
the next big star in British boxing.
No, I think
No.
he's being made out to be,
Yeah.
but in my opinion, he's not. In my opinion, he's not. I think he's being uh, he's been put on a track where he's not against any punchers, right? He's not against any astute boxers.
Mm.
He's been put on a track which avoids all that. The giveaway signs he's skipped the English, he skipped the British, and then he skipped the European, he skipped the Commonwealth. He's trying to go straight to world honours. I think Eddie Hearn thinks he's sitting on a money bag with Conor Benn, but I think he's going to be in for a very, very nasty shock when they put Conor Benn in with a live opponent at world level.
What do you guys think, Mackay? What do you think about Conor Benn?
Yeah, he's getting made out to be something that he really isn't. You know, he's not terrible. He's just a little bit overrated. He's getting matched very carefully. You know, all these all calculated matchups and everything. You know, Chris Algieri, he was past it. That's why they chose him. You know, why isn't he fighting David Evanesian? That's the fight I want to see. But I mean, they're looking at Broner, who's completely washed. I mean, they're literally telling us that that's how they're going to be matching him.
It's terrible. You know what? Fair play to Mickinson, who's going to fight Virgil Ortiz. Respect to that.
Yeah.
I hope he wins. You know, I don't give him much of a shot, but I hope he wins.
Well, for me, he's got bigger cojones than what Conor Benn's got, because that's the sheep in a pen full of lions. Because there's no way Mickinson's going to win that fight.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Conor Benn.
the problem is, Ray, he's got no punching power. He's got skill. He can box. He's got no punching power.
Yeah. He doesn't even throw a lot either.
I was going to say Conor Benn's giving a lot of talk, but then no substance.
I know.
He's fighting guys that, you know, all over the hill and then shouting on top of the arm, this, that.
Well, after Broner, he wants the winner out of Khan-Brook.
What the?
What's the sense in that? If
you want
to, you know, you're young. You want to be testing yourself against people like
Ortiz,
like Boutsenis. Actually, would be a good fight for him. That guy from America called.
Can you hear me right?
Yeah.
I was going to say was that even if look, we're not asking him to go and fight Boutsenis because we know he's not in that level at the moment. But at least fight your, like Mackay said, at least fight your Venetians, at least fight the guys in between. And, you know, at least raise your own level up and say, you know, you maybe have a chance then to fight Boutsenis. And maybe people might think, you know what, hold on, Conor's improved a lot. You know, he's got a good chance. If you're fighting guys over the hill have got a certain name and Chris Algieri's and that, you're not gonna improve as a fighter by fighting these guys.
Exactly.
But Ash, does Conor Benn have the work ethic to improve? You know, to go up to that level eventually, though.
To be honest with you, what I've seen of him, I would say he's got the work ethic. He looks like he's training and he's putting the work in. He's coming in on weight and whatever. But what it goes down to is all about repetition, isn't it, Lil Penny? And having the proper team with you and then taking the right steps. Because if you look at certain fights' careers, you can be a good fighter, but if you take the wrong step and go the wrong way too early, or you know what I mean, your career can end up different. So, you know, it's all about taking the right steps, but doing your things the right way as well, and making sure you're, you know, at your best, no matter who you're fighting. So that's what it is. You know, Conor Benn maybe can be better. He maybe go into that Venetian and maybe beat him, and I'll be surprised at that. I'm like, okay, but you know, at least you got to have a measure stick now and say, you know, hold on, Venetian's a decent type of fighter. He's beat him. Let's step it up now. But what he's doing right now is
how old is Conor Benn at the moment? Is he
25?
Like 25?
Yeah, 25.
Yeah, that's still young.
Yeah, but like I said, he's shouting top of the hill saying, I'm this and I'm doing this and I'll beat Khan up. He's trying to, you know, talk shit about these guys who who've become unified champions and done a lot, and he's there fighting guys that.
That's the thing that gets to me, little pennies, because he's saying at his age he's doing things better than Amir Khan. He's obviously got a short memory. Better than Amir Khan titles at that age.
I'm sure Amir Khan came out in an interview and said I was world champion at 20.
Well, it was his wife. It was his wife
Oh, was
that
it?
put that
Okay.
picture on Instagram.
Okay, fair enough.
And then did you see what Connor's wife?
Nah, what was it,
Connor's
man?
wife responded. She
No,
put
no,
a picture of
she
but
respond?
Amir Khan at 22, and she put a picture of Brady's Prescott knocking him out. I was
Hey,
like, that's a bit wrong, to be honest.
Yeah, hating though, innit? But put it this way: if I was Amir Khan, I would have said, put it this way: when Amir was world champion, your son was in school, your husband were both in school. So you just pipe down. You ain't fought no one either. But you gotta give respect to his dad. But even then, man, what you reckon, Ray? We respect Nigel Benn, but he was just a British level, wasn't he? Really, he wasn't like he wasn't like world known, was he?
Who?
Nigel Benn.
Nigel Benn. Well, to be fair, Nigel Benn was probably one of the. I would definitely say if you're going to rank, say the top 100 punchers, Nigel Benn will be up there, and
he could punch.
in the Nigel Benn was British level. Nigel Benn was pretty good, pretty good.
He was a good fighter.
But did he win a world title? I'm not sure because I've not.
Yeah, he did. At two weight classes.
World
Went to America, beat the best guys there.
Okay, fair enough. Because I don't know too much of it. I want to say something I don't know about.
I don't think I think a lot of the British public, Ray, have a very, very so I think Nigel Benn was really good. But when I look at him, like, I don't know if he was. I wouldn't call him an elite fighter in the sense that I wouldn't put him in the Canelo, Crawford, Mayweather kind of category. Do you know what I mean? He was level below that, in my opinion.
Would you guys, like from Britain, would you guys say was he better? Would you hold him higher regard than Chris Eubank?
Chris Eubank Senior.
Yeah.
Chris Eubank beat him, didn't he?
I think you got to remember. For me, it was obviously Steve Collins beat them, but
both, yeah.
Then Steve Collins, Michael Watson, that foursome that we had were awesome, and I can't accept any argument that says that Chris Eubank Senior and Nigel Benn weren't world class. They were.
No, they were world class.
No, what I'm saying is
they were world class.
What I'm saying is,
you wouldn't put them in the same category as the names that I mentioned, like Mayweather.
No,
because
that's what I'm saying.
They won single titles in their weight classes. The boys were either undisputed or unified champs.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, Gerald McLennan was an absolute monster.
Yeah, he was. He was.
And Ben beat him. Ben stopped him.
Yeah. That's a good point.
So that just tells you how good Nigel Benn was, and that's Nigel Benn had no discipline. After every fight, he was on the drugs, or he's a prostitute, what have you. Conor doesn't have that. Conor is focused. That's the only thing I say about Conor Benn.
But by the way, guys, just a quick question on Eubank Senior. Whenever I hear him talk, he sounds like he's a Rhodes Scholar. How did that happen?
Oh, it's a long story. He got sent from Brighton to live in America, and he learned how to in gym in America, and he learned how to be a British gentleman by learning how to speak what's called received pronunciation, which is basically to people like myself who don't live in England, Queen's English.
Yes.
So that's a long story short.
Fair enough. Guys, what do you in terms of Fire of the Year, we'll do a live stream about that, like probably in a couple of days. But what do you guys, let's talk about, forget that, because we're going to do a live stream about that in a couple of days about Fire of the Year and stuff. What do you guys make of like Terence Crawford, Errol Spence, Ugas, the welterweight division? Because we spoke about the lightweight. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's going to be hotting up because Ugas and Spence are going to be fighting, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
I think
Ray,
Terence
who have you got in that fight? You see an upset?
No. No, Spence. I think people are going to realise. I think people are overhyping Ugas a bit because of the win against Pacquiao. Ugas is a good fighter. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's rubbish. I'm not. But I'm saying his levels. Spence and Crawford are a level above him. He's done his bit because everyone was saying Crawford's not fought anyone at 147. Yeah, he stopped his last 7, but who had he fought? He hadn't fought any good names. For example, Khan was gone, Brook was gone, Jose Benavidez had 1 leg, that kind of stuff. But then he fought Porter. You can't argue with Porter. So he's done his bit. We all know Spence has got the better opponents, faced the better opponents at welterweight. But I think Spence will beat Ugas. I really do.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ray. If Spence isn't damaged of any sort, you know.
Yeah, I have to take the consideration, but the reason why I'm so confident was after the car crash to take on Danny Garcia, and he came out with that unscathed. If Spence can do the weight properly, and he doesn't have any issues from what happened with his eye, I can't see him having much problems with Ugas, to be honest.
What does everyone else think? Mackay, Ash, Lil Penny?
Yeah, you know, Spence Ugas is a good fight, but the winner of that will have to then face a mandatory, which will be the winner of Beterbiev and Stanion, whatever his name is. So we'll be looking at an undisputed fight, well, the fight we've always been wanting to see between Crawford and Spence in 2023. And I mean, how old will Crawford be by then? Isn't he wouldn't he be 35?
36.
So, 30, yeah, he'll be 36. So we won't even see the best Crawford, maybe. So that's the only bad thing about that fight, is because it's going to be a lot more longer. And I want to see Crawford in with Spence. That's the fight that makes sense. But it is what it is, though.
So is that what you guys think then? Is that what you guys think? So who do you think wins, Spence or Crawford, Ray?
Spence.
Wow.
I got Crawford. I think Crawford would stop Spence late due to how Spence fights. Well, with Spence, he hasn't really fought as the aggressor in a while, to be honest. He usually tries to box with you. So maybe Crawford would win by points. Just depends how Spence would fight.
What do you guys think, Lil Penny?
Yeah, just to go back on that Ugas Spence fight. I think there's a lot of unknowns with Spence at the moment because he has 2 devastating injuries with his car accident, now with his eye. There's too many unknowns there. But I do give him credit. Like every time he falls under adversity, he fights like the most dangerous fights out there with like Mikey Garcia, and now he's fighting Ugas. So I give him credit for that. But I don't think that Ugas fight will be an easy fight for him. I think it will be difficult because Ugas is a counterpuncher. He's got size as well. He's got length. I don't think that I think that, to me, that's a 50-50 fight. And in the second question was Spence. Say, for example, Spence wins that fight and he fights Bud Crawford. I favor Crawford now. Before I didn't, but now I favor Bud because I don't know. I'm a bit doubtful on Spence. I think he's got too much. He's got too much wear and tear, and I'm not even talking in the boxing ring. I'm talking about outside the ring. And also, he hasn't really knocked out anyone in a while. Like, even he couldn't even knock down Mikey Garcia. Like, I don't know. Like, whereas with Bud, he's been doing the business. Look, but his opponent's not as good as
exactly.
Spence. But he did knock out Sean Porter, though. I mean, that's a pretty good feat. Like,
yeah.
He knocked
I'd
out
agree with that.
Jeff Horn as well. Like, even though
You know,
he was a title holder, so we can't take that away from him. But I don't know. I just think that from an eye test point of view, I just see Bud as the fresher, stronger fighter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you think, Little Penny knockout?
I don't know about that. I don't know about a knockout because, man, it's hard to knock out. I've never seen Errol Spence being knocked down even.
But Porter, to be honest, he had a pretty good chin, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he
he was still okay. His dad stopped it because obviously what was going to happen, Crawford was just going to keep on hurting him, badly hurting him, putting him down, and he would eventually have properly got him out.
Ash, are you there?
Yeah.
How do you see the fight going between Spence and Crawford?
Oh, you know what? It's a tough one. You know, you guys just said it like that. Boom, you said Spence straight away, and these guys are watching both of them now. I like both guys, and Spence, yeah, I like him, and I've been watching it. Sometimes I think it's Spence, then I'm thinking Crawford. So you know what? To be honest with you, it's a really tough one because you got to remember that Crawford, yeah, he's like I said, Ray, he's got long arms, and you know he's
Ash. Bad connection, I think.
I think his signal went in it.
I'll say this though: the one thing I'm not liking with what people were saying after Crawford beat Porter is obviously because Crawford stopped Porter. They're saying he hits harder than Spence. He doesn't hit harder than Spence. Spence is always going to be the bigger puncher. It's just Crawford. He's more accurate and he's more precise, and he just times his punches well. That's why he put Porter down. That's why he stopped him. But Spence, he's a naturally bigger guy.
But
and
Spence
I think Porter even said
right
that
now,
Spence.
isn't he, Mackay?
I think. Pardon?
Spence is ducking Crawford.
Yeah, he is. He paid.
Yeah, we can.
Stanionis to step aside. He paid him. He joined the tournament. I mean, he could have just fought Crawford because everyone wants that fight, but he didn't.
Josh Taylor, he's obviously might move up to 147. Where does he fit in the welterweight division?
Well, he's got to wait in the queue, hasn't he? Because that's a very tough division. You've got Ortiz there, Boots Ennis. For me, Boots Ennis is the best out of the lot.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, if you're a champion at the WBO, isn't there a rule where you can fight straight away the belt holder at 147 as well? Yeah,
you can fight up. I mean, that's what Andre did, didn't he? And that's what other fighters of the WBO have done. That's why Frank Warren loves that belt so much, because it gets him 2-weight, 3-weight world champions. Yeah, of course, but Josh Taylor would be wise to have a couple of feeler fights at the weight first before he jumps in.
Yeah, I agree.
Who do you think Josh Taylor will fight first at 147?
I don't know. I'm hoping for his sake. It's just a feel me out fight, you know. So like a gatekeeper or something like that.
What about the winner of Khan versus Brook? That would be huge in England.
Yeah, that could be. He can't.
I don't know because
I think
they're looking at retirement those fights, and we've just been slagging off Conor Ben for picking that fight. So why would it make sense for Josh Taylor to have that fight?
But the difference is he's earned like I would say Josh Taylor's earned a high profile name that he beats, rather than Conor Ben, who's actually looking for easy pickings.
I mean, if he fights Khan, he'll actually get quite a good payday, I reckon, in that fight. And it's a big fight still.
The Brook fight won't happen. Josh Taylor Brook won't happen. It's only the Khan fight, really. Taylor, that makes sense. Khan can make 147.
They'll get interest.
And it'll be a bigger fight. I don't think Brook Taylor holds that kind of interest. I think Khan Taylor's a bigger fight.
I can't see Amir Khan wanting that fight.
You don't think so?
Nah.
But Amir Khan has talked about fighting on. He has said, "I want to fight Danny Garcia."
Rematch
Yeah,
Danny
but
Garcia. I
there's
actually
there's a,
wouldn't mind
there's a
that.
personal reason for that, Imran.
Yeah.
Because he's got an event from it.
Yeah.
If can you imagine sitting down with Amir Khan and saying, "Okay, you've beaten Kell-Brook, well done. There's a boy called Josh Taylor." Amir Khan will look at that and go, "Nah."
Yeah, I do agree with Ray there, because Amir Khan, he might not want to open up another can of worms kind of thing, because he rather go to something that, he's already opened before, he's done before, and he wants to avenge that loss, because he wouldn't want, he in Amir Khan's mind, they know that there's a very, very good chance he loses to Josh Taylor, right?
And gets beaten up properly.
Yeah, exactly. And he's probably thinking, do I really want another black? Because let's be honest, there's a lot of Brits out there that want to see Amir Khan get beat up by another Brit.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of
there
people
is.
praying that he loses to Kell-Brook, right? So the thing is, if he does a job on Kell-Brook, does he want to give another Brit? And let's not forget, Josh Taylor is starting to be loved by a lot of the British fans now as well. So they would love to see Taylor. Yeah.
Imran, if Khan beats Brook and say he wants to fight Danny Garcia, because Danny Garcia is now so inactive and he's washed up himself, is that a beatable fight for Khan at 154?
I don't know, I don't know, because I think Amir Khan can outbox Danny Garcia, not a problem. I just don't know whether Khan's got the stamina to last 12 rounds now. I think Amir Khan, if he had rematched Garcia when Garcia beat him, I reckon 1 or 2 years later, I think when Khan was the mandatory for Garcia's belt, I think Khan would have beaten Garcia at that point. But now
maybe.
I don't know, because I need to see him against Brook and how he looks, and then I'll probably be able to say, because it's difficult to say. I don't know where Amir Khan's at. I don't know if he looks great against Brook, because one thing you got to realize against Danny Garcia, he ain't knocking Danny Garcia out.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to go the distance with Danny Garcia to beat him. And I don't know whether Amir Khan can go.
Danny Garcia just hasn't got the hunger. I mean, he's moving up to 154. He's not looking for glory. He's looking for cash outs. I mean, I think we kind of saw in the Spence fight. He just didn't. I'm not taking anything away from Spence. He would have beaten a prime Garcia. Spence still would have won. It's just, Garcia, he didn't look hungry. Like how he was talking in the build-up, like you'd think it would be the best him, but he just didn't seem hungry or motivated in that fight.
I don't know.
Even now, Makai, Danny Garcia's legs, I don't think it will be there, dude. I think he's so inactive now. I can't remember the last time
most of the PBC fighters for some reason have been really inactive, like Furman,
because they get paid so well.
Yeah, they get paid. Ray's right. Ray's right. Ray's right there. Ray, what do you think? Khan Garcia.
I think the problem with Danny Garcia is obviously the weight, isn't it? Because he's talking about himself being at light middleweight, but I think you're right, Imran. He's not stopping Danny Garcia.
Exactly.
Definitely not now, anyway. I think he could have done in the past,
I don't think so, though, Ray, man. I think Garcia's chin is too good.
No, I think Amir Khan was so quick back in his day. Remember, it's the punches that you don't see that can do the most damage. I think the problem with Amir Khan has always been he gets greedy. He stays in the pocket too long. He gets caught, and it's game over. And instead of holding or going on his bike, he wants a war. He becomes macho. That's Khan's problem. If Amir Khan was a bit more, it sounds weird to say, but if he didn't have that much heart, he was a bit like Klitschko, and he went on his bike when he got hurt, then perhaps we'll be talking about Amir Khan as being undisputed champion at 140, or probably still a world champion by now. Because he's that good.
I don't.
I think to answer your question, I think Danny Garcia beats him now.
Yeah. I'd favor Garcia in that fight, to be honest.
And Khan, his speed isn't really there anymore. I saw him in the pads and everything. He just doesn't.
Yeah,
it's obvious as well.
He's nowhere near as
Ricky
quick as what he
Hatton
was.
said he's seen Khan on the pads, and he thought Khan was really fast.
Who?
Ricky Hatton. I'm serious. He said he's seen Khan on the pads, and he goes, he looks quick, man.
Was that after Ricky had a few Guinness?
I don't know. But no, he was being asked a question. And basically he was saying, who do you think wins, Khan or Brook? And he goes, I like both, so it's going to be a hard to answer. But he goes, I'm picking Khan because I've seen Khan on the pads, and Khan still looks much sharper and much quicker than Brook. That's what he's saying.
Khan's nowhere near as quicker. I mean, I saw him. Who do you remember when he fought? Not when he fought Phil the Greco. Who was the other one he fought? He got put down.
Vargas.
Yeah. He looked slow in that fight. And
You
even when he
reckon?
fought,
I thought he looked fast.
No, he looked slow. And then when he fought Billy
Dib.
Billy
Yeah,
Dib,
he looked terrible in that fight.
Absolutely.
But Ray, against Vargas, I don't think he looked slow. I thought he looked razor sharp, like, especially the first couple of rounds.
Nah. He looked.
Hey guys, you know that
slow.
fight. I'll get into that fight with Billy Dib. Is it true that Amir Khan got $10 million for that fight?
Well, probably because he was in Dubai.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because he
Wasn't
said
it
that.
Saudi Arabia, Ray?
Somewhere in the Middle East. I know it was.
Yeah, Middle East. Yeah, he got paid a bomb for that. He got paid loads for that. Wasn't he gonna fight that Indian guy, Ray? He was gonna fight.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, but the Indian guy had some car crash or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was going to be fighting Pacquiao. That they was actually in like discussions and everything. But then obviously Pacquiao went and fought Spence. But Pacquiao was in. He was in the middle. He was going to fight McGregor, Khan, Crawford. But obviously then he chose Spence.
Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia. He was trying to fight everyone. But how would you guys have seen that fight, Pacquiao and Khan?
Depends. I don't know. It depends what
obviously
time.
Pacquiao, when he came back, he didn't look great at all. He's just he still probably would have knocked Khan out.
Pacquiao.
Which Pacquiao? Which Khan?
Well, I mean the Pacquiao that fought Ugas, clear, because obviously that would have been the one we would have seen.
The best Khan beats that version of Pacquiao, the one that Ugas beat.
Yeah, right. Prime Khan would have been that Pacquiao probably. Yeah. But I mean, obviously the ones now, I still think Pacquiao would have won. I mean, their sparring sessions were amazing as well, man. Their sparring sessions were great.
I don't know. Ray, what do you think? 2015-16 Khan against Pacquiao?
It still would have been Pacquiao. I still think what would have happened was Amir Khan would have given him trouble earlier on with his height, with his reach. But Manny Pacquiao would have worked them out. And I think after round 4, he would have got to him, slowed him down on his feet. And I think he would have brutally stopped him.
He would have got him out. I think he would have put Khan out cold.
Yeah,
like Ricky Hatton. Ricky Hatton.
I basically agree with Kaya.
Go on, Little Penny.
If Manny Pacquiao beat a prime Keith Thurman 4 years later, I'm sure he would have beaten Amir Khan.
I don't think that was prime Keith Thurman though, Little Penny. That's the thing. That was a shade. That was a Keith Thurman that had battled through injury and been inactive for 2 years and almost got stopped in the fight before against Josecito Lopez. So that really the prime Thurman?
But the prime Thurman, he took more risk, and I think that would have made him possibly of getting knocked out by Pacquiao.
Like for me, Little Penny, that Pacquiao that beat the Keith Thurman that Pacquiao beat, I think a prime Khan could have beaten that Pacquiao. That Thurman. Don't you think so?
Interesting.
Nah,
Thurman was buzzed and hurt in that fight, and I think Khan was quicker than Pacquiao at the point. He didn't have the power of Pacquiao, but he was quicker than Pacquiao at that point in his prime.
Because Imran, the reason why I'm a little hesitant and I didn't answer it that quickly is because Thurman, he nearly beat Pacquiao. It wasn't like Pacquiao
was
dominated
old,
him.
Little Penny. He wasn't at his best. He was nowhere near his best. That wasn't the best Pacquiao. That was like maybe Pacquiao was shot at that point. Maybe look, Ugas made the fight against Pacquiao look quite easy, right? In the end, I know that was a close fight, but I
Yeah,
just don't know how much. I think that fight and Ray. I think Ray or maybe Carl mentioned this. That fight with Keith Thurman flattered us a little bit.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Maybe Pacquiao was old at that point, but that
Oh yeah,
fight
he
flattered
definitely
us,
was.
Ray. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it did, on the basis that for what you said about Keith Thurman, and that's why I'm saying the same thing about Ugas. It's difficult to put Ugas on that pedestal, taking away that win from Pacquiao when Pacquiao didn't have anything anywhere near anything left. And when you look at Pacquiao's win against Thurman, people saying, "Oh, he beat Keith Thurman." But Keith Thurman was at about 70% of what he was shown 2 years before that, and I think this is a problem. So, for me, when you're looking at that win against Thurman, and also with a knockdown as well, if it hadn't been a knockdown, I'm not too sure it would have been as convincing as what people were saying. I think that's another thing you've got to look out in that fight as well.
But Ray, just to defend Ugas a little bit, he did beat Sean Porter though, even though he didn't get the decision on the cards. Everyone thought that.
Yeah, that's true.
That Ugas won that fight. So there is some evidence that he is good.
No one's saying it. No one's saying he's not. I suppose it's a case of how good is he, and I don't think basically what I'm trying to say is the problem we've got in boxing, because it's not like football where they perform every week. They perform once every so often. So what I'm saying is he's becoming overrated because of his win against Pacquiao. That's not saying he's not good, but that's people hyping him up to be better than what he actually is.
I think Ugas is better than Porter. I do. I think he's technically better. I think he beat Porter, and I think he was underrated at the time. But what Ray's saying is correct, that now all of a sudden Ugas has become a killer. When he's not a killer, but he might be a better welterweight than Sean. Sean Porter was overrated, in my opinion. I don't think Sean Porter was this elite fighter that people try to make out.
He was a gatekeeper.
Was he, Ray?
No.
He's not. He's a good fighter. He became world champion. He did well.
Mm-hmm.
But the other day, I was speaking to somebody that said, "Oh, Kell-Brook beat an elite fighter in Sean Porter. Amir Khan's not beaten any elite fighters." I was like, "Mate, what are you trying to tell me, that Porter's way better than Maidana? Where are we getting this from? Where is Porter? Porter had life and death with Julio Diaz early on in his career. He drew against Julio Diaz. Porter just about beat Devin Alexander, who Amir Khan schooled 6 months later. You know, Porter, he hasn't beat, he lost to Errol Spence. He lost to Keith Thurman. He lost to Kell-Brook. He had one against Danny Garcia, which was razor thin, which a lot of people thought he lost. He beat Ugas, who a lot of people thought he lost. So when you dissect Sean Porter's career, how good is it? How many great wins has Sean Porter had on his career? When you think about Sean Porter's career, and he got stopped against Terence Crawford. So when Sean Porter's a good fighter and he's had a good, respectable career, but I don't think I ever looked at him as what people make out an elite fighter. I don't think he was an elite fighter.
No, he wasn't.
I thought he beat Keith Thurman. I think he won that fight.
Do you reckon? I don't think. I thought Keith Thurman landed the cleanest shots in that fight.
Yeah, but then I rewatched it. And I just watched Porter, and I just thought he won it. He landed more in his body where it was great. He hurt Thurman a couple of times to the body, which people didn't really notice.
Yeah, but Thurman always gets hurt to the body.
But Porter's still done it. He's still done it a couple of times.
I don't know, Makai. I wasn't a big Porter was a great fighter in the sense he brought it every time, but so does Derek Chisora. Yeah, he was a bit better than Derek Chisora. He won a world title.
I'm off, lads. So I'll catch you in a bit.
Take care, Ray. Take care,
see
Ray.
I'll
see you. Take care, Ray. Have a good
Imran, I think the reason why boxing fans like Sean Porter so much is because he fights everyone, and in an era where everyone is ducking each other, I think that's the reason why. Because he's fought all of the guys, he doesn't care about his losses. You know what I mean? I think And even though he lost some of those fights, he was in those fights. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like
I agree.
the only fight that he really got dominated was against Bud Crawford, really.
Yeah, he got.
And even he didn't dominate. No, Bud didn't really dominate him, did he?
Oh, sorry, I meant like, you know what I mean, where he was about
to
stopped
him. Yeah, stopped him emphatically. Yeah.
I mean, the first 6 they were compared, but then Crawford side figuring him out, and we could see Crawford was clearly winning the fight. I mean, in all the other Porter fights, you can't really say, oh, he's clearly winning. He's clearly winning that round. He clearly got the better of him in that fight, you know, because Porter, he's very tricky. He brings, I mean, with the Spence fight, he made Spence's technique, his feet look terrible. He didn't make Spence look good at all.
Mackay, if you take out the knockdown, right, that's a very close fight. In fact, even with the knockdown, it was a very close fight against Spence.
Yeah, I gave it to Spence because in the exchanges and everything, Spence was landing the cleaner punches, but Spence was also being very dirty. Like,
Mackay, you know, late in that fight, Sean Porter hurt Errol Spence.
Sean Porter, he hurt Spence a couple of times. I mean, there's even one that everyone knows when they were swinging with each other. Porter got him right in the temple, and he made Spence's legs go a little funny.
Yeah. And also the reason why I think that Spence Ugas fight is dangerous for Spence is because Spence has now at his age has trouble making 147. Because he really should be fighting now at 154.
You know what? I think this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Spence fight someone bigger than him. I think Ugas is a bit bigger than Spence, but you know, Ugas just doesn't have the power.
Yeah, and it's also
it takes on Canelo.
Yep.
So, but Beterbiev, is that the fight that you guys want to see?
Not. I mean, to be honest, not really. I mean, that's Canelo's toughest fight, but I want to see Canelo fight Benavidez, and I want to see Beterbiev fight Bivol. That's the fight I want to see.
Yeah,
they're the ones I want.
Yeah, Mackay, I was about to say the same thing. I want to see that Canelo Benavidez fight too.
Yeah,
absolutely. I wouldn't mind if it's at 175. I don't care. I just want to see it because I don't think Benavidez can make the 168 limit anymore.
The thing is with that is that Canelo looks really good at 168, but when he went to 175, I thought he looked slow and everything. He just didn't look his best. And Benavidez will be at his best when he goes up, but I don't think Canelo will be at his best.
Yeah, I think 175 is because if you look at Benavidez at 168 when he made weight, man, he looks so big.
Yeah, big guy.
I think at 175 that will be his best weight.
He'll feel a lot better.
Yeah. I agree.
It's just that division is very tough for him, though.
Would Beterbiev beat Mackay? Would Beterbiev beat Canelo?
Yeah, Beterbiev would beat Canelo. Yeah,
really?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Beterbiev, you know, he's generally a lot stronger than him. Canelo, he's not a guy that's on his feet. He's not going to be a guy that's going to be circling around avoiding punches. He's going to be there. He's going to be there. I'm not going to say he's going to be there to be hit, but his head movement won't work because what I've noticed in Beterbiev a lot is that he doesn't need to always extend his punches out because he's generally heavy-handed. Just through years of technique and everything, he knows how to trap you and everything, make you very uncomfortable. I saw in the Brown fight. I just think he'll be a bit too much for him.
What do you think, Little Penny?
Yeah, I think this fight will be close. I just have Canelo a slight favorite because of his skill set. I think Canelo has enough chin to take all of Beterbiev's onslaught, and Canelo would just outbox him. I think he wins in points, but close. Kind of like, you know, those 7-5, 8-4 fights. I don't think he knocks down Canelo. I think Canelo's chin is really good, and I don't think Canelo will let him knock him down either. Like Canelo might, because Canelo can fight going backwards too, whereas Beterbiev can't. You know what I mean?
With Canelo is that he wants to be the aggressor as well, and so does Beterbiev. So they're going to be in the middle of each other. And
Yeah, but
Beterbiev,
Mackay, I think Canelo is wise enough to know that Beterbiev is a stronger man, and he might have to go backwards a little bit, which he can, by the way.
But this is Canelo's style now. I mean, the last time I saw Canelo go on his back foot really was against Golovkin in the first fight, and he just didn't look good. He didn't look good at all. I mean, the Golovkin even won the fight. Canelo looked very uncomfortable. Like, he's a guy that comes forward now, and I just feel if you're doing it with Beterbiev, it's just not smart. It won't be fun.
Because Mackay, I think Beterbiev is one-dimensional, don't you think?
I mean, I kind of in a
Golovkin.
What was that?
So is Golovkin, and the first fight, Golovkin gave Canelo a lot of trouble. He's not like Golovkin isn't like the fast-footed angles, like he's just come forward. I agree. I think
Beterbiev are kind of the same, really. Great technique and everything.
Beterbiev,
to use it.
It's not. Yeah, they're like but like Beterbiev is huge. He's like a those. He's massive. Yeah, I think. Yeah, and I agree. Canelo, like recently, he's been he's been beating people with pressure. He's making them make mistakes by pushing forward and always making them think, and that's what Beterbiev does too. He just like pushes forward no matter what, and Canelo always dictating the pace.
EK Mike T. Thanks for the super chat. He makes a great point. He said Benavidez has nothing to offer than a Beterbiev fight. Not only he is a tougher fight, it will cement his legacy more than a Benavidez fight. That's a good point, man. Benavidez don't really have anything to offer. Beterbiev's a unified champion. Benavidez has no belts. Beterbiev is a tougher fight, a much harder fight, a more legacy fight. It's hard. It's hard to disagree with Mike T there.
Yeah, because Beterbiev. The only thing that concerns me with Beterbiev fight is like if the fight doesn't happen next year. It's like he's gonna be 38, or he's gonna be. So I hope it happens. Like if it's gonna happen, I hope it happens next year, or it doesn't happen at all.
If you're interested in Canelo getting, the best legacy fight, the hardest fight. I mean, everyone would want Canelo to have his toughest fight. It's just obviously Beterbiev would be the guy for that legacy
100%.
fight. It's just, but I just want to see Beterbiev fight the champs in his weight class, and I want to see Canelo, fight Benavidez, who is regarded by most people, even before Canelo took all the belts, the number one guy at 168. People regard Benavidez as the second best behind Canelo. So I want to see that fight.
But that's just like he say, she say. No one really.
Yeah.
We all know that Canelo is the best because he beat all the champions, and like really, Benavidez should, like if he had a belt, we would have already seen that fight this year, because Canelo was facing all the champions.
You see people, See, people are saying this. People were like, Canelo only wanted to be undisputed because Benavidez lost his belt on the scale.
Yeah, I mean, people will say whatever they want. All we know for sure is like if Canelo beat Benavidez, they would have said, "Oh, he wasn't tested enough." Just like before Canelo faced Plant, people were like, "Oh, Plant is gonna do this. He's gonna be like Lara. He's gonna be like Floyd." But after they were like, "Oh, like he doesn't have enough pop on his punches."
I've noticed that.
Yeah, obviously Canelo's not gonna respect. You think Canelo respected Callum Smith's height? like Canelo's like his mindset is different, but I feel like the most dangerous fight for him is Benavidez if it happens.
Guys, you know what? Guys, when I go into these LDBC channels, right? I always hear him say that the only reason why Canelo wanted to say he wanted to be undisputed, it was 168, is when Benavidez missed weight and he lost his belt. I always keep hearing it. It's like they're putting a seed there for Canelo, and I don't like that, because I think had Benavidez held on to his WBC belt, I think Canelo would have fought him eventually.
And exactly, he would have.
Why would Canelo be afraid of Benavidez?
Yeah,
What's
and because
Benavidez got? Benavidez, Canelo would knock him out, in my opinion, brutally.
guys, can I just make a point real quick? If Canelo
Yeah,
is
go
gonna
on.
face Triple G twice, then obviously he's not afraid of Benavidez. Like I don't understand. Like if he when he was 23 or 22, he faced Floyd.
I can only know the excuse if Canelo did beat Benavidez. They'll just say he was too green.
Yeah,
But I
I'm
want to see
saying
that
like
fight though. That's a good
Canelo's
fight.
whole like Canelo, like people act like Canelo is gonna fight 12 times a year and he has to fight like every single person. Like you know, like a lot of like we don't even know who he's negotiating with right now. To be honest, like for his like we don't know anything right now. Maybe he does fight. Even if he doesn't fight him the first in 2022, he might fight in like November or September again, and then he might fight someone that people, and then you know if he beats Charlo, they'll make an excuse. If he beats any of these guys before, they're like, oh, this guy's gonna beat him because of this. Canelo beats them, and they're like, oh, like they'll just pull out something. Oh, the judges. You know I don't know, like they'll just say
Yeah,
something.
they'll say a lot. There's obviously there's a lot. Seeing boxing there, you've got a lot of. You've got fans of Andre, fans of Charlo, Benavidez. If
And to be
Canelo fights
honest,
Benavidez, they'll say he's stuck in Charlo.
And
It'll never work like that.
you know, unfortunately, amongst all the sports, boxing is like the most tribal. Like people like stick to their own, and they'll like it's like they're living through the fighter. You know, like it's like their pride is living through Charlo or their,
to be fair, a lot of like say Filipino, I can say this on behalf of Filipino fans. We love Mexican. We have a lot of respect for Mexican boxers because of the way they fight. Like they don't cherry pick and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's that much. I wouldn't say it's tribal, but I do see that a lot from these LDBC, the community. Like for example, the super
Little
chat here about
Kenny.
race pushers. I think I was on like 2 weeks ago. There was one guy, the host. He said this. He said we as in the black community. The LDBC community. He said that we will not. We will not mention Canelo's drug issues, like with the tainted meat. If the Mexican boxing fans don't mention Floyd's illegal IVs with Pacquiao. I was thinking, dude, what like so it's like it's like it's like a double-edged sword. You know what I mean?
You know, Mike
Yeah,
T,
I don't know anything about that.
Mike T, I want to thank you for the super chat. It says it LDBC on race pushers. You know what? I don't really listen to any of those because I know that they exist, but I don't really like, because for me, boxing is a sport. It's not a cult, right? So
I listen to them, Imran. I listen to them a lot, and even when Tank was fighting Barrios, the host of this one YouTuber, he said, "Hey guys, put on the comments on Instagram that Barrios is such a great fighter, so that if Tank beats him, it will elevate Tank's like legacy per se." I was thinking,
yeah, it's like like
that's fanboyish, though, isn't it? That's a fanboy.
Yeah.
That's a fanboy sport stuff.
But I honestly, I've never heard about this YouTube channel LDBC, but
no, it's a community, bro. It's not a YouTube channel. It's a community. There's heaps of them around.
Yeah, I have no idea what.
EK, so it's basically like a community of YouTubers. You know what I mean?
I see.
Yeah. So like that, basically.
Yeah, but but that's what I'm saying. Like with Manny Pacquiao, it's different because like the Philippines, he really put Philippines on the map when it comes to sport. Like I don't know any other athlete from the Philippines other than Manny Pacquiao.
You know Nonito Donaire?
Yeah, but he's not as big as like I'm saying worldwide. Like if you go to Pakistan, people know who Manny Pacquiao is. No one knows Donaire.
Yeah. I get what
I'm saying. So like I get it when the Philippines and like countries like that like are like embedded, their whole pride is with one person. Like his wins are his wins, their wins. But like you know, when it comes to other people, like people should be indifferent. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, boxing has been tribal since like the beginning, like the White Hope, and you know,
Yeah.
there's like all these things.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
But-
I used to love Manny Pacquiao. To be fair, like he was definitely a guy that I used to watch. It's sad that he's no longer there
I
now.
mean, he's
Canelo's kind of taken over, and Canelo, you know, Little Penny's right. Canelo doesn't really have the competition. Like he's gonna have to move up and fight Beterbiev, which it's a very dangerous fight, man. Very dangerous.
and you know, I was watching that fight again with Brown and Beterbiev.
Mm.
Yeah, I could see why people think like if you never watch boxing and you just watch the fight and then you're like, wow, this guy's so slow. This guy's like very like, you know, robotic, and but you know, people don't understand like this guy's like styles makes fights, and like what Beterbiev, if he tries to fight any other way, he'd lose. So like he's perfected his style. You know, like what works best for him, and Canelo has perfected what works best for him.
yeah,
But like,
Beterbiev reminds me of like just a bigger version of Jaime Munguia, where like you
no
know, just
way.
good.
Nah.
You know what? Actually, Beterbiev reminds me of their smaller version of George Foreman. No, actually, never mind. Never mind. I don't know. Munguia is like Munguia's got to work on his defense, man.
Hey, you're Mexican, aren't you?
No, I'm Pakistan.
Oh, okay. I was just about to say that Munguia, Jaime Munguia, Canelo fight that was talked about too a while ago, but now that's disappeared.
No, Munguia's still too young. Like,
I remember a couple of people saying Canelo ducked Munguia. Most
yeah, that's the
ridiculous thing I've
dumbest
ever
thing
heard.
you
At
might as well
160?
say, oh my god, that's like who? If someone says that, you know they know nothing about boxing.
People were saying Golovkin, he was supposed to fight Munguia, and then obviously he went and fought Murata. People,
Well,
they're
he still
saying
hasn't fought
Golovkin ducked
Murata.
Munguia. I said, I don't mate Golovkin. I think Golovkin. I mean, back then when it was getting spoke like this was like a couple of years ago. I mean, Golovkin. I reckon he would have pummeled Munguia like
You know what would have
badly.
been a good fight? Who's that guy? Who's that Argentinian guy who fought with Chavez Jr. with the classic Martinez? Yeah, Martinez like versus Golovkin. That would have been a good fight. Like back when
Well,
Martinez
Martinez didn't want to fight. Martinez, obviously that was when Golovkin was in his prime when no one wanted to fight him. Yeah, Golovkin in his prime, we couldn't get any of the big fights. He was just finding the best guy after another to see if they'll fight him or not, and he had little success.
yeah. I'm just gonna say one thing, man. Imran, like you're like a MVP. You've been on this live. I was at work, and I scrolled through my YouTube, and it was you guys were talking. So I was listening way like hours ago, and you guys are still live right now. So this is you guys are running a marathon.
Yeah, man. We were, to be honest, we are. You like Little Penny and us, like we can go on forever. To be honest.
Yeah, man. This is awesome. This is what I love, man. This is like you guys are like
because this Imran's channel is not it's very impartial. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's not too many live streams that has the numbers of Imran. I don't know if you noticed Imran's live stream. They've got numbers now.
Yeah. This is definitely one of my favorite boxing channels. But so I just gotta give him props. This is like I don't know what time it is in England, but it's probably like 11 or something.
It's 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock.
It's 12. It's 25th, so it's basically
I'm in Canada right now. Where is LP from?
It's
Australia?
all, like, no matter where in the world. Like I know EK's in Canada, Little Penny's in New Zealand, Makai's in the UK, right?
Yeah.
So we're all like from different parts of the world. But you know, it's crazy. Like that makes me that obviously is great because when I'm speaking to people from other sides of the world, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like it's crazy, man. And we're all like hardcore boxing fans.
Imran, I might be coming to England in summer if COVID.
Yeah, give me a shout, man. Give me a shout.
Yeah.
We're definitely. I'll meet up with you.
Yeah, we can do like a vlog or something. I'm kidding.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? It would be great, like if we all one day meet up for a fight or something, or a big fight. Little Penny lives all up on a different side. Plus, you know, in New Zealand, there's not that many big boxing events, is there, Little Penny?
Nah, there isn't. But
Isn't
when there is Imran, it does a lot of revenue though.
I bet. You know when
isn't
that guy, what's it called? In Australia they had that fight with Horn and Pacquiao.
yeah.
Yeah, that was big.
That was massive, wasn't it?
Man,
Like
they're
60,
robbed
how
Pacquiao.
many
They're
people were
robbed
there?
Manny. I don't know how many times Manny been robbed, but like they did Manny wrong so many times.
Manny, yeah, right. I'm
Tim
trying to think the amount of
Bradley,
times Manny
you got
got
robbed
robbed.
with Tim Bradley. Sheesh.
Bradley, Horn, the Marquez, obviously when they drew.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a mistake by one of the judges.
Yeah.
You know,
Can't believe.
just coming back to that Marquez fight. So Pacquiao really won that fight on the cards, right? Because one of the judges got it wrong. So he won that fight. He also won the second fight, right, in Mandalay Bay. He also won the third fight, right, on the scorecards. And Pacquiao still gave him a fourth fight. And I'm a bit peeved off that once Marquez knocked out Pacquiao, he didn't give Pacquiao a rematch at all. That's one thing that, look, I love Mexican boxers. I love them, right? Because they're come forward fighters and they fight everyone. But that one there, I'm a bit peeved off at Marquez that he just, you know, he knocked him out, went out on his glory. Whereas Pacquiao, he beat him 3 times, really, and still gave him a fourth fight. So, what do you think about that?
But to
Marquez.
Marquez, sorry, go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
Oh yeah. I was just saying, you know, Marquez, he turned down a lot of money from the fifth fight, and his reason was, I just knocked him out. Why do I need to rematch him? I just beat him. But Pacquiao, he beat you. Well, he really beat you 3 times, but let's just say he beat you 2 times. He didn't even need to rematch you, but he still did it. But you know, it's just
But I think they fought. I think the knockout happened on the last fight. They fought. I swear they fought like more than 3 times. They fought like 5 or 4 times. I'm not sure, but they fought like way too many times.
Guys,
I think go Imran.
Mike T says haters said Canelo is ducking Bigfoot. Who's Bigfoot?
The Bigfoot is the guy who lives in the mountains, who people only take blurry pictures of. Yeah.
I think Bigfoot is.
Honestly,
Is that
I
a
really
fighter?
hope.
Who's Bigfoot?
Sorry, Bigfoot is Benavidez.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's him because Benavidez got quite a big feet.
No way.
I think he's just.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Yeah. What was the comment? What did he say?
He said haters said Canelo is ducking Bigfoot.
Yeah. He's just saying he's right. He's basically.
He's like,
he's just
he reacts,
making out. He's just making out.
Canelo got a face. King Kong.
Canelo got-
Yeah. I see.
Canelo
thought it
got-
was-
yeah.
I
thought it was
didn't
referring to
understand.
Benavidez.
No.
I didn't really understand. Well, John Love said it's a
But-
joke.
but you know, from now
I
on-
didn't know. I thought it was actual fighter. I thought it was
Yeah, me
Benavidez
too.
as well, you know, because
No.
I can only imagine him being the one with the big feet because he's so big.
But you know,
I didn't know who
now
he
if
was
I
talking-
ever
I thought
need
he
to
was
know like
talking about-
size of fighter's foot, you got to go to LP because he seems to know.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. H says, I know where you're getting at, like, but it's way should 1 minute. What? Someone made a comment here. So Selena says the reason why there were rematches because most people saw Marquez in the second and third.
Nah, the second fight, the rematch, right? That was a close fight, but Pacquiao knocked him down. I thought that was the difference. The third fight, it was a lot closer than the second fight. But if you look at the power punches, Pacquiao had more power punches than Marquez. Even all 4 HBO guys thought that Pacquiao won. In fact, Harold Letterman had Pacquiao winning by a wide margin.
Yeah.
The only reason why people think that
I
Marquez
don't know,
won
man.
that third fight, is because Pacquiao was in this whirlwind, and everyone thought that Pacquiao was gonna annihilate Marquez, but Marquez did what he was supposed to do, and because he did better than what everyone thought, that's what everyone thought that. Oh yeah, I think Marquez won, but really, it was, if you look at round by round by round, Pacquiao won more rounds. But Marquez had the more definitive rounds in terms of how he won them. But Pacquiao also won more rounds than him, but it wasn't as definitive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how people look at like guys like Lomachenko now. Like, because obviously we like in his early days we were seeing him make people quit, like absolutely destroy them, and then he goes up to lightweight. Yeah, he he struggles a little bit more to take them out, to put them away and everything. And then people would say, "Oh, Loma's getting exposed. He's not really as good as people thought." It's just because we're not. They wasn't seeing what he used to do to opponents, and he wasn't doing it as easier.
But you know the fight that no one talks about, and I think it's going to be a great fight.
What fight?
I think the best fight to make in boxing history that no one talks about is like kind of upsetting that no one talks about this is Canelo versus Yildirim 2.
Oh yeah, I want to see that fight.
Yeah, that fight's gonna be the best.
I personally think Yildirim would have won the first fight. He's trying to stop the fight. He's trying to stop the fight. Yildirim didn't want to stop.
Yeah,
Yildirim wanted to
Guys, I
fight
want to ask you something. You're talking about robberies and stuff. Who won the Canelo GG fights? Go on, Little Penny. Break it down. Both fights. Who won those fights?
The first fight, I thought Triple G won.
Little Penny?
The second fight, I thought Canelo won. But I thought that Canelo won it more convincingly than Triple G in the first fight. You know what I mean? Like, I thought that was a more definitive win, the second fight. But I thought Triple G won the first fight.
What about you guys?
I'll go real quick. I thought like the first fight, there was a lot of swing rounds. And to be honest, the most you could give Canelo is 6 rounds in the first fight. But like I had obviously Triple G winning the first fight. But the second fight, when I was watching it live, I had no doubt that Canelo won the second fight. Watching it the first time, the second time it was a little closer, but like I still thought Canelo won because he was pushing the action, I think, in the second fight. And I think Triple G for some reason did not focus on the body in either fight because he knew he knew like Canelo was counter if he went to the body, and like Triple G respected Canelo more in the second fight, in my opinion.
What do you guys think?
I think Golovkin clearly won the first against Canelo, and then the second I scored a draw.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that Ahmed? Is that Ahmed Imran?
No. Ash and Miguel.
Oh, Ash.
Ash and Miguel joined Miguel. I know Miguel's a massive Canelo fan, but I'll ask him anyway. How did you see the two Golovkin fights? I think you answered this yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I think you did. You did, to be honest. But anyway, do it again because we're on that topic. Who won the Canelo fight?
I don't think that the first fight. I don't think Triple G beat him by a wide margin at all. I think, I think he beat him by maybe by 1 or 2 points the most. But he was not a clear win. But Canelo was getting his shots in there.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, and the second fight, well, the biggest mistake that Triple G did is try to fight the Mexican style.
What is Mexican style? Miguel, you're Mexican, right?
Mexican style, yes. Mexican style is to stay in the middle of the ring and bully the other guy.
Right, okay.
And counter everything that he has. So Triple G tried to do that, try to bully, and he couldn't. The one who's doing the hitting, and he stayed right there in the middle of the ring. And I give Canelo the second fight, not by a wide margin, but I do give it by maybe 1 or 2 points. But definitely, that's the biggest mistake the Triple G did. Don't call out a Mexican fight, to try a Mexican fight. You can't. I mean, you have to be willing to trade punches right in there. Round by round, 3 minutes of every round.
Miguel, I think Triple G in the second fight, I think he was surprised that Canelo was so aggressive because in the first fight,
correct,
Triple G that was moving forward, and then I don't know if you saw this, but Triple G went to Mexico and they had a they had a TV show where it was a boxing TV show, and Canelo said to the Mexican audience, the TV audience, he said that I don't want Canelo running around in the ring in the second fight. He wants him to come forward, and I think he just said that to get in his psyche. But once they got on the fight,
Right.
on the second fight, Canelo actually did that. He went forward to the point where it was Triple G that
Exactly.
was going backwards
He
the
was
whole
backing
fight.
up. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. See that?
And like
Yeah.
Eddie Reynoso, I give a lot of credit to him because he probably like developed that plan because we've never seen Golovkin fight on the back foot, and
Yeah.
they probably came to
No.
the conclusion
That's
that
exactly
like that's
it.
that's exactly it. So like Canelo's whole team is they're like the best minds in boxing right now, and I would
It's
You
just
know,
in the
it
last
doesn't-
6 rounds in that rematch, Golovkin was getting the better of them. He was popping him a lot with his jab as well. It's just, but
like
people
you know,
probably
like,
picked Canelo to win that rematch because of the adjustments he made. He looks like
Yes.
10 times better
Yeah.
than he did in the first
Oh
fight.
yes.
Like he looked a lot better.
That-
I mean, because he knew he was like, I can take Golovkin's power. He showed a lot of heart in that fight, and I mean, and I think, and with Canelo in interviews, he said he wanted to kill Golovkin because of all the things Golovkin was saying about him, about the steroids and everything, and he's telling the truth about that. You could see in Canelo's eyes he was generally pissed off with Golovkin, so he wanted to bring it to him.
Does that taint his legacy though? Canelo's legacy, that tainted meat. Like 50 years from now, will everyone still remember that or not?
Yeah, people will still remember that.
No.
Yeah, just
Well,
same thing with
no,
Mosley.
no, I don't think.
no, because the second
No,
the
that's-
sample came out
That
negative,
was
you know.
right on the hair follicles. Correct.
Yeah,
If you read the news too, guys, that even the Mexican national team, a lot of their players, that, they got the B2 and they tested positive on that too. So
and I
Canelo,
bet you right now, if
he
y'all
wasn't
take a
aware
blood
of that.
test,
Not even
like all these animals we eat, all the fertilizer in our food and all that stuff, that might be an issue.
exactly.
Yeah. And
Yes.
all these athletes,
Miguel,
but it was
Miguel, you're a Mexican.
Yes, sir.
Why would Canelo buy meat from the local market? Whereas he's a
No.
millionaire, right? Wouldn't he want to
No.
buy his meat
No, that's
somewhere?
no. Well, don't not because he has money. I mean, he goes over there and buys tacos on the street stand. Okay, you can see a lot. If you go to Mexico, swear to you that you see a lot of rich people eating tacos.
Yeah.
In the street stands that
And-
we have a lot of. Mexico has a lot of food street stands.
and LP, I like to say one thing. Like if you go to any restaurant, you don't know where the meat, like the farm, even if you go to a 5-star restaurant, you don't know. Maybe to save money, they're
Right.
like getting meat from like that isn't high. Like you don't know where.
Correct. Yeah,
you-
correct.
It's impossible. Like to go, even if you go to a 5-star restaurant, to know everything that
Yeah,
you're
how
eating.
can you test the meat?
Yeah, like
You can't.
unless you have a lab,
Exactly.
unless you have a lab scientist
Exactly.
right next to you
You know.
24/7.
It was just an innocent consumption that he did.
But I'm not
The
saying.
bottom line.
But for
He-
me, I'm not even saying Canelo did it or on purpose or not. I'm just saying, like whatever we eat,
No.
like no one knows, like what's where the meat.
Because I just want to put it out there. I don't think Canelo's a cheater. I don't think that was his intention. Because
No, he never yet. Yes.
yeah, because the thing is,
And I
Miguel,
don't think he never.
because since then
Go ahead.
Canelo hasn't tested positive since.
Or
so,
before.
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
What a lot
Because
of people
it's the
do.
most tested. Yeah, because
But to be honest, like no one can say he's
tested a
innocent
lot.
or guilty. We don't know. We're not with him, and we're not like in his camp. So like his haters will hate him. His
No,
lovers will defend him. Like that's
A
all.
lot of people are
sure.
looking at his transformation. They they look when he went, let's just say when he fought Floyd, and then they look at
He
his
was
body now.
23.
I mean, he was 23. Your body's growing. I mean, there's
I
no way
think-
I'm gonna look the same when I
Makai,
get a lot
the
older.
reason why I think there's some people who think
He's
that
fighting since he was like 14.
that Canelo is cheating. I don't think he's cheating, but it's because of they see that with Marquez when he fought Pacquiao the third time, he was like twice as big as Pacquiao, and it's like, hold on a second, how did you because I think Marquez hired Memo Heredia, who had a history of doping people, right? And because he's Mexican, and then all of a sudden Canelo does it, it's like, you know, I think people think that there might be a relationship between the two, but really there isn't.
No, there's not. Right. No, and I was surprised too about Marquez in the fourth fight with Pacquiao. I said that guy got big.
That's
You
why
know,
Miguel.
he got
That's why
big very
Pacquiao put
quick,
in
too.
a catch weight in that fourth fight. I think it was at 144 because he knew that Marquez. Because in that third fight, right, it was at 130. Pacquiao rehydrated to 148,
Yes.
and Marquez was only 144, I think. But in the third fight, Marquez rehydrated to I think 152 from memory. It's thinking, what the hell did that happen?
I think it went up to 154, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, I do remember that.
I think it was 154. Yes. I mean, that guy got big, honestly. How? You know, he's the only one who can say.
And
So,
really, like
they kept-
Pacquiao has always taken everything that Marquez could give him, but he could never knock him down
Yes.
or knock him out even. But in that fourth fight,
Right.
where he knocked down Pacquiao, I think it was in the third or fourth round.
Twice. And that,
Yeah, but
it was
in
third
the
round.
first
It was in
one,
the third round. Yeah.
that first one, Pacquiao should have taken that hit. He shouldn't have been knocked down in that first one. I agree. The second knockdown, anyone could have been knocked out in that because it was a punch that no one could see.
Yeah.
But in that first
Because-
knockdown, Pacquiao should have taken that punch normally.
Well,
Right.
I don't know. Like maybe he didn't see it. Maybe like shit happens in a fight. Like the best thing to do is not take that shot at all. So you can't really say like he should have. Or, like I think Marquez got like if Manny Pacquiao and Marquez fought 10 times, I think Marquez is gonna win 3 or 4 times. Like Manny would win most of the fights, but like it just happened to be his day. And
Yeah, I mean, they fought 3 times.
Little moments by moment.
Marquez had all the time to figure Pacquiao out. Then in the training session, they was, going through that punch that he got Pacquiao with. People were calling it lucky. It wasn't lucky at all. They were training to do that punch. He was getting Pacquiao with it a lot in the fourth, and then he finally got it. So all props to him for that. But he should have gave him the fight after.
You know that fourth fight. All boxing fans think that that's a great fight, right? But not many people, like from the casuals, they don't really give that fight that much credence. And I do, because it was 2 great pound for pound fighters going at it, and there was I think 3 knockdowns. When people think of that fight, they don't think of it as an all-time great fight. I think it was. It was so entertaining. It was 2 great
honestly,
fighters. They had
honestly, I think all 4 fights were good. If you look
I
at
thought
them.
the third one wasn't as good.
Yeah.
Guys, have 2 fighters ever fought 4 times?
Yes.
Other than Manny
Yeah.
and
Sugar Ray
Marquez?
Robinson and Jake LaMotta.
Jake LaMotta.
They fought 4 times?
Now
They
5
fought
times.
a lot more than that. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
No, I thought it was 4 or
Wow,
6.
that's insane. Oh, wait, Sugar Ray. Okay, yeah, that's different because they were fighting 15 times a year. They're fighting like 2 times a week. That's different.
And that fourth fight, that did 1 million pay-per-view buys. I remember that fourth fight. Everyone thought that, it's the same. It's the same thing over and over again. It's not going to do any good. That fight did 1 million pay-per-view buys because the
That's mostly because of
fight
Manny.
did one. Sorry.
Manny's a global star, so that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just the only reason they fought 4 times because nobody was satisfied with any fight. They say Manny Pacquiao won, Marquez won because they give it to Manny Pacquiao because he knocked him down in the first round in the first fight, and then in the second fight, I believe it was in the second round too, right?
Yeah, and Miguel, with counter punches, Manny really doesn't want to fight those guys because he always struggles against counterpunches. He preferred to
Correct.
fight guys like Morales and Hatton and Cotto where they move forward. But yet, for Manny to give Marquez 4 fights, I think that's the reason why I think Marquez was a little shady when he beat him, because he should have given Pacquiao a chance to beat him also in the 5th fight. You know what I mean? Because Bob Arum was willing to give Marquez like a 50-50 split, whereas with the first 3 fights, it was Pacquiao that got all of the it was him that got the higher percentage of the purse. And in the 4th fight,
Right. I think it was all of them were. I think they were 60-40. All 3 of them, right?
I think the 3rd fight,
Wasn't
Pacquiao
it?
got a little bit higher because Pacquiao was in a whirlwind at that time.
Oh, okay.
But Miguel, who do you think would have
Yeah.
won in
Well,
the 5th fight? Pacquiao
the
Marquez
5th fight.
5.
You know,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, it was getting boring.
Yeah.
But nobody wanted to see the 5th fight anymore because as it is, Pacquiao won the 3 fights, and sure, the 4th fight Pacquiao got knocked out. But and I don't think nobody was willing to
And
to
then
see the 5th fight anymore. To be honest
yeah,
with
me
you,
too.
I
And
didn't
then
want to see it
didn't
no
Manny
more. I didn't want to
and
see
then
it no
Manny
more.
and then Manny fought Brandon Rios on his comeback fight, so that just shows he probably wouldn't have
Right,
taken the 5th fight because he just wanted he wanted to test
right,
out like if he like what he had like because that was a big knockout. So I don't think he would have gone
yeah.
right back to
Right. What Marquez wanted is just to beat Pacquiao. That's it.
yeah.
And since he beat him and knocked him out, this is I had enough. That's it. He accomplished what he wanted to do, which he did,
Yeah, but Miguel, I
and
disagree
that's
with
why
you
he
on the
didn't accept
one.
the 5th fight.
Miguel, I agree.
And
Sorry, I disagree with you a little bit on the notion that you said that no one wants to see a 5th fight. The 4th fight, it did 1 million pay-per-view buys. So the 5th fight, because it now has a backstory, because
Yeah.
Marquez knocked him out, and now Pacquiao wants to avenge himself. I think it would have done more than 1 million pay-per-view buys. The 5th fight, I mean, because the 4th fight was so entertaining.
it was, you know. But at the
I
same time,
got
Come on, good for the
Pacquiao
heads.
wanted the 5th
I
fight.
just got to say something. Here, Selena in the comments said Marquez is shady, but yet Pacquiao is the one that competed in 8 weight classes. Well, Pacquiao he did become pro at 16. So you tell me.
Yeah.
He's going to be aging. His body's going to be growing. So
And
that's
some
the
people
reason there.
yeah, some like it's for some people it's like now like like when Manny Pacquiao moves up weight classes, there's like maybe like 135 to 140, like 5 pound, like 140 to 140, like I don't know, like there's like a small like a lot of weight classes with
But
small
that's in
weight gaps.
But
You
that's
know, it's not
relative.
like
But that's in relative terms, though. At those small weight classes, those pounds matter.
no, I'm just saying it's not like he went from 135 to 155 like right away. He took the small steps in between. It's not like he's jumped
Correct.
8 weight
He
classes
took
from one.
he took his
It's
time going up in weight.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like when people say like, oh, how did he
He was
do?
growing and everything.
Yeah, like because he's been boxing since like I don't know,
And
like, since he came
Pacquiao
out
could
the
have
womb.
fought at 115 and 118 too, but he skipped those weights. So people got to remember that as well.
Manny is like a different, like Manny's a different type of talent, just like Floyd is a different like like they're all like all-time greats.
Yeah.
People
The reason, guys, the reason why Pacquiao fought at 112 and he won the lineal title at 112 is because he was malnourished. What I mean by that is Pacquiao was a very, very poor. He lived in a very, very poor environment, to the point where he had to live on the streets at one point when he was growing up in Manila. Because Pacquiao is not from Manila; he's from General Santos City, which is far away from Manila. So because you don't eat good food, you're not going to weigh as much. And then when he started winning fights and started eating the food that he was supposed to eat, and then he went to 122. You know what I mean? So I think he was lucky in that point, to, where he was malnourished. Because if I'm sure if Canelo was malnourished himself, he would have started that maybe at 135 because of the food that he was eating, right? Rather than 147.
No, Canelo was selling ice cream with his father. There's no way he was malnourished.
Yeah.
Ice cream. Yeah.
No.
Canelo, man. Canelo,
No,
Canelo has kind of taken over from. Canelo has now basically taken over from, Pacquiao, Mayweather. He's the next top guy really in boxing.
Well, to be honest,
think
even
about
when
Actually-
Manny was fighting Keith Thurman, Canelo was still the man. Right now.
Yeah, Canelo has a whole country behind him though. He has a big like. He has a big audience behind him. Mexico's a very fanatical boxing country.
But the thing with Mexico, the good thing about Mexico is they have a lot of heritage with boxing, and they have a lot of fighters, right? Even right now. With the Philippines, there's only one main guy,
Yeah,
which is Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah, also.
So that's like Manny
Mexico
Pacquiao really has a country.
Produce a lot of
Yeah, like
produce a lot
Mexico
of
has
good
a
world-
rich
Is he the
class
best,
fighters.
Miguel? Is he the
a
best?
lot of champions.
Is Canelo the best?
Canelo right now is the best.
No. I'm
right now-
talking of
right now
all
is the
time
best.
Mexican fighters.
All time, no way. Canelo's not the best all time.
It's
What?
I think he
No,
already
Mexican
surpassed
fighter.
us, to
Is
be
he
Oh
not
yeah,
the
honest.
best?
Mexican.
Is he
Yeah.
not-
He's.
Is he
I think he's the best
of all
all-time
time
Mexican.
Mexican fighters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right
I
now
say-
he's the best.
He's the most intelligent
Mexico
fighter
produced,
that
sorry?
Mexico's ever produced.
What
And
about
he's the best.
Chavez? What about
He's
No.
better
Chavez?
than Chavez.
He's better. Canelo's
Cha-
better because Canelo's
Well,
defense is better.
Chev-
His counters
Chavez
are
is
better.
overrated.
No way.
Yes.
He's not overrated.
Yeah, he is. He's
No.
overrated.
You can't say that.
Beat
who's,
Mildred
who's
Taylor
overrated?
Uh,
and Hogan.
He said Chavez
Chavez.
is overrated. Chavez is not overrated. Like he's
I
had
think-
like
I
overrated. Like
I
he
think
maybe
he
has
was-
a padded record, but he's still good.
He had
What
over
about
100
Benito
fights.
Lopez?
Yeah. There's no way he's
Benito-
overrated.
I mean,
Lopez.
people say he was 80 and
On the flyweight,
I mean,
you know.
Yeah.
were those fights even out of Mexico?
Say that again.
Benito
I mean,
Lopez.
He was 87 and 0. I don't even think any. I don't even think any of them was outside of Mexico.
Who was
then
that?
he had
Talking about Benito
he's
Lopez?
one good fight against.
No, he's talking about Chavez.
Yeah, and then he fought Pernell Whitaker. It was a
Yeah, he
draw,
lost
but
that
he
fight.
lost that fight. Yeah, he just didn't really beat. Usually when he set up actually for a really good name, he'd lose. And I mean,
But EK, he
He's
did
paid
fight
back on everything.
Mildred Taylor when Mildred Taylor was a pound for pound fighter.
You're talking
In
to
his
M,
prime.
not me. I'm saying
Right.
Chavez is good.
And wasn't he pound for pound number one for a couple of years in the early 90s, Chavez?
Anyone.
Chavez was the guy at one point, but I'm just saying, Canelo is when it comes to Mexican fighters, he's the best defense, he has the best IQ, and he has the best counters, and I think, quite frankly, he's accomplished like just as much as any other. So I already think Canelo is way better, but that's just recent biases for me because I haven't lived through any other era.
Well, what about Juan Manuel Marquez?
No, I don't.
Right.
No,
Well,
Canelo's better.
Because he beat Pacquiao.
Herrera.
Marquez was just getting hit a lot.
Yeah,
He took a lot of punishment.
Yeah.
He wasn't a good defensive fighter.
And
He was,
and you know,
but he was getting hit.
and no one, and
Go ahead.
like, the buzz Canelo creates. When
Oh,
the effect Canelo has on boxing, Marquez didn't even other than the only thing I remember from Marquez's career is like he fought Floyd and Manny, and he knocked out Manny. But like that's all I remember. And Floyd beat him.
Dude, Marquez beat Casamayor at 135, and Casamayor was a lineal champ. And then he fought one Baby Bull Diaz, who was knocking everyone out at 135 at one point.
No, I'm not saying he's not a good fighter. I'm just saying compared to Canelo, like Canelo overpowered. Like what
I just
Canelo's
think that's-
accomplished is way more.
yeah.
He beat Marquez beat Barrera as well at 130. So sometimes
How old was Barrera?
yeah, But you know,
Yeah,
but Barrera also, he was competitive in that fight too. He wasn't completely washed.
Barrera, like, see, that's what I'm saying. Mexico has like such a rich boxing history.
Because
Barrera,
the reason why I'm saying that is because I think a year later, Barrera fought Pacquiao, and that fight was close. It wasn't like it wasn't like the first time when Pacquiao demoed Barrera. In the second fight, in the rematch, Barrera did really well.
yeah, but LP, all I'm gonna say is, when George Foreman fought Joe Frazier, he threw Joe Frazier around the ring with his punches, and then Joe Frazier beat Muhammad Ali, and then Muhammad Ali beat George Foreman. He knocked George Foreman out. So you can't really like base your other people's fights. The styles make fight. Maybe Barrera was a better fight for his style was better suited for Marquez.
Because if you compare Canelo's and Juan Manuel Marquez's resume,
yeah,
Juan Manuel beat an all-time great, like a super all-time great, which is Pacquiao.
Yeah,
Canelo doesn't have that in his resume.
Because Marquez like took 4 times. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if Canelo throughout his career fought Floyd a few more times, maybe he would have got him once too. So like he beat triple. Like I mean, Marquez like really like if Manny never fought him 10 times, maybe he would have never got a win.
Yeah,
over Manny.
Because sometimes I feel, because with Marquez, he has a beef with Canelo sometimes. Because sometimes, Marquez throws a little shade to Canelo.
So Morales,
it's not even little.
Yeah, Morales said that Canelo fights watch fighters.
Morales says what?
Yeah,
Morales. Yeah, in the interview, he was like,
Marquez still has a beef with Canelo.
No, wait. What does Morales say? Sorry, I keeps on getting cut off.
Yeah, Morales. In the interviews, he was saying Canelo only fights watch fighters and guys past their prime. And he said it about like a year ago, I think.
Yeah, Makai, the reason why he's saying that is because the boxing fans these days, especially the Mexican boxing fans, the young ones, I mean, they forget that those guys, Morales, man, he beat Pacquiao fair and square in the first fight. He also beat Daniel Zaragoza. I mean, and he beat Barrera in his prime too. I mean, Canelo doesn't have those in his resume. You know what I mean? He may eventually get there, but not at the moment. I think that's why, like guys like the old guys like Barrera and Morales, I think we need to give more respect to their name a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, in terms of Canelo, we got some what's going on, Campus? I wanted to ask you, Canelo Beterbiev, do you want to see that next?
I think it's going to be too soon if he fights Macaboo.
If he doesn't fight Macaboo, he fights Beterbiev next.
Beterbiev or Bivol.
Yeah.
Or Joe Smith. Doesn't matter.
Does he win that fight? Does he beat Beterbiev?
I no. I don't. No, I don't.
Wow. And
I'm not saying he can't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he can't, but that's a lot. I mean, 175. Any of those guys at 175 are threats to Canelo. And not just especially Smith and Beterbiev, but the thing is, these guys are bigger.
Yeah,
they're bigger, and they can fight.
Campos, you're a massive Canelo fan as well, aren't you?
I just support boxing. I really don't care. I bet on fights, so I really don't care where they're from.
Right. Okay. But didn't you tell me before that you were a big Canelo fan? He was.
No, never said that.
Oh, you're not. Oh, I thought you were a fan of Canelo. Maybe it was someone else. Maybe it was someone else that come, because I've got a lot of Canelo fans that come on.
Yeah, you had on that one live, you had 2 guys that really were. They were,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they got upset because I mentioned that Canelo said at 160 he wanted to unify all the belts, and he didn't. And those other guys were trying to say, oh, well, people say stuff all the time and they don't mean it or they don't do it. No, he said he wanted to unify at 160 and he didn't. That's all I said. And those guys, I don't know, I guess they got upset.
Bro, okay, I get what
And
you're
I
saying.
and I still stand by that. He said, not only did he say it, but Reynoso said, we want to unify at 160. It didn't happen. I'm not saying he didn't want to. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying the facts are it didn't happen. That's all I said.
Right.
And those guys went at it for like 10 minutes about I don't know. Yeah, whatever. But anyways, no, I just support boxing. I mean, there's countries that do have a rich heritage in boxing. And I understand that. But the thing is that shouldn't mean that it should be biased. And that's what happens a lot of times. Like someone here or here on the panel, it seems that most say Canelo is the best fighter in Mexico, from Mexico. But if you ask Mexicans, overwhelmingly they're going to say Chavez. And the reason they're going to say Chavez is because of the Meldrick Taylor fight. That's why. And Canelo has Canelo really been tested? So to us, to many people outside of Mexico, they'll look at the metrics.
Miguel, did you
Well,
respond?
but Canelo's been tested with Triple G and 160 twice.
That was nowhere near a Meldrick Taylor fight. We're asking people from Mexico. We're not asking the Mexican diaspora, or we're not asking Mexican Americans. We're asking people in Mexico. And people in Mexico will overwhelmingly, they have Chavez in high regard.
Yeah, obviously Chavez is an all-time great legend.
And one of the main reasons is the Meldrick Taylor fight.
And the Hogan fight too.
What was that?
138. The Hogan fight in Mexico City was 138,000.
Not only that, but I also remember the Macho Camacho fight too.
Yes.
But the thing is that on the Meldrick Taylor fight, Meldrick Taylor was favored to win, not Chavez. And if you look at many of Chavez's fights, I think the Rosario fight, he was the underdog. There were a couple of fights where he was the underdog. If you look at the fights with Canelo, he was favored to beat Kovalev. He beat him, but he's been.
So like, how's it Canelo's fault that there's the competition, the great champions aren't in his era?
No one's saying it's Canelo's fault. We're asking,
just like Chavez beat the people out at his time, Canelo's beating the people.
So why are you leaving at 5?
Right,
when he was a heavyweight, that's why he's regarded the greatest, because the heavyweight was the golden era.
But again, it's outsiders outside of Mexico that are saying Canelo is the best Mexican fighter. Again, all I stated is in the country of Mexico, not the Mexican diaspora that's outside of Mexico, not Mexican Americans, Mexican Canadians, Mexican whatever. In Mexico, Chavez Sr. is seen as greater. And one of the reasons is that Meldrick Taylor fight. We haven't seen...
Sorry, actually finished. My bad. Sorry.
That was a super fight. That Meldrick Taylor, that moved the needle. Because Meldrick Taylor was a gold medalist from memory, right?
Yeah, an Olympian gold medalist, and Chavez was not favored to win that fight.
And CV, I'm just going to say one more thing. Chavez seems more a representative of the blue collar, local Mexican, you can actually what's it called? You can actually see yourself, like the people. But the Canelo, no one can relate to the way he looks is so different. The way his lifestyle, everything is so different. So a lot has to do with that too.
It's not just that, guys.
People can relate to Chavez.
Yeah, but it's not just that. There's a sense of machismo. If anyone told Chavez, and boxers did it to Chavez, if anyone like what Andrade did to Canelo, if anyone would have done that to Chavez, Chavez would have fought him because Chavez did that, and one of the main ones was Rosario, like Leo Santa Cruz. If Leo Santa Cruz was Chavez, and Gary Russell Jr. would have went to Chavez's dad the way Gary Russell did, Chavez would have fought him. Chavez would not let, and many of these Mexican boxers like from Mexico, we're not talking about Oscar Valdez that trains in the U.S. We're not talking about Mares. We're not talking about Santa Cruz. They're American fighters. They may have been born in Mexico, but they're not seen as Mexican fighters. And the proof is there because they have no
CG,
following.
are you Mexican?
I'm my father's Mexican.
Yeah, but like
But see,
Eddie
see-
Reynoso trains in America and he's Mexican. So what does that mean that they train?
He
in
has
America?
2 gyms. Reynoso has 2 gyms, one in Guadalajara and one in San Diego.
So is Canelo not a Mexican fighter since he trains in San Diego?
He trains in San Diego and he trains in Guadalajara.
Yeah, but like a lot of Mexican fighters move to America.
It's also in Mexico, in Guadalajara.
He trains in
You know
2
he lives in
gyms.
Guadalajara, right?
If you, yeah, well, that's where he's from. So
Yeah, but he lives there.
it's
So, like,
you can't have.
So I'm just saying, just because a fighter moves to Mexico to America, doesn't mean like he's not Mexican anymore.
Yes, it does because they don't fight the same. Santa Cruz could not get away doing the way his career's gone, being in Mexico. He would be taunted. Mares, the way he's handled his career, that wouldn't work in Mexico. Remember, they're
Yeah, but that's a
Rigondeaux.
stereotype, man. That's a stereotype. Like you can't just.
That's not a stereotype. That's not a
like-
stereotype.
Like
Bro.
Canelo gets shit for being a great defensive fighter. Like he's not a Mexican
Again.
style fighter.
Again, you're a foreigner. I go to Mexico. I'm in Mexico with Mexicans, not the Mexican diaspora, not Mexican Americans, not Mexican Canadians, because there is a difference. I'm talking Mexicans from Mexico. What you're doing is I'm not saying you're wrong by what you're saying. You're saying Canelo's the greatest Mexican fighter. You say that as a foreigner, but ultimately the people in Mexico decide that who their fighter is. And in Mexico, they still to this day hold Chavez Sr. in high regard, regardless
CV.
if Canelo beats Macabu.
CV, what's your
so
top
don't-
5
Leo
best Mexican fighters of all time? Top 5. Who are they?
There's
Based on-
too many to list. Too many to list. There's too many to list. Way too many.
Well, that's what every country does. Like I feel like Sugar Ray Robinson, everyone's gonna say he's the greatest of all time, but like people like won't give the same credit to like Sugar. What's his name? You know, when it comes to like more recent fighters, like obviously the past fighters are always gonna get like way more credit because they did it the harder way. They did it with less resources. They did it with all the stigma and like hurdles. You know, like that's why like there's a lot more to their stories than to any other fighters coming up now.
Well, the older fighters did 15 rounds. The older fighters did not care,
100%.
or there wasn't as much emphasis on a loss. And the older fighters had more skill and they had more heart.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's why there's a difference. That's why these guys are kind of have like a form of apotheosis because that's what they're looked at.
Now,
And
like,
Chav-
you know, like
See,
it's
if you're
because
a
of those
Filipino-
fighters now that it's because of the hardships the fighters in the past went through that the fighters have more power over the careers now. So like if they didn't go through that, like there's a lot of like it's a hard road to a paved road, you know. So like I feel like a lot of like their sacrifices have led to this state. So like
the fighters had more heart. They had more heart.
Yeah, but fighters today have heart too. Like I think heart is not something you can. I guess you can see it, but it's only something they can feel. You know.
Well, I can tell
Canelo
you
can
by
only feel what he feels, and Chavez can only feel what like you can't really.
well
You can't really
there's
say
a
anything.
I can tell you that fighters have less heart because they all are trying to protect their more now than what they did before. So
But
you
that's
can
because they know the
definitely,
careers are gonna get over if like Can't
and then
lose
they're
2 fights.
fighting
They're not gonna make the
less.
same money.
They're
Yeah,
fighting less to protect their O.
yeah, which is bullshit. Yeah, I agree.
So
I'm not
so
saying
they're
like
they're definitely the fighters from before had more heart. If you're gonna
no,
fight
no
15 rounds, you gotta
TV.
have heart.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. But they had fighters before had no control over their careers. You can't tell me if they had the same control, the promoters were like robbing them. Like Don King was robbing Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson. Like back in the day, fighters were like just like objects to people
Okay,
didn't care
you
about
you
them. They just wanted to see them like you, sometimes I watch old fights. You just like this guy's there's like they literally don't care about the fighters. But now like things have changed. There's a lot of
well,
pros. You're saying a lot of good things. I'm not disagreeing with you, but like I feel like back then fighters were just objects to people, like the promoters
uh,
and the business side.
you mentioned Mike Tyson with Don King, but in that era, you had Hearns, you had Sugar Ray Leonard, and you had Hagler doing one fight deals. So those are contemporaries of Tyson. I'm not saying you're wrong, but there is a precedent there with Sugar Ray Leonard. You can look at his career. You can look how he did his career. Hearns did the same thing, and so did Hagler.
And so did Hands of Stone. They're all great fighters, and they're greater. You know how people say there's the few kings of the lightweight. It's nothing compared to. I agree with you. Like back then, but I'm saying the only reason this is happening today is because fighters have way more power than they did in the back in the day.
Well,
I'm just
I'm
saying
just
that
well
more
to
fighters
me.
per weight class. Before, like maybe the top guys had more control, but now it's like every fighter has control. I'm just saying these things would have happened back then if they had more control too.
Well, fighters are weaker now, so most of them. There are exceptions out there, but
Yeah,
before, I mean, it's just different. To me, I've just removed myself from fighting, and I just bet on fights. I mean, there's a couple of fighters that I like, and I like what they do, but I just mostly bet on fights. And sometimes the fight that I bet on, I don't even watch them, and they're not big fights that I bet on. I just look for you know uh good odds, and if it's a championship fight or if it's not, I bet on it.
but
I'm
see,
No,
just
I
more
agree
also
with
one
you.
stoic
last
about it
thing.
now.
One last thing. You make a lot of good points, but like if we always like reminisce about the past, like sometimes we glorify it more than like as long as we enjoy like you take 3 or 4 fighters you like, just enjoy. You like their skills, enjoy, because if you keep on like comparing it to the past, it'll never be like that again. So you
Well,
just got to
I
take
don't
what we have today.
I don't compare it to the past. I just admit that the fighters from the past were better. That's not
Yeah, yeah,
that's just a
100%. Like
reality.
yeah,
That's
like
just a
my
reality.
idol is
I
Muhammad
still watch
Ali. Yeah,
fighting.
yeah,
There
100%. I agree.
there's a couple of fighters that I like to watch. I like watching Anthony Joshua. Why? Because he fights everybody. Win, lose, he fights everybody. He's the only heavyweight fighting everybody. So I pay for his fights. But who else can you
Uh,
say that? Who else can you really say doing that? There's a couple of guys at the lower weight classes doing it.
But the problem right now is there's a lot of like I guess you could say that with Errol Spence because he's fought almost everyone except for Terrence. You can say about
yeah, but
like
that's the main fight we want to see him in.
yeah, but I'm saying like the problem with
That
boxing right
that's
now
the
is a lot of upcoming fighters and they haven't been fighting each other like Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, Tank. The good thing with
and
Tiafimo is
why?
fought Loma. Loma's fought like
Why?
Loma's trying to get
These fighters have
good
no
with good.
heart. Loma, they have no heart. Loma's
Loma's
an exception.
yeah. Tiafimo fought Loma, but he
Yeah,
lost
but
now. But like
but did he want to fight Haney?
yeah, I think if he fought Loma and he's willing to fight Haney, to do now is like TV stations like DAZN, PBC, all these and different promotions are killing boxing. It's not just the
Yeah,
fighters.
this is
Maybe
I,
two fighters want to get together, but like Showtime and DAZN can't work together because Showtime is pay-per-view. DAZN is like Netflix for sports. It's a subscription. It's like a
yeah, but
completely different
who
business
does?
than back in the day.
But what?
Back in the day, there was like two
But
promotions
who?
and two belts. at most.
Yeah, but who's Showtime affiliate? Who's Showtime allied with? The PBC. Who's Fox
Yeah.
allied with? The PBC. The Zone making fights. I have a subscription.
Yeah.
I get my money's worth with the Zone. With PBC, I don't.
Yeah, so do I.
That's why I don't support many. I don't support their fights. So
Campos, what do
if you
all the
look at
welterweights are on
Wilder,
PBC.
what was that?
All the
What do you think of
welterweights, all the good.
Javante Davis not fighting nobody?
Yeah. But I'm saying all the
Yeah,
welterweights-
you listen. Let's look at it. You have Davis, you have Spence, you have Wilder, you have Jamal. They're not fighting anyone. Is it any consequence that they're from the PBC? Now you have Ryan that's protected. That's Golden Boy. You have Ungia that's protected. That's Golden Boy. That's two fighters that are protected. But look at the PBC. Almost all of their fighters are protected. And now I'm hearing that the Castano Jermel fight, it's not even happening.
What about Benavidez?
And is it
He's protected?
He was protected from Plant.
Yeah, but what I mean is
No, he was calling out
even
Plant.
Benavidez is protected. Who's he fighting? He's PBC.
Nobody.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So they're all protected. PBC, none of their fighters fight anybody because they only fight people in house. That's why.
Yeah. So if we're gonna say that boxing's on a decline, well, we can look at them because they're the ones mostly doing it.
Yeah. But the main problem is they're making way more, like, the Charlo
Yeah, they're
brothers,
making more money.
because of Al Heyman, are making so much money without doing too much damage, So they'll just continue doing that. Tank is making so much money without doing anything, so they'll keep doing that.
Well,
it's like
Tank just flopped, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't Tank just flop pay-per-views?
Cruz, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hopefully
Honestly,
that's the beginning.
Yeah. Honestly, if Tank doesn't fight like a top guy at 135,
Didn't his
anytime,
pay-per-view
I'm
flop?
not, people should
apparently did
boycott his
50,000 or
pay-per-views.
something ridiculous. Something really poor.
Yeah. So I mean, it just there's a few fighters that I support. Not many of them, but there's a few.
You know who's
I
I'm
haven't
excited
given.
about out of all the prospects? Virgil Ortiz Jr. I think he's going to be a killer.
Well, we don't know that.
Huh?
We don't know that yet.
He beat the Mean Machine. He's pretty good. I feel like he's
Yeah.
young, right? He's super young, but like I love his style. Like
We won't know. We're not going to know how good. Because remember, there's Conor Ben, there's Ortiz, there's Boots, there's there's Rashidi Ellis, there's Budayev, there's Stanionis. So that welterweight division has potential to be great. But we won't know unless it starts happening. And the thing is that unfortunately, Spence, Thurman, and unfortunately Crawford, they need to get out. Now I favor Crawford out of all of them, but they need to get out and let these new guys.
What about Ugas?
No, Ugas is 35. He's on the way out.
You don't rate Ugas. You don't think he's a threat?
I would have rated Ugas. I would have gauged him versus Stanionis. And that was a fight. Honestly, that was a fight that I was going to bet on Stanionis to win.
Really?
Yeah. Now, whether he would have won or not remains to be seen. But those are the fights that I bet on. Again, another fight is
CV, who do you think is going to win, Ugas or Spence?
If Spence is damaged, which I think he is, if he's damaged, then I would favor Ugas, and I might bet on that. I might bet on Ugas. I favor Spence to win if he's Spence, but if he's broken, I think it's to the point where I'm gonna put money on Ugas to beat him.
Yeah, that's a good value bet on Ugas, man, because a lot of people are thinking that Spence will roll over this guy. I don't think so, man.
I don't know. I mean,
you guys, I gotta head out. I hope you all have a great holiday if you guys are celebrating, and a great night.
See you.
Happy Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Yeah. I don't celebrate any of those, but like if anyone, you guys are celebrating,
that,
I
man.
hope you have a great day. And thanks for having the live, Imran. Peace.
No worries.
Allah Hafiz. Peace.
See you later.
Hey, I just want to I just want to give my top 5 Mexican boxers of all time, coming from a Filipino point of view. I have 1 Chavez, 2 1 Manuel Marquez, 3 Canelo, 4 Barrera, 5 Morales. That's my top 5 of all time.
What about
Of all
Finito
time?
Lopez?
Can I keep my
Mexican's top 5 would be different.
Go on then, tell us, Campos.
No, you just mentioned Finito Lopez. For Mexicans, that would be a top 5. Another huge fighter would probably be Lupe Pitor. Another fighter would be wow.
With Edwin
There's a couple
Rodriguez.
of other fighters that just.
What was that, Ash?
Edwin Rodriguez.
Can
Was he
no,
met?
let give me my top 5. Can I give you my top 5
Go on, Miguel.
of all
Yeah,
time?
go on.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's Finito
Yeah.
Lopez. You got Ruben Olivares.
Yep, there it is, Olivares.
Right? And you got Vicente Saldivar, and also you have oh my God, he passed. He Jesus Christ, I had his name. The one who got killed in an car accident.
Salvador Sanchez.
Salvador Sanchez. There you go. If he could have been alive, he could have been
I
one
was
of the
gonna mention
greatest.
Salvador Sanchez. No one brought him up.
Even the great.
But did
Yeah, but
Miguel,
Miguel Salvador Sanchez, he died prematurely, and he didn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the resume, dude.
Right.
Yeah, you can't put him in there.
In a car accident.
Hold on.
He might be
Hold
great,
on.
right? You can't put him in there. He doesn't have the resume, dude.
Hold on. At the age of 23, he has Azuma Nelson and he has Wilfredo Gomez at the age of 23.
Right.
That's why Mexicans put him at top 5.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Salvador Sanchez.
Azuma Nelson went to reign for 10 years without a loss. That's why Mexicans put him as a top 5. Now, and again, people outside of Mexico, right? People outside of Mexico are going to have their top 5, but people inside of Mexico are going to have their own top 5. And the metrics that foreigners gauge Mexican fighters and the metrics that Mexicans gauge their own fighters is completely different. And this
are you saying that Canelo has a more worldwide appeal than the other Mexican fighters, but inside Mexico, Canelo's not as liked as some of the other Mexican fighters?
It's not that he's not liked. It's just that Chavez is seen as a greater fighter. Now you can say, oh well, Canelo won more divisions, and you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. The metrics that you're gauging is completely different than the metrics that people inside of Mexico gauge.
So how
it's
do they
just different.
Then how do they gauge it in Mexico? What do they?
Well, again, a fight that Canelo hasn't had yet is Chavez Sr. had Meldrick Taylor. That was his fight. Canelo hasn't had that fight yet.
So what would be that fight then? Would you say fighting Usyk?
Or if it's not, I don't know if it's Usyk, but Canelo's Meldrick Taylor, it might go down as being Floyd Mayweather Jr.
Where do you say that?
Okay, keep it down because you need to.
But so in my opinion, Canelo beating Usyk is better than Chavez beating Meldrick Taylor. You don't think so?
That may be so. That may be so on a foreign metric, but within Mexico, remember, within Mexico, Meldrick Taylor is that fight. We don't know if Canelo's gonna fight Usyk. We don't know that.
Yeah. But no, what I'm saying though, even on a Mexican, even like from any boxing fan's point of view, Campos, I know what you're saying about, you know, the way Mexicans view things inside Mexico, but I just can't see how anyone can see that Chavez beating Meldrick Taylor bigger than Canelo beating Usyk, who's a heavyweight unified champion.
We won't know. You won't know until it happens, and then you ask a Mexican. Okay,
Right.
you won't know. We won't until that
Canelo
happens.
ain't gonna beat Usyk, by the way. I don't think he beats Usyk anyway.
The only way Canelo can beat Usyk is Canelo would have to do to Usyk what Floyd did to Canelo, weight drain him.
Yeah.
That's the only way he's gonna beat him. Weight drain him, and I don't see that happening.
That is a possibility, though.
I
know in the sense that I wouldn't be shocked if that fight happens. You know.
I don't know. Canelo would have to fight Usyk like at 175 or something, or 180. Do like a catch weight the way Floyd did Canelo. Canelo would have to do it Usyk. That's the only way I see it. Seeing Canelo having a chance.
Hey Miguel, do you think if Canelo fights Usyk
I don't think that would.
at the full cruiserweight?
I don't think he will fight Usyk. Honestly, I think that's too far fetched. To be honest with you, because Usyk, Usyk, it will be over 200 pounds, regardless. You know, I don't think it's going to be a catch weight in that. It's just too big. You know, I'd rather have him fight the cruiserweights that right now, or the lightweights, or the light heavyweights.
No, but Miguel, I was talking about, you know, him. Campos was saying that in Mexico that a win, Chavez beating Meldrick Taylor is seen as a huge win. So what does Canelo have to do to surpass that? But there's nothing he can do.
You know, Chavez is a legend. There's no doubt about it. Okay, still is a legend, but still a lot of people. I was there in September, and a lot of people talking Canelo too. Not only Chavez and Chavez, and they don't talk about Taylor Chavez. They talk more about the fight with Fredo Gomez, and they talk more about Camacho too. You know, and of course, you know, the Taylor fight.
Yeah.
But also he had a lot of big fights too, Taylor. And the reason is because knocking everybody out, and he had over 100 fights. He never, you know, and he fought Pernell Whitaker and he lost. You know, Mexico man. But he was still a legend. He was still, you know, Mexico's hero, right? And also,
Miguel, Miguel also he fought De La Hoya twice too, and one of those fights he got cut in training.